Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We got a lot to get to today, people. We got a lot
There's a lot of work to be done.
We got a lot of work to do.
Everybody,
and you guys
I know you wanted to tune in and enjoy your morning. No.
Pay attention.
There's work to do.
Pay attention and hold your applause till 10 a.m., please, as always. All right. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. I'm trying to be. I'm trying not to get angry, man. I'm trying not to get angry about the Denzel Perryman 3-game suspension. Because part of it is irrational. Part of it is, for those of you who don't know, Denzel Perryman, linebacker, was suspended because he's had 8 violations of the safety policy in his 6 years. But, all of a sudden now the NFL has decided, no warning, by the way. We're just going to go straight to 3 suspensions. I'm trying not to get angry that John Runyon is the guy who's in charge of this, just because John Runyon was known as one of the dirtiest players in football when he played.
You're the only one I've heard with this take, and I love it.
It drives me insane. It drives me insane. And it shouldn't matter that much. It's going to get appealed by James Thrash and by Derek Brooks. Those are the guys that'll oversee the appeal. But there's just something about the NFL, they can't get the safety stuff right. Because this latest hit, where Denzel Perryman hit Jamar Chase, Jamar Chase, there's got to be something where they account for the fact that the offensive player lowers himself into the danger. He slid. He's a quarterback. He slid because he was afraid of football. He's like, I fell on myself last week. I can't possibly take a hit from another human. So he slid. And, so Denzel Perryman is going to make a tackle if he would. If Jamar Chase hadn't slid like a coward, then Denzel Perryman would have just hit him in the midsection. It would have been a fine enough tackle. But he slid, and he slid himself into contact. The previous play versus the Colts this year, Denzel Perryman had lowered his head, but it was also he was going against Zach Moss of the Colts, who also had lowered his own head. There's a disconnect here where the league, remember the one-off season where they said, hey, from now on, running backs can't lower their heads and use their heads as a weapon. We're all right, well, good luck enforcing it. And it's almost impossible to enforce in real time. But at the very least, when it comes to fines and suspensions, can we accept that, hey, if a jaywalker jumps out into traffic on I-45, that you probably shouldn't send the driver that hits him to jail for 10 years because the jaywalker leapt out into traffic? That's the part I don't understand.
The dumbest thing to me about this, unless this is some sort of initiative that the league said they were going to be doing before the year where they said, we're going to really start looking at priors with guys, going back multiple seasons, because the Texans are getting punished for things that Denzel Perryman did as a Raider, technically, right now. Did the Texans know when they signed Denzel Perryman? And it's not like they signed Denzel Perryman with the expectation that he's Roquan Smith or something. But still, he is their starting middle linebacker at a position group where they've got some injuries right now. This does not help. I'll just say that. This does not help.
That's what I wish the Texans would do. I wish the Texans would figure out some kind of loophole where they could restructure Denzel Perryman's contract so he gets fined the minimal amount over the next 3 games, which I think they closed that loophole after the Patriots did whatever they did with Brady.
Yeah.
I should probably just shut up and take the L right now. Well, thankfully, finally, there's another huge organization that's getting charged with cheating and everything.
Right.
Move the yacht from Houston.
Right.
Let's keep all the chicanery elsewhere for now.
Good point. I guess as far as this suspension goes, Seth, he's going to miss these 3 home games coming up. Denzel Perryman. He's had some really good games for the Texans. Sunday was not one of them against the Bengals. He had some rough moments in that game against the Bengals. I guess what's the impact of this thing?
Well, I think for one, he is. It jumps off the screen at you how athletic he is.
Yeah.
And for the most part, he is a more sound and secure tackler than some of the young guys. The really good development is that Christian Harris has gotten a lot better over the last few weeks. Christian Harris, between being healthy and I think really a lot of DeMeco's coaching has started to take root, that you're starting to see the better version of Christian Harris. Henry To'oTo'o is going to play more now, so Christian Harris can play more snaps. Like, these guys play all three linebacker positions. They'd like them to be, I don't know, what's the ambidextrous but with three things?
I don't know.
Text in 713-572-4610.
Tridextrous? I'm not sure.
Tridextrous? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever it might be. That, like, Henry To'oTo'o, he's a work in progress. Like, he's a fifth-round pick. You can't expect him to come in and be awesome as a starter right away. But, like, there's potential there. So maybe with, he's coming off a concussion also. So you have to worry about whether or not he's cleared completely and ready to go.
We look at the injury report today for him, right?
Yeah. So, look, it's not the end of the world. You lose guys to injury every single week. So it's just, something you have to count for is this, as the team seems to a giant leap forward in the last couple of weeks. Any little setback like this is frustrating, especially when it's when it feels like there's at least a minor injustice here. Yeah. And maybe on appeal it'll get reduced to one suspension. Do we know? Do you happen to know off the top of your head, and I don't expect you to, if Kareem Jackson's suspension stayed the same that it was?
I think it was reduced, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. I think it was reduced.
Because Kareem Jackson, who's also, like, we know this, he's had, they reduced it to 2 games.
To 2 games, yeah.
Derek Brooks reduced it to 2 games.
Okay, so we got to hope that Derek Brooks is the one reviewing Denzel Perryman's suspension. That's what we're hoping for.
So he's, especially Derek Brooks, a little maybe linebacker on linebacker
sympathetic
consideration there, yeah.
That's true.
Derek Brooks played with a guy in John Lynch who's the classic, like, well, he wouldn't even be able to play in today's rules.
That's a great point.
Yeah. That's he's going to watch it and be like, oh, gosh, John Lynch would have laughed at this ticky-tack nonsense.
Runyon was a center, right?
Tackle.
He's a tackle, okay, gotcha.
He gained fame by getting humped into oblivion by Michael Strahan.
Oh, that's
Remember
right.
when Michael Strahan basically flipped him around like he was a toy to be played with?
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us at 8:23 on the show today. Seth, I had 2 tiny little signs of progress that I experienced this morning with the Texans. Aside from the fact that they're 5-4 and in the playoffs right now if the season ended, that's the massive sign of progress, their actual one-loss record. 2 things happened today. I saw a clip on Twitter of First Take yesterday.
Yeah.
That's my timeline. And the topic was who can threaten the Chiefs in the AFC.
Oh.
And you know how they do those graphics at the bottom? Like, the caption is the question, and then they put some fun pictures of players who might threaten the Chiefs in the AFC, like doing football things. And there were, I think, 4 quarterbacks, 2 on one side of the graphic, 2 on the other, kind of either tuck the ball away running or they've got the ball, they're getting ready. One of them was CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud, Lamar Jackson, Tua, and one other quarterback who's not C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was one of the quarterbacks they had in that graphic. Who can threaten the Chiefs in the AFC?
I've grown to fear being the flavor of the month, Sean. Really ever since the 2013 season, where the Texans were the darling in a lot of ways coming into 2013. Like, well,
that didn't last.
They were close last year, but they fizzled out at the end.
Mouth.
But this is the year. This is the year it really happens. I fact-checked myself on that not too long ago. And it was one of those things where the Texans were not amongst the favorites in Vegas to be a Super Bowl contender, but they were the darling. They were the one that everybody wanted to be good. It's kind of like right now, or over the last couple of years, people have been pulling for the Lions.
Yeah,
I think now people are really starting to genuinely pull for the Texans. They want change. They love the underdog story. CJ's very likable. People love DeMeco for all those reasons. But just in the same way that somehow the Astros became the darling this offseason because they were, air quotes, finally good for real.
Yeah.
And then, it doesn't... Obviously, a very good season by normal people's standards, but not by our standards.
Not by ours.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to still view it as a tiny little sign of progress that the Texans wind up on that screen. The other one, I did an event this past Friday with George from the Morning Bull, George Lindsay, who's one of the DJs on the Morning Bull. We were bid callers at a charity auction. We were the guys in the audience, like, finding the bidder, and, like, telling, hey, over here, doing that kind of thing. and it was fun, and we did a good job apparently because George got 2 more requests for us to be bid callers at a future charity event.
Oh, really?
We had a whole lot of fun. We were very showman-like out there. We turned it into a competition where George had one half of the room and I had the other, and who could get more winning winning auctions and things like that.
That's you know what? Like, you have a natural aptitude for that kind of stuff, but George gets a lot of reps at it.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that, like, when I've been out at events with George, every now and then, I'm like, oh, I got to step up my game.
Yeah.
This dude's a pro.
Yeah, he's really good.
Like, he really knows what he's doing. So, yeah, I would imagine you two together, because you have a very natural the knack for that kind of stuff.
WWE, man.
Yeah. So you and him together is a good, that's really good.
It was fun, boy. And you were creating fake conflict and things like that. People were laughing. They liked it.
Really?
He got a couple
more little gentle insults.
Yeah. Mostly body language because we didn't have microphones, but it was fun. Here's the tiny little sign of progress. He said, Sean, I got a request for us for February 15th. And I said, George, I'm going to have to check my calendar because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is Super Bowl weekend.
Yeah, George.
Yeah,
there's a chance that the Texans, if Denzel Perryman hasn't been suspended for 29 games by then.
Right. And I know you're in your car laughing right now, people, but they're in the playoffs right now.
Oh.
And I can't commit to something where there's a 2% chance I might not be there.
Dude, you know what? You know what people were laughing at earlier this year? It's where I would kind of cautiously and tentatively make this analogy or this comparison, but which I thought was valid at the time, was that I thought there were signs that CJ Stroud had shared some common elements with the way Jordan handled his business his rookie year. And with Jordan, it was that, man, this guy seems freakishly mature and composed beyond his years. And as the old challenge with rookies is always, okay, how does he adjust to the adjustments? And every step along the way, really up until the playoffs where he had a little bit of a lull, Jordan adjusted to the adjustments, and then he adjusted to the adjustments to the adjustments, and so forth. And we see CJ doing that same thing. Yeah. And, likely if he stays healthy, knock on wood, throw some salt over an angel's shoulder, a cherub's glow, and... Seraphim glow. And
eyes as wide as a sphinx.
He's going to be rookie of the year, So that's don't be afraid to make your proclamation.
Yeah, that's I love that Jordan analogy. That's good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Speaking of rookie of the year, speaking of the odds, they came out yesterday. You guys know, I have for many, many years. I've followed the odds every week with stuff like this. When it comes to CJ Stroud, I have never, ever, ever, ever seen what I saw yesterday. We will tell you what that is next. But first, Yingling. I saw plenty of those yesterday and other days because I love Yingling.
For details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. All right, so I think I was anticipating this coming out yesterday. Jimmy Shapiro, betonline.ag. That's sort of our go-to here for the odds. It's easy. It winds up in our email. He's got all the categories. Every Tuesday at about 11 o'clock after we get off the air, we get the email. Hey, where are the Texans in the race for the Super Bowl? They're like middle of the pack. I think they're 66-1 right now. They were 500-1 to start the season, so things are moving in the right direction.
So there's some Texans fan out there that's going to make $500,000 if they win the Super Bowl.
That would be amazing if someone put 100 down on them at 500-1. But the one that we were waiting for,
it'd be 1,000, but yes,
whatever the case may be. So the one that I was waiting to see yesterday, I think a lot of people was okay. Where all this MVP talk with CJ Stroud, Dan Orlovsky, now Shannon Sharp is on the bandwagon, Michael Irvin's on the bandwagon, Stephen A. Smith is on the bandwagon. A lot of people. Ross Tucker said yesterday, we'll hear from Ross in a second, that he's a legit MVP candidate. He was not on the board last week. After the Tampa Bay game, I was expecting him to at least be kind of at the fringe of the board. The fringe this time of year, it's usually about 10 or 12 guys that are still on the board, and the very, very bottom guys are like 100-1, 125-1, stuff like that. Like Tyreek Hill was like 100-1 last week. He was like 10th or 11th on the board. CJ was nowhere to be found. This last-second win over the Bengals has vaulted him somewhere. I've never seen this before. I have literally I've never seen it with a rookie. I've never seen it with a veteran player. I have never seen a player show up in the MVP odds midway through the season, hell, past midway through the season now, at 5th on the board at 12-1 to win the MVP. Like, usually guys show up at the party and they'll oh, look, that's cute. That's a cute story down there 10 at 100-1. CJ showed up at the party, knocked over all the furniture, and declared his presence with authority in the MVP race. This is something, and this is him showing up here, Seth, at this spot in the MVP rankings with a very, very manageable schedule. I'm not going to say not saying they're going to win every game. I'm not even saying they're going to sweep this homestand they've got coming up of 3 home games in a row. But as MVP candidates go, hell, as NFL teams go, this is a very manageable schedule the rest of the way.
It's a manageable schedule. I think the biggest thing that Stroud has against him right now, aside from the actual play on the field, like it's hard to play as well as Pat Mahomes or Jalen Hurts or any of those guys for the course of 8 more games. But let's say that Stroud plays at the same clip that he has for the past 2 games. That would be an MVP caliber performance. The 2 biggest things that he has going against him in terms of precedent. So when the voters are sitting there and they're thinking, okay, well, I don't want to do it with this or that. The only rookie to have won MVP, like league MVP, not just rookie of the year, was Jim Brown. So, for one, that was 1957 before there was a lot of history behind it anyway. Yeah. And 2, what Jim Brown didn't have to contend with was anybody saying we can't give it to this young rookie when some other guy like Jim Brown has already won it before, because now we've got the hindsight of knowing that Jim Brown became what he was. You know what I mean? Now you've got Jim Brown was awarded that before anybody Brown was really going to become. But now looking at it in hindsight, oh, wow, boy, he ended up being just an incredibly phenomenal, once-in-a-lifetime type of player. We can't predict that CJ Stroud is going to be that. So it's even harder. It's going to be harder for CJ Stroud to win it than it was for Jim Brown to win it. If that's the only other guy to win, this is why the Texans have to make the playoffs. The only guy from a non-playoff team, or the last guy from a non-playoff team to win it, was O.J. Simpson. So to win MVP, so they need to be very careful. They don't want to create another O.J. Simpson type situation,
Of all the guys, for that to be.
Can C.J. Stroud do what nobody has accomplished since O.J. Simpson?
Yeah.
Ooh, which thing?
Right. Took O.J. a while on the other things. Yeah. So the only players ahead of C.J. on this odds board right now. Jalen Hurts is the favorite. Patrick Mahomes is number 2. They play each other this week. So one of them is going to knock off the other. I feel
That's
like the college football playoff. They're going to play each other, so that'll knock one of them out.
Hopefully maybe one of them has a really bad game.
That would be good.
That's in a high-profile situation. We need a multi-interception game in a high-profile situation.
Where is that game this weekend? Do you know? Between Philly and Kansas
United
City?
States.
It's okay.
It's not Germany or London or Mexico City.
Thank you. I just didn't know. I'm sure it's the Monday night game. It's in Kansas City. Boy, that should be fun. Which guy is more likely to have a bad game, do you think? Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes? Eagles City. Kansas City, rejuvenated defense.
Yeah. Jalen Hurts more likely to have a bad game just because Kansas City's got a full real defense, whereas the Eagles defense is a little bit more they've been inconsistent this year.
A little soft on the back end.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson.
That defensive coordinator who tampered with himself, according to Florio,
right,
and left for Arizona, actually turns out to have been pretty good.
May have been good. Lamar Jackson and Tua are the only other ones ahead of CJ right now. So Hurts, Mahomes, Jackson, Tua, CJ Stroud.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to knock those guys, to knock all of those guys down. It would really require that a lot of them have bad rest of the second half of the seasons. So I think if you look at how the voters do it, I think the voters are going to say, well, yeah, look, he's going to be rookie of the year.
Yeah.
That's all. Do we really need him to be Jim Brown right now? He's going to get his award and his pat on the back for the year that he had.
Glad you brought that up. CJ Stroud is 1-20 to win offensive rookie of the year. Not 20-1, 1-20, which means you got to bet. You want to win $100, you got to bet 2 G's. You got to risk 2 G's to win 100 on CJ Stroud. And I will say this:
you might as well put that in a money market fund.
you may and there's no risk of losing all 2,000. Like
there really is. Yeah, like you're way better off these days with these interest rates putting it in a money market fund.
No question. I think he's clinched Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think
even if he's injured, even if he got injured or like decided to sit out, decided to hold out.
Yes, if he dropped the mic, if he walked out, played one play, and dropped the mic.
If Mullen gets him and just don't play the next 3 years, okay? You've already established your worth.
You're gonna get your
just
big
wait
deal.
wait until you're eligible.
Like these college kids not playing. Mulligan is looking at these college kids shutting it down and not playing in a bowl game. Like, I don't know. CJ doesn't play for the next 3 years. He's gonna. So but I think, honestly, like I think if okay, I don't even want to say the word. I don't want to say the H word if you got, but like if
horny?
No. CJ has done enough to win the Rookie of the Year. Like he could play no more games the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And he's the offense. He's been that historical. And here's the other thing. There's not another great candidate right now. Jahmyr Gibbs is number 2 on the odds board. He just started becoming the lead back in Detroit like 2 games ago. Like it was David Montgomery all season long in Detroit. Until with Jahmyr Gibbs. So I think CJ Stroud. I think if CJ Stroud played no more games the rest of the year, he would win the Rookie of the Year.
I think you're a little crazy there because like let's say Jahmyr
crazy
Gibbs,
like a fox.
Jahmyr Gibbs is averaging like 5.5 yards per carry.
That's cool.
And like
Tell me more.
If the Lions, if the Lions just absolutely destroy and dominate at the heels, the literal heels of Jahmyr Gibbs runs, then I would say he's got a good.
That's a fair point. Let me put it this way: barring something completely Herculean by some other player, like barring some player going ham on the rest of
I think you got to put this out in your mind, though. If CJ's only got an 8-game or 9-game resume, then it doesn't take an incredible, phenomenal effort to upend that. Like people love to see complete seasons or at least close to it. But hopefully that's a moot. It's a moot conversation.
Hopefully it's a moot point. Yeah.
If you look at right now the Texans' scoring offense, which I'm always skeptical of because some of this includes, defensive scores and setups and what have you. But 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they're 10th right now. Dolphins are scoring 31.7 points per game, whereas the Texans are scoring 24.1 games per game, 24.1 points per game. So like that's another big one. Is just I tend to, how I feel about quarterbacks. I look at total offense as, okay, that's how good your quarterback is. That's why I always thought Tom Brady was way better than Aaron Rodgers, because Tom Brady was almost always in the top 3 of scoring offense, whereas Aaron Rodgers was, his personal stats were always awesome, but there'd be years where they were like 15th in scoring, and you just didn't see that with Tom Brady.
This is what I'll say. I'll say this about Tua, and I'm going to comment about Lamar Jackson too, because now that you're bringing this up, I'm thinking, all right, you know what I need to do? I need to figure out what my case is for CJ against all 4 of these guys. This is what I would say about Tua. Tua piles up those stats against patsies. So one thing CJ Stroud has proven, he beats good teams. Like they have not beaten. I know they lost to Carolina. I know they lost to Indy early in the year. But when they're looking at things like MVP, and the reason CJ is on the map right now is because he comes up huge late in games, and he does it against good teams. He beat Pittsburgh. Who's a playoff team right now. He beat Cincinnati. The Bengals out of the playoff race this past weekend. Jacksonville. They beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville. Tua is a lamb killer, man. The Miami, you know this, Seth. Like they pile up their stats against bad teams. So.
Well, then they lose it, right? Yeah, the whole narrative of them, like, and Mike McDaniel as well, not being able to beat winning teams. That's kind of a big deal. That's another one that, like, okay, the advanced stats and everything that make for the great graphics and all that are cool, but at the end of the day, usually it plays out into things like, beating winning teams and scoring. Yep. And if you don't have the stamp of authenticity on all of those other stats with just simple scoring and wins, then it doesn't resonate the same way.
Yeah.
And that's where I think, like, so far, like with CJ, they've beat multiple playoff teams at this point. Teams that are currently in the playoffs. They knocked the Bengals out of the playoffs. So it does. The college stuff starts seeping in, but the quality of victories for the Texans is actually way better than the Dolphins right now.
It's the best in the AFC. It's literally the best in the AFC. Here was Ross Tucker yesterday. Ross joins us every Tuesday at 7:25. He's all in on CJ Stroud.
The one question I had was how he would respond to adversity, right? And, I mean, he throws an interception against the Bengals to kind of let them back in the game, and it's a terrible interception. And then he responds to it by taking them down the field for the game winner. I mean, that's what's so impressive to me. It's like he's checking X. And I heard somebody else say this. I agree. I think he's a legitimate MVP candidate. Legitimate. I mean, who's more valuable to their team than what CJ Stroud has been to the Houston Texans this year?
There you go.
Yeah.
Ross Tucker.
It's good because Ross is not afraid to basically say things that the people he's speaking to are going to hate as well. Like, he said various things that have made me hate him personally sometimes. So it's nice. So it actually means something when he does say something nice about something you care about.
Absolutely. This was.
So he has credibility there.
This was funny. Seth asked Ross about any holes in CJ Stroud's game and assured Ross that we wouldn't cut up the audio.
To make it sound worse than it was.
Sensationalize it.
So yeah.
Yeah, here you go.
Don't worry, we won't cut this up and make it sound like you're a CJ hater. Is there anything that jumps out to you right now in terms of, okay, this will be the undoing of CJ Stroud? Like, okay, this, like, if he doesn't fix this or if he doesn't fix that, or like where you have questions about him?
No. There isn't. I mean, honestly, Seth, yeah, you can cut that up, by the way. That'll be great. No.
Here's Ross Tucker when asked, does CJ Stroud have any holes in his game? No.
No.
I used to, the way I presented it to him like that is because, like, there's nobody I fear more than our own people cutting up my own to make it. You hear some promo and you're like, what the hell? It doesn't happen that much anymore. It used to happen a lot.
Where it would be
like Seth Payne thinks.
We're all on the same
Seth
team.
Payne thinks Jonathan Joseph is the worst person who ever lived.
Right.
They cut some clip of me talking about Jeffrey Dahmer or something, but made to sound like it's Jonathan Joseph.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's funny.
You go full Ted Bundy on him.
Yeah. See, part of it's your fault. Right.
Okay, that part.
That was on you. That was on you. All right, let's get to some headlines in the next segment. We got a lot to get to. Suspension for a Houston Texan. Hey, the Texans social media team, I think, kind of, not leaked something, but kind of floated something about the game this weekend. I wonder where we are on this. We'll tell you what that is.
Big old floater out there.
Big floater out there, and another Hall of Famer in the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. We'll tell you who that is. Shuffling in the college football playoff rankings. Busy day here on a Wednesday on Payne and Pendergast. Stay there. Men's Tea Clinic. Stay there, and please stay there as I tell.
the game.
In the game, yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
You never know, though. I mean, because, people show up on a Wednesday with a concussion all of a sudden because the concussions don't always get diagnosed immediately in the game.
Yep.
So there's that. Tank Dell, came back and played, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had internal bleeding from that damn hit.
No kidding.
So, that might that pops up. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, 23. The injury report was 23 players long. It's a little bit misleading because by game time, half of those guys were full go. So, I'm hoping that maybe the Texans are just one of those teams that's kind of like the Patriots were forever. Like they just list every little thing, so nobody can accuse them of being sketchy or anything like that.
Yep. One player who will not be playing this Sunday, unless the appeal gets heard and his suspension is somehow overturned, is Denzel Perryman. Suspended 3 games by the NFL for the trigger mechanism was his hit on Jamar Chase that drew a 15-yard penalty in the game on Sunday. That was the trigger for the suspension. The reason for the suspension was that hit, along with a litany of others that he had prior to becoming a Houston Texan, that the league just eventually said, all right, well, this has to stop. We're going to suspend you 3 games. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the Pat McAfee show yesterday when asked about the Perryman suspension.
Yeah, I've spoken with Denzel. Tough conversation, and he knows it, man. We hate to lose, right, a good player for us, a starting linebacker for us, and we'll just let the process play out. It's just, it's hard. But we're hard news to hear, but we'll have our young guys stepping up, ready to go.
That's got to hurt DeMeco, just like a fraction more than the average head coach, just because he played that position. He's probably some empathy for Denzel Perryman about how difficult it is to play that position.
Yeah. Well, and the hard thing about Perryman is, and this is where it annoys me for a couple of reasons. One, that it's on the record quite thoroughly by now. Buys the fact that John Runyon, the former offensive lineman who was often voted as one of the dirtiest players in the league, is now in charge of handing down punishments for illegal hits and player safety and all of that. It's just yet another proof that the NFL kids. If there's one thing you can learn from the NFL, it's that there are extremely successful organizations that actually don't know their ass from their foreheads. They do a lot of stupid stuff, and yet still there they go. So there's that. But the second part is that this particular incident was one in which the offensive player put himself in harm's way. Jamar Chase slid like he was a quarterback because apparently he was afraid of getting more yardage if it meant also getting hit. So he slid. And so you have the defensive player coming at him in a trajectory which would have been likely a legal hit, where it would have just been Perryman putting his head in front of Jamar Chase's torso and taking him down to the ground. But Jamar Chase put himself in harm's way, which feels a lot like just somebody running out into traffic, not at a crosswalk, and getting hit by a car and then punishing the driver. Oh, yeah, but the driver's got prior incidents. Yeah, but in this incident, it shouldn't be relevant. It shouldn't matter. This is bogus. They've got to figure out a way to take these moments where the offensive player himself has lowered himself into harm's way and say, okay, this is clearly less avoidable than the ones where a guy is defenseless or he's running down the sideline or what have you.
I think Denzel Perryman got penalized because of the optics of it, because Jamar Chase was sliding, and because for a quarterback, it would have been a 15-yard penalty. Quarterbacks have this immunity where if they slide the way Jamar Chase did, you can't do anything to them. Otherwise, it's a 15-yard penalty. Jamar Chase doesn't have that same immunity. But when somebody slides like a quarterback or like they're sliding into second base and they get hit the way that Denzel Perryman hit them, there's this in the crowd.
Yeah.
There's just the visual of it.
The other part of it, too, this is what I hate. The slow motion really does a disservice to the defensive player in these, because it makes it look, when you slow a thing down 20 to 25% of its original speed, in your mind you're watching it and you're like, well, clearly he has time to change his course or what have you.
Yeah.
When you watch it full speed on the original TV copy, you're like, oh yeah, okay, like Jamar Chase slid immediately before there was contact.
Yep.
In slow motion, it looks a lot different. In real time, you can see, okay, there's no way in hell Denzel Perryman is changing the way he comes in. I guess the thing that Denzel Perryman does have to get better at doing is that you can't lower your head. You just can't. It's just, you got to be in the habit of, you're always going to lose when there's any kind of ambiguity. So you just can't lower your head, and you got to treat it like you're a rugby player. Like, rugby players don't lower their heads to tackle. They go in up high. The downside is that sometimes you end up getting carried 5 yards. Like, you got to look like a punk sometimes, but that's just the way football has changed. They want the defensive player to have to look like a punk every now and then, and or you're going to get, like, Perryman's going to miss out on $300,000 a game.
I didn't see what he makes about. He makes about a year, so whatever.
Oh, so it's less than that.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. The Texans tweeted this out yesterday from their X.com account. Might do something crazy this weekend, like wear the Battle Red helmets with Color Rush unis. I don't know. How the Color Rush unis, for those who don't know, you're familiar with the uniform, I'm sure. You may not know it's called Color Rush. It's the dark blue head to toe with the red numbers and letters. Kind of it's not the deep steel blue, but it's a dark blue with the red numbers, and they would be wearing that with the battle red helmet. What do you think about that uniform? I've never seen that uniform combination before. What do you think of it? Do you like it?
I like it. People really, really like those red helmets.
Yeah.
Were they all red unis with the red helmets on Battle Red?
They were, yeah, Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh game.
People were super excited about that.
Not total ketchup bottle. They wore white pants.
They wore white pants, red jerseys, red helmets.
Correct.
People weren't fans of when they wore red pants, red jerseys, but that would be with the blue helmet. I wonder what that would look like with the red helmet. If they were just like
head to toe red, huh?
Yeah,
might look cool. So this one, it
might look a little too much like a dog's excited. You got 11 excited dogs out there running around the field.
The red rockets running around the field.
I wonder. Yeah, I like this. I'm a fan. Anytime they put the red helmet on, I think people will like it.
I'm with you on that. Warren Moon. Congrats to Warren Moon. He was on with the guys in the afternoon yesterday. He is going into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. He is joining. Who is it? I'll look up. Lance Berkman and one other. It might be Cynthia Cooper. I'll look it up. But the Houston Sports Hall of Fame class of this year is going to include Warren Moon, who, of course, was the face of the next era post Love You Blue of the Houston Oilers. He was the face of the run and shoot era Houston Oilers.
Yeah, it's Cynthia Cooper and Lance Berkman.
Okay, that's what I thought. So congrats to Warren Moon going into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. College football player.
What's the theme this year? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't.
It's weird that it took this long for. There's a backlog. Like, they've had to spread these athletes out because obviously you don't want to induct 40 of them in the first year. So I guess it's not weird that it's taken this long.
Yeah, some of it too is in taking this long is being able to stage the videos they do with John McClain springing it on the inductee. They're getting into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, can John not be bothered to do more than one or two a year?
No, it's not that at all. It's getting Warren Moon to make a trip to Houston at some point. He doesn't live here anymore.
Why can't John just fly up to Seattle?
John would probably love to fly up to Seattle.
Of course he would. Spring it on Warren Moon. It's like he's stalking in his bushes. At some point, John would get shot if he did that with everybody.
I know.
If he's just like lurking outside their homes waiting.
Hey, Warren, boo! College football playoff rankings are out. I feel like the committee's just bored now because nothing's really happening with these top teams that's shuffling the rankings. So they decided to move Georgia up to 1 and Ohio State to 2 in the rankings. So the top 4 now is Georgia 1, 2, Michigan.
In the first round, right?
In the semis, which has zero chance of happening because they play each other in 2 weeks. You know, so that's. Yeah.
But it looks good for for one.
It's fun
it looks
for the
good
graphic.
on the graphic right now.
It's fun for the graphic for sure.
You know what? Yeah, because then you've got a very regional. Right now in the brackets, you got Georgia versus Florida, Ohio State versus Michigan, Washington versus
Florida State.
Excuse me, Florida State. Washington versus Oregon. Yeah, so it's a nice graphic they put together.
There you go. Yep. So that's the rank. Texas is 7 for those who didn't know. So that's the best chance the Lone Star State has of getting somebody in the playoff right now. Is the University of Texas. All right, that was headlines. We've got a lot to get to. There's a lot we didn't get to in headlines that we still need to get to. CJ Stroud was on the Let's Go podcast. That's Tom Brady's podcast. Another tiny little sign of progress. Tom Brady wants the Texans quarterback on his podcast as a guest. What was Tom Brady's advice for CJ Stroud? What did CJ Stroud learn from meeting Tom Brady this summer? We'll hear from both next.
Odyssey Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
CJ is doing an outstanding job, as everyone's seen. The most important thing is how he's, won the locker room and the way the guys behind him, right, the way they fight for him, they want to play for him, exuded that confidence. And I think his confidence has rubbed off on our entire team, right? And that's what you have to have at that quarterback position, a guy that everybody in the organization, a guy that everybody in their locker room believes in. And that's what CJ has been proven over the past couple weeks, that he's a guy that you can believe in.
No doubt. I would submit that he's been that guy for several weeks now, but definitely the last 2 weeks, in the last couple minutes of close games in which the Texans are tied or trailing, CJ Stroud has proven to be the man. That was DeMeco Ryans on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. So the Texans head coach, a guest on Pat McAfee this week. The Texans quarterback, a guest on Tom Brady's Let's Go podcast. The visuals of these cuts of CJ are kind of funny because they put video, they StreamYard this thing and put the video up, Seth, and it's CJ, the guest, on the top part of the video, and then the bottom part is a split screen with Tom Brady chopping with CJ Stroud and Jim Gray just sitting there staring straight ahead. Jim Gray just sitting there serving no purpose at all.
Jim Gray is serving like he's paid to ask the questions he's fed. It seems. I don't know, like when you listen to it, it feels like there's like 10 pre-approved questions, and Jim Gray is going to ask those questions. It's a good format.
Even on the pod, it's that way, huh? Because I know the halftime interviews have been that way through the years.
That's when I've listened to it. Maybe it's not like if it's just with pre-screened questions. Maybe that's not how they do it. That's just how it feels.
Yeah,
that is a good way to do it for athletes. Like if you do for an athlete to do a speaking engagement or something, that's how Brady does his. Like if he goes to speak to a group of people, he has like Jim Gray interview him, and that way you don't have to get up and actually like carry a 45-minute speech or anything. It's a more comfortable way to give a comfortable delivery.
You did that with the Mannings. You are Jim Gray to the Mannings.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
Manning's more entertaining than Brady, I would say. So let's hear.
Yeah, I felt a little bit like a monkey in a suit on that one. Yeah. It was. I almost walked out. I was like,
well, that would have been something. All right, let's get to CJ Stroud on the Brady podcast. What did CJ Stroud? Because he met Tom Brady this summer. They met at Michael Rubin's house, I believe.
Yeah, no, you definitely
compound.
They met at Michael Rubin, the CEO of Fanatics, because Michael Rubin makes damn well sure it's known who sets all these things up when he does it.
Yes. They met. That's where they met, and here's what CJ Stroud learned from meeting Brady this summer.
It was like a cheat code to not only be an NFL quarterback, but like to be a professional person and a real man in this game of football. So for me, right after I went and I took notes from it, I had the guys who did the whole video for us, and I rewatched the whole thing and wrote notes and just really try to just make it my own. Try to really adapt it into a routine for me. That was one thing that I know that Tom and Travis was preaching was being a great teammate and things like that. So for me, that was what I wanted to do. And when you walk in that locker room as a rookie, you have some people who look at you with confidence and you don't. So you really have to build that. So that meeting really instilled a lot of confidence in me and told me, man, like, I can do this. The one thing that he did preach, though, is, man, the NFL season's long. We got to keep going. So for me, it's just the beginning, and I'm really excited to be playing well. But, I know just how much they love me now, they hate me. So I just want to keep working and keep proving people wrong, proving myself right. So.
People hate you, CJ.
They'll hate him. They'll hate him the better he does, the more they'll hate him.
Yeah.
Look at Pat Mahomes. We hate him now.
Yeah.
We didn't hate him before, but after enough time, it took okay, now I hate him.
If by they he means non-Houstonians, and yes, they the national media, if you start messing up, they will hate you. We will always love you, CJ.
The one thing that CJ said in the press conference the other day, where he didn't cite which veteran quarterback told him, but I'm guessing it was Brady, because it sounds like the kind of thing Brady would say, was don't get bored with the boring stuff. It's just like that's the stuff that really, really, really matters, is like the little passes, the screens, all that stuff. Like obsessing over pass protection and everything, like all that boring stuff. Like that's the stuff that actually makes you really, really good and consistent. And that's cool. That's part of the maturity that CJ has.
I feel like CJ is wired to embrace the boring stuff.
Yeah. I think there's an obsessiveness about him. In that it was either the ESPN or the Athletic article. There were both a couple long-form articles that were really good about him, where he talked about when he was younger, when people didn't know exactly what his story was, they were, is he so serious all the time? Like, why is he so obsessive about all this stuff? Like, because a kid had a jacked up childhood. That's why.
Yeah.
And like those are that drives him. That's why it was so stupid that Colin Cowherd used that analogy of like CJ Stroud being the kid who had an easy childhood, and that's what it was like playing at Ohio State. It's like, okay, it's a good enough analogy, except that, man, the kid you chose to use that on had a jacked up childhood and had to learn how to deal with a lot of things that other kids don't have to deal with.
Still dealing with it, to a degree. His dad's still incarcerated. He's brought that up several times over the last few weeks. Here was Brady. I love this stuff too. This is Brady. CJ seeking more advice from Brady. As long as you got the GOAT on the line, why not get more advice? This is Tom Brady's advice to CJ Stroud.
I think the important thing I really want you to realize, this is now your job. Everyone, when they come to the game, it's a vacation. It's fun for them. Oh my God, we're here to watch, CJ play. For you, you don't bust in on your friends at their job. And, when they're trying to be really focused and do what they need to do. Hey, can I interrupt you? Hey, I know there's a really busy time for you, but let's go do something fun. Or, you don't need to be the source of people's entertainment over the course of the season. It's not college anymore. The earlier you get it in your mind that this is a profession and you're a professional and everyone is counting on you and you can't have a bad day like Coach Day taught you. And you're in an organization where DeMeco is a great coach. Nick Cesario, I've got a long relationship with. All these guys are counting on you. It's fun. The process of winning is fun. The memories you're going to have are fun. The games are fun. The practice, the camaraderie is fun. Trying to create fun for everybody else outside of that isn't your responsibility.
It reminds me a lot of, like, sometimes people ask me what it's like working with Sean Pendergast, and I'm like,
Nick Cesario.
He's a great friend of mine. I love
super
Sean
tight.
Pendergast.
We're super tight. You're in my phone as co-host. Yeah, take that, Seth. We have that as a hotkey? Ben, how many Ben, no, that was amazing. Ben, how many hotkeys do you have in there?
Oh, I have 2 pages that have like 50 of them on.
Really? Okay, so I'm assuming there's if you got that one, there's got to be like 50 that you haven't used ever. That's awesome.
You know what Ben does though? That's what he does. He treats it like a job. He's not home at night like.
Yeah, this isn't fun for me.
I take that personal. Yeah, if you go, right. Hey, if you go into that control room and you try to talk to Ben Gary, he will shout you down and tell you to get the hell out. He's got a job to do.
Get out. This isn't fun for me.
God, Ben's the best.
I could see that.
Ben is the best.
That's so as far as treating it like a job, that sounds like it should be automatic, but it is true that honestly, and this is where I've increasingly given Ryan Day more and more credit for the way he handled CJ Stroud. I think that part of CJ being as a football player was aided by Ryan Day kind of having some hard conversations with him about leadership and how much it takes to be a leader and all of that. And that playing at a place like Ohio State, where, Sean, you and I have learned, these fans, these Buckeyes fans are psychotic.
Yes.
They're just nuts. And, that's great, but that can also be a lot of pressure as well. And it's I think that CJ came into it looking at it like it's a job. It was good to get that reinforcement from Tom Brady. But there's some kids that come into the league and they've been coddled so hard, and it's some big time programs. You wonder how some of these college programs could have so much talent and yet be so bad. There are some programs out there that are run so loose, and I think a lot of it, Sean, might go back to think about salespeople. As you know, sometimes the best salespeople are the worst administratively. They're the worst at getting paperwork in. They're worst with the details and everything, but they're really, really good at closing the deal. I think a lot of college coaches, or at least some college coaches, that are awesome at recruiting. It's the exact same reason that those recruits underperform, because they're not good at the really boring stuff.
Yeah.
The running a tight ship and program. Because I remember when I was a rookie, I came in and I was talking to one of my roommate during training camp who went to a pretty big school, and he was telling me about how there are times where he would just skip practice. And I'm like, you just skip? You're like, yeah, I just wouldn't feel like going. I'm like, did you get suspended or anything? Like, no. What, are they going to suspend me?
Wow.
Yes. and he had a coach that people thought was school coach, but there's different programs that are run differently. So some of those guys come into the league, and it is a slap in the face when all of a sudden they're getting fined for doing the stuff they used to do without consequences in college.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you to name names as to who that player was, but what was rookie What was training camp like for a rookie who came from an environment that was so laissez-faire in college?
This guy was a good dude, so like he adapted to it. But I just like if you take it, like you would see it with other guys. That was just my first experience with. Well, I was talking, and it's funny. That's why I think. You're like Belichick likes to take these guys from smaller schools, loves coaches that played football at smaller schools because there's a certain scrappiness. I was talking to a couple of my teammates from college about how, like, listen, guys, because one of them was kind of like, downplaying, his level of commitment or whatever. I was like, dude, like when we were in college, we had a like a player-imposed drinking policy. You weren't allowed to drink at all, like even in your own room after a certain night of the week and everything. And then I get to the NFL, and like a lot of these guys at big-time schools are like going out on like Thursday nights, their big night out.
Yeah.
2 days before the game. Like the level of commitment for guys who haven't felt like it's their job since the time they were in ninth grade is sometimes a lot higher because they're more passionate about it. So you got to figure out, like when you're trying to evaluate these guys, okay, this is why they talk so much about like which of these guys really love it versus which of these guys just look at it like, this is my meal ticket. And it's the old, like once there's an inherent human tendency to once something feels like a job that it diminishes the love a little bit. But like the love's got to be pretty strong that if somebody throws a boatload of money at you, you don't all of a sudden get real cynical about it.
Yeah, I think that, dude, that to me, if I were in personnel, if I were a general manager, that would be the most important thing to me to sniff out, especially the higher up the food chain you're taking guys in the draft. Because especially if you're getting ready to commit a second contract to a guy. Now, by then, you should have been able to sniff out just how much he loves football because you've had him in the building for 3-4 years before you're giving him that deal. But coming out of college, being able to sniff that out with a 21-year-old as to just how much they love football, that to me is the secret sauce in the whole thing. And it's got to be the hardest thing to be able to sniff out.
That's why it's become more, with quarterback especially, it's tough because A, there's going to be so much pressure on them. B, they're going to be making so much money if they're going in the first round. And I think you're seeing this tendency towards taking the nerdier guys or elevating the nerdier guys up, because you can trust them at least. Yeah. Like Kirk Cousins, my God, at least you can trust him.
That's
he didn't
true.
get drafted high, but at least you can trust him. But my God, his nerdiness is what gets in his way ultimately, really, to keep him from being the best. So and that's why I think, frankly, when people looked at Bryce Young, there's a certain element of the nerdiness and his family background versus CJ's family background and all these other things that I think people just feel safer somehow, ironically, with the 165-pound the tiny person than they do with the actual guy that looks like a football player.
Your Cousins, you citing Cousins is perfect. Yeah, he wasn't highly drafted because he wasn't all that great at Michigan State, but that dude keeps getting paid and paid and paid. He got the first fully guaranteed contract in the history of the league, in no small part because of the things that we're talking about right now. It's not because he's some high-level, elite traits. I don't know if he made the playoffs when he was in Washington, and he got the highest guaranteed deal in Minnesota.
And it's the hardest thing in the world, too, because think about that. Like, think about Bryce Young. Maybe he ends up being good. Who knows? But the kid's a damn Eagle Scout in a lot of ways, but that's not always the exact best personality. Yeah. You don't need nice people. And your quarterback's an assassin. I don't need somebody who's nice all the time.
What's up,
I don't
guys?
need
everyone good?
Yes sir. Okay, golly gee shucks. No, give me a killer. Give me somebody who's kind of an SOB. That's what Drew Brees, kind of an SOB in a lot of ways. Awesome dude and everything. It doesn't mean, but you got that edge to you. Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, they have edges to them. Aaron Rodgers, insufferable in many ways. So you can't. There's that tendency to want to go for safety or go with a guy that's not going to burn you. It's like marrying the girl next door just because she checks off a bunch of boxes.
CJ has that edge. I mean, you anytime you ask DeMeco or you ask Nick Cesario about CJ Stroud, Nick does. He brings up CJ's edge every time you ask him, and because you ask Nick about CJ, and then he goes through the whole draft profile, and he brings up the edge every time.
That's where and I'm like Phillip Rivers is super religious, doesn't swear and everything, but he's totally got an edge. But if you think about what coaches think about some of the negatives about what they were saying about CJ Stroud, and they sound exactly like the actually really good quarterbacks. You know, like, oh, he's going to, you know, what did Bill O'Brien used to say about Tom Brady? It's hard to coach him because he's so demanding. But what were they saying about CJ Stroud as a negative? Well, he just, you know, he's got a lot of questions and he wants to really test people and everything. Like, dude, what kind of gutless, ballless, like half men are out there that are afraid to bring in a quarterback who's got a mind of his own? Like, and honestly, if I were to find out who those gutless anonymous execs were that were afraid of CJ Stroud's personality, if they were on my team, I'd get him the hell out of there.
Fire him.
Like, you're a eunuch.
Yep.
You've lost you're a castrated half man. What the hell is wrong with you? That's what I say to them.
I'm glad you did.
If you're just joining the show, everybody, we're talking about Tom Brady interviewing CJ Stroud.
Advice to CJ Stroud.
Podcast.
Somehow we wound up on eunuchs. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us in about an hour or so. So CJ on with Tom Brady. DeMeco Ryans on with Pat McAfee. How's the rookie year going as a head coach so far, DeMeco? We'll let you hear some of what DeMeco had to say to Pat McAfee next. I'm going to tell you right now how it's going at West Point Lincoln. It's going great.
market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you.
We were just talking about Sean's daughter when she transferred from Harvard to Oregon, and then from Oregon back to Harvard, and like the advice that I would have given her at the time, because I know that you had reservations about her transferring to Oregon from Chase cross country running glory, but like the part about it, it's complete and total BS, and it doesn't make any sense rationally or anything, but that Harvard degree is a cheat code in a lot of ways.
Yes.
And you get afforded a whole lot more like credit and everything and a lot of things in life just by having that on your resume. And but like, how do you tell that to a kid? Like, hey, listen, it's garbage, it's nonsense, and yet, you've got like, you're 3 steps ahead of everybody else in life. You don't have to prove yourself to nearly the same degree at the onset of things.
Yeah.
You'll get the benefit of the doubt, okay?
Which she realized the year after being at Oregon, and she went back.
So she went from people having the response of being finding out she was a Harvard student, to like when they found out she was Oregon, if you take running out of it, them saying like, oh, cool colors.
Yeah,
sweet colors, bro.
Nike.
Yeah.
You get a Nike discount. Yeah. No, Oregon, she had fun there. It's a good
Oh,
school.
no.
Yeah.
The other side I would say of it, though, too, is like the big benefit of going to like a big name brand school, because my kid is at Oregon right now,
right.
Compared to like some of the like smaller artsy schools that we could have chosen, is just you get the same thing. Like, it's complete bogus, it's BS, but you're part of a kind of a fraternity at that point.
Yes.
And an alumni base that's just monstrous. And I've tried to learn to embrace some of the more superficial things in life as I've gotten older. As I've gotten older, I like to think that I've become more genuine, except also of the absolute nonsense of human behavior, and just say like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, a nice suit will help me get that investment. Okay, this degree will help me do that. Whatever. That's whatever. I'll play the game.
Yeah.
I'll be dead soon enough. I'm going to play the game until I get there. Yeah.
Better frame of mind. We're not changing these societal rules. It is what it is. Yep, for sure. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us in a little under an hour. We'll do some headlines at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Pat McAfee's show yesterday on his rookie year as a head coach so far.
A lot better when you're winning, for sure. So that part has been good. But everything is kind of, we're just hitting our stride. I think, I'm more comfortable in the role. I think just all collaboratively, everyone around me has just helped out. We've all worked well together. Coaching staff has done an unbelievable job of getting their players ready to go each and every week. So I'm just really thankful for my staff and the work that they put in. They deserve all the credit because they've done an unbelievable job.
Take a little credit for yourself, DeMeco. I think you got a little something to do with it.
DeMeco hasn't gotten enough credit this year so far. No, I swear, because honestly, Bobby Slowick gets talked about a lot for a couple reasons.
That's true.
One, obviously, is the offense, and Bobby Slowick does deserve a lot of credit. But now I just ran a search yesterday just to check to see if my prediction was correct, which was after that last game by CJ Stroud. Whole lot more chatter on social media, and especially with Ken Dorsey being fired from the Bills, about like, oh, now all of a sudden Bobby Slowick is a candidate in Buffalo. Bobby Slowick's going to be a candidate in New England. Or Bobby Slowick. We're going to try to roll the dice on Josh McDaniels or Bobby Slowick. Who would you hire? Obviously there are more choices than that. And I know, again, remember, whenever you have a discussion about what teams are going to do, you got to talk about not what should be done, but what will they do.
Will be done, yep.
And owners really, really, really are desperate to get an offensive mind on their staff. So they'll take a guy who's an offensive coordinator without any really, like okay, if I'm going to hire some retread and fire him in a year or two anyway, then why not just at least take a chance on a guy? And this was the thing when they hired Sean McVay. It was like, oh, okay, we're going to hire a bright young offensive mind. Maybe he flames out and he's no good as a head coach, but at least we got that bright young offensive mind in, and maybe we'll have something to stand on. That's what, as long as they continue this streak they're on of offensive football, Bobby Slowick's going to get interviews this year.
CJ Stroud's going to get a lot of guys paid these next few years. CJ Stroud is going to, and this is not to say that Bobby Slowick is riding Stroud's coattails. It's a collaborative effort. They would not be talking. This just in. CJ Stroud has a lot to do with CJ Stroud's success and Bobby Slowick's success.
Right. I think Matt LaFleur is a great example, right, of, Matt LaFleur goes in and he's an offensive coordinator, perhaps masquerading as a head coach, but they're getting results, and then all of a sudden, oh, wow. How is he as a head coach now? I don't know. He doesn't have a good quarterback.
That's right.
Zach Taylor, I don't know. I don't know exactly how good he is as a head coach. I know that Joe Burrow is a hell of a quarterback.
Yep. One more from Pat McAfee's show on his coaching style.
Yeah, with my style, man, I want to be energetic. I want guys to understand, man, football is supposed to be fun. It's not going to be something you dread. It's hard enough, right? The game that we play is hard enough. So I want guys to, first off, be themselves, right? They can relax, they can be themselves, and have fun playing the game. And that's what I wanted to, showcase the most. For me, being a former player, understanding how hard it is. Like, you can have fun, man, playing ball, and it's even more fun when you win. But I really want guys showcasing their personalities. Don't want anybody walking on eggshells when they're in the locker room. I want guys having fun, want guys clowning around, having fun with each other. Then when it comes time to being on the field, doing your job, being where you're supposed to be, man, be accountable, do what you're supposed to do, but have fun doing it.
This is the thing about DeMeco that I really, really like, and there's different ways to do it. Different coaches are more like, there's the Belichick way, there's the Pete Carroll way.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing, it's got to fit the actual personality of the coach. And I think that's DeMeco Ryans' actual personality. But when he said walking on eggshells, it triggered something in me, which reminded me of when I was a young player with the Jaguars and Tom Coughlin was our coach and went to the playoffs multiple times. But in the playoffs, guys made dumb mistakes, really dumb mistakes. And I think a lot of it, honestly, goes back to how tightly wound Tom Coughlin was and just how afraid guy mistake.
Then you make them.
That's a rule in life.
Yeah.
The more fearful you are of making a mistake, you're going to make mistakes. And, when it flipped for Coughlin, it was when he was with the Giants, and he got older. He learned some lessons. But then really that year they ended up winning that first Super Bowl. He thought that he was, he thought he was going to get fired. So he just basically said, you know what? If I'm going to get fired, this might be my last year. I'm going to have fun. And all of a sudden, just everything's changed.
Win the damn Super Bowl.
Everything switched. Yeah, Strahan said he went from the guy that he least would ever want to play for to the guy he never wants to play for anybody but Tom Coughlin. They win 2 Super Bowls just because of that. I mean, there's more to it, but Coughlin says that was the big change.
Yeah.
Just kind of when he flipped the switch like that, where DeMeco has that same balance of demanding accountability, but also much more so than Coughlin at his age, understands the importance of being able to be loose and relaxed and have fun while you're doing it.
You know the lens I'm always going to look at stuff like what we just heard DeMeco say about his coaching style. The lens I'm going to look at it through is a sales lens, and I start thinking, I know the Texans have 8 more games this year, maybe more. It makes me start looking ahead to March in free agency, Seth, and if I'm a free agent and a high-profile free agent, or any free agent for that matter, and I hear that 46-second clip from DeMeco Ryans on Pat McAfee, I'm like, I want to play for that guy.
It's a fun way to play defense for sure. I'm just thinking about it from a defensive player's perspective, defensive lineman. And I said the same thing about Lovie Smith, because Lovie's defense is similar in a lot of. For defensive linemen, sometimes it's hard to really understand how much the reins have been released on you. And I think we saw that with Will Anderson a little bit early on. I think we're seeing less of it now, but it's kind of like when you're, the old, the elephant that's, first you have to keep it on a chain and then a small rope, and then the elephant just stops wandering off.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. Like, your defensive lineman, your whole life you're getting screamed at for screwing up your responsibilities or not playing with perfect alignment all the time and everything. DeMeco's a little bit more free and loose with it, and it's a whole lot of fun, but it takes a little time to get used. It takes a little time for the defensive lineman to get used to having that freedom, and then it also takes some time, as we've seen with the linebackers, for them to learn, I got to really play on the fly here, and it's like playing jazz music. You gotta improvise, and things aren't going to always be the way it's written down on the paper, and that's why I think I'm excited at this point, because this is when defenses get installed. Sometimes the first half of the season can be a little janky. It feels like everything's starting to congeal, and guys are just out there and playing without thinking about it, and they're just going. It feels like they could be on the brink of doing some good stuff.
They played a really good game against the Bengals. I think the scoreboard gets a little twisted because of how the last 4 minutes went down. I don't blame the defense for that. I think the defense, they got put in a bad situation after the pick that CJ Stroud threw. They got put in a first and goal situation against a good offense. And Denzel Perryman committed that PI in the end zone. You don't like to see that. And then I think, I think you could say, granted, tough to touchdown pass, but they did they held him to a field goal at the end of that game, and they didn't let him get in the end zone. I think I'm with you. I think the defense is coming together. I like looking at these hot seat rankings like I'm looking at on CBSSports.com right now. It's fun to look at these and not see a Texans head coach on them. Tiny little sign of progress. Brandon Staley has the hottest seat in the NFL right now. Brandon Staley of the Chargers. So
Staley has the hottest seat, and with good reason. I mean, he's a defensive, Brandon Staley made it an extra 2 years based on using analytical buzzwords, I think, more than anything else. I think the media is so enamored with him every time he brings something up analytical. They're like, oh, my gosh, he just needs to succeed. Who do the Texans have control over these guys' fate, or at least some level of control over their fate? Really, I would guess none of them directly, and they didn't do anything to get Frank Reich fired when they played him individually.
Yeah.
But I would say Matt Eberflus, just by way of the better CJ Stroud plays, the worse Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus look, in that that's the
good
people
take.
are very fixated on the Panthers taking the wrong quarterback without really pointing out, hey, you guys did have this pick, Well, you guys had this pick,
and that does affect Reich. I know Reich beat the Texans, but that even more directly affects Frank Reich because they actually took a quarterback and it wasn't C.J. Stroud. Yeah, the 5 names on the list.
That's true. The Texans are still, even though they lost the head-to-head matchup, they're still affecting Frank Reich.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Reich from 5 down to 1. Reich, Belichick, Eberflus, Ron Rivera, Brandon Staley, the hottest seats in football, according to CBSSports.com. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. If DeMeco Ryans were if CJ Stroud were an NFL scout, what would he be looking for in an NFL quarterback? I thought this was an interesting take by CJ Stroud in an article in The Athletic. We will have that for you next.
What are you looking for in a work pickup or just?
Families.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
For sure, as we go through the process, right, we take a thorough look. So it's talking to all his coaches, right, people that have been with him. And the most important thing for me is throughout the combine process is talking to all of his teammates. And you hear, how much they respected CJ, how much love they had for CJ. You hear the great things that CJ did as a leader for his offensive line and for all the guys that were around him. That's what really stood out to me throughout that process. And that he was, without a doubt, that's a great leader.
That was DeMeco Ryans on the Pat McAfee show when McAfee and his crew asked about the evaluation of CJ Stroud prior to the draft. I'll tell you the one thing CJ did, Seth, in this day and age, he got that NIL money, and he took care of his teammates. He got suits for his offensive linemen through an NIL deal.
Yeah, that's right.
Took him out to eat all the time.
Yeah.
So, good job,
still does. Yeah, well, and he was cooking for him.
Yeah.
Back then. Yeah, he took him out to eat, but he was also cooking for him, and he's continued that, having dinner with, everybody, basically, on a rolling schedule, over to his house. It's, yeah, that was the part where I was talking about with Ryan Day. Both CJ and Ryan Day have talked about the conversations they had where how much leadership was about really just turning your attention outwards and focusing on helping your teammates and making them better and everything, in a way that, I I think it's hard for young men sometimes to really understand that and latch onto it. Like, you know it academically and intellectually, but you can't necessarily feel it until you really understand. And I think CJ just was mature enough to really take that lesson to heart and is following through on it. There was an article about CJ Stroud in The Athletic. There's been several. Zach Kiefer was the one who wrote the one that dropped on Friday. Friday? Yeah, Friday. November 10th was Friday last week. And CJ Stroud, it's funny to listen to DeMeco Ryans talk about their evaluation of CJ Stroud, because CJ was asked, look, like CJ had a very, very, sort of jagged evaluation period with the NFL because of that S2 test. He was at one point he was the number one pick in the draft. At another point, he's dropping out of the top 10 because of the silly S2 test. So I thought Zach asked him a good question, which is, if you were evaluating a quarterback coming out of college, how would you evaluate a quarterback? Here's what he said, quote, I wouldn't be who didn't play another sport growing up. I'd never draft a QB without talking to his teammates first. Now, we just heard DeMeco say they talked to a bunch of his teammates. I'd have to sit down with him and watch film. I would have him explain where the rules stop and where the instincts kick in. Yeah. End quote. Yeah. That was the most interesting one to me, where the rules stop and where the instincts kick in watching film. And I think the interesting thing is, honestly, you could take that, and if that quote was given by any number of different quarterbacks, you could look at it as a positive or a negative. Because you could look at it as like, okay, well, this is a guy who wants to play off script. I think if you look at it with the way CJ Stroud, A, played in college, and B, has played since he's been in the NFL, I think what I take from it is, like, for him, there's a whole lot of value of playing within the script. Mm-hmm. So he's not Johnny Manziel. Like Johnny Manziel thought that he was just going to come up and keep just doing whatever he wanted in the NFL like he did in college. So, like, yes, he understands that valuable part of the game planning, but that at some point you got to flip that switch and, like, okay, now it's time to go into improv mode. And I think we've seen that, So that's it's good to see that. Like almost everything he does, you can point back to quotes that he had during the process. It shows that he's very methodical about all this. Like he doesn't just jump into stuff without thinking about it a whole lot. It's just mature. Understandably, standardized tests would not be part of his evaluation. No tests, he says. Look, my high school report card. I'm not a dumb kid. I'm not going to lie. I was lazy in school. I got what I could so I could play football, but I was always over a 3.0 GPA because that was the standard in my house. That was my mom's rule. Yeah. I respect that more than going and getting a 4.0. The main thing, the main thing, you keep the main thing the main thing. The main thing is you're a football player, CJ, but part of a corollary to being a football player is you do need to have decent grades at least. So he managed to a 3.0 GPA. Not easy to do. This is where the S2 cognition stuff is interesting, because ideally what teams do is they've got, 20 or 30 different factors or variables with a quarterback when they're evaluating them. And maybe some of those standardized tests are one of those little boxes. So ultimately, the only people who really got burned by the S2 cognition test in this draft were the Indianapolis Colts, if that was the deciding factor. And when you're sitting there and you're looking at... Wait, hold on. You said the Colts. Do you mean the Panthers? Yes, I'm at the Panthers. Okay. I was thinking of Frank Reich. Yeah. Sorry. I had Frank Reich in my brain. No worries. The Panthers. So the only team that really got burned were the Panthers, because if they're looking at these two prospects and they're very even in a lot of regards, and it's kind of a coin flip between them, except there's this one big thing, and maybe you like Bryce Young for a few little reasons more, except that, man, he's so tiny. That S2 cognition test might have been, other than size, the S2 cognition test was the biggest, the broadest expanse between. So when it came down to CJ Stroud versus Bryce Young, and you're trying not to be biased about size because it's probably been overblown historically, and you got this hedge fund manager owner, and you're trying to figure out exactly, okay, how do we decide between these two? The only glaring thing other than the size is this S2 cognition test, which, tell me again, Frank Reich, how much are we paying for that test? So it must be worth something? Okay. I guess if you guys are paying a lot of money to use it as an evaluation tool, it must be important. They got hosed because of that S2 cognition test. Like 100% absolutely hosed, specifically because they put too much faith in that test, when it's supposed to be just one small part of the evaluation process.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This could technically be Houston Texans breaking news because it has a direct impact on the Houston Texans.
What is it?
Adam Schefter reporting moments ago, Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson will undergo season-ending surgery on a broken bone in his throwing shoulder.
Whoa.
So he is done. Deshaun Watson is done for the year. So that whatever he was dealing with his shoulder, that was real. I don't think it was ever fake or anything like that, but there were people questioning.
It might have been misdiagnosed.
Yeah,
I mean, like it was so cloudy the way it was handled.
The medical staff cleared him to play.
They cleared him to play. Then he said he wasn't ready, and then he got a lot of heat for that because the dumb coach got up and told everybody he was cleared to play. And then the description of the injury changed, and now this. Man, if they mishandle this shoulder injury, this will go down as just one of the. At least the first 2 years of this, of the biggest contract in NFL history in terms of guaranteed money. This has been a disaster for them.
There's a ton to unpack here. Let's first start with Cleveland right now is feeling what the Texans felt back in 2017 when we opened up those Ian Rappaport tweets to see that Deshaun Watson had a season-ending ACL injury. So that's what Cleveland's feeling right now. As far as the Texans go, there are 3 direct impacts on the Houston Texans with this news. Number one, I don't think the Browns are going to keep winning a bunch of football games with P.J. Walker as their quarterback. I think they've already had their fair share of luck so far this year with their quarterback situation. Still have a good defense.
P.J. Walker completes 49% of his passes.
They're going to lose a bunch of football games here, and they've got a tough schedule coming up. Number two, that schedule includes the Houston Texans on Christmas Eve. So there is, while this game against Arizona just got a whole lot harder with Kyler Murray coming back, who knows if Aaron Rodgers comes back for the Jets and what that means. Will Levis is now quarterbacking the Titans. We don't know. There's been a lot of quarterback shuffle going on with this Texans schedule, none bigger than just now with Deshaun Watson going to injured reserve for the rest of the year. And now P.J. Walker is starting against the Texans. That game got easier today. The Browns are ahead of the Texans in the standings right now. They're 6-3. So unless P.J. Walker, turns into something that he's not, unless he turns into an average NFL quarterbacking, will get the Browns to the playoffs because of that defense. But if P.J. Walker is not average, and he will not be, that's essentially a playoff spot that just opened up for a team right now. The Browns are the 6th seed right now. The Texans are the 7th seed. This is massive news, and forget about how you feel about Deshaun Watson and everything that went on here, requesting the trade, the lawsuits, and everything else. Empirically, this is massive news for the Houston Texans.
I got to tell you, honestly, just because it was weird, P.J. Walker's record as a quarterback has been a little bit strange. Like that San Francisco game was in a heavy downpour. They ended up winning that game. But just by way of just showing you his game log, like when I say he's got a 49% completion percentage, that's not just because he had one really, really bad game or something. He threw for 52% versus San Francisco, 46.9% versus Indianapolis, 48.4% versus Seattle. The defense is so good that they went 2-1 in those 2 games, but it's just not. It's not sustainable.
No.
Like you're not going to keep. It's going to be really, really hard for that team to just to win have a winning record over the remainder of their games with performances like that at quarterback. 1 touchdown to 5 interceptions.
For PJ?
That's how bad PJ Walker has been this year. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so this is huge news. Boy, that contract trade has been an abject disaster for the Cleveland Browns on so many levels. You could start with the PR machinations and charade and dancing that they needed to do for several months after making the trade. All the press conferences about Deshaun and therapy and everything else that they had to go through, totally unconventional. They signed up for this. Cleveland did. So you go through that. Then he doesn't play for 11 games because he gets suspended for all the things that they're making excuses for him. And then when he gets back for those 6 games, he's bad. He's not good. And then you get to this season, he's still not good, and he's banged up. And now he's done for the year.
It's interesting, too, because I've seen some pretty smart people show how the Cleveland's done this in a way, in such a way that it's sustainable with Deshaun's salary and contract and all of that.
Disagree.
If you look at 2024, they've got the 5th least cap space, right, as of now. 2025, they're actually a little bit better in 2025 they got the 3rd least cap space. 2026 they have the least cap space. It's just they've got to do a lot of things perfectly over the next 3 years if and when Deshaun ever ends up being a good quarterback again. That's if he's a good quarterback. If he's not a good quarterback, then it's a complete disaster.
You touched on that with the other thing. I guess they haven't even really started paying for this poor performance 2 years, shoved nearly his entire salary in 2022 into future years by giving him a huge bonus. And they took a big chunk of his salary in 2023, I think almost 75% of it, and shoved it into future years. So there is a credit card statement waiting for the Browns on one of the worst purchases ever made in the history of team sports.
Yeah.
They haven't even started paying for it, really.
If he gets back and he's healthy and he's good, and now this is Deshaun's also, he's had quite a few injuries now. Or at least, at the very least, twice he's been out for the year with injuries.
Yes.
And then and then if you roll into just this is a guy that stuff always seems to happen to. He missed a couple of full seasons in the NFL because of off-field issues.
Seth, even just the game this past Sunday, 3 days after the game this past Sunday, the announcement is he's undergoing season-ending shoulder surgery. So you may say to somebody on the Browns, wow, he must have left the stadium on Sunday with his arm in a sling. No, he left in a walking boot. Because he had an ankle injury. You're right. He's been banged up, man.
So since he entered the league in 2017, he's had 6 seasons. He missed 7 seasons if you count 2021, right? So in 7 seasons, he's played 15 or more games just 3 times.
And one of those was the season that they got Bill O'Brien fired. He's had 2. He has had 2 successful seasons in the NFL on a team level.
Had 2 winning
seasons. 2 that you would, I think Deshaun would tell you 2020 was a rousing success because he led the league in passing yards. They won 4 games, but he did throw for almost 5,000 yards that year. But as far as team success and individual success, Seth, it's not just that it's been 2 out of 7 seasons. He's 4 years removed from that. It was 2018 and 2019. That's a long time ago.
It's a little, it's man. Oh,
brutal.
Boy, it's. I said this when I was on with Amy Lawrence the other day. We were talking about Nick Caserio, and I was pointing out that yes, the quarterback is a big deal. He's done a good job with some of the non-first round picks, especially. But that last year, Kenyon Green and Derek Stingley are still very much negative marks until further notification. Yeah. But the thing that he probably he really doesn't get enough credit for at all, locally or nationwide, is holding his water on the Deshaun Watson trade and end up getting a king's ransom for Deshaun Watson. If it's look at that now, especially. There's one thing with all the stuff swirling beforehand or in all the legal issues and everything. I would have cut bait so much earlier than Nick. I would have accepted so much less just because of the extreme uncertainty of it. But then look at the performance since. I mean, talk about dodging a bullet. That was an absolute coup that they single-handedly destroyed Cleveland's future.
Yeah.
They got all their draft picks, and they gave him a lemon of a quarterback.
Yep, a lemon.
What we're going to see today is more people from Cleveland arguing that the NFL should somehow reverse.
Remember that?
Remember, like one more person came out. One person came out with a lawsuit, and Cleveland acted like, "Oh wait, well we didn't know about this. Cleveland must have lied, or Houston must have lied."
It's a Target. You don't keep your receipt and go to customer service. Sorry, Cleveland. All right, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Let's get to the 8 at 8. And let's start with what we're talking about right now. Deshaun Watson out for the season. This, and some of you are probably going, he's in Cleveland now. Why are they focused on Deshaun? Because this directly impacts the Texans in the draft, and this directly impacts the Texans' 2023 chances of making the playoffs. Hell, it impacts a game on Christmas Eve here later this season. But here's the statement from the Browns, Seth. Deshaun Watson underwent an MRI Monday on 2 injuries sustained on different plays in the first half of our win over the Ravens on Sunday. Imaging on the left ankle revealed a high ankle sprain. In addition, post-game, Deshaun notified our medical staff of a new discomfort in his right shoulder that he felt after a hit in the first half. Okay, so we should note that. This is possibly a different injury than the one that the medical staff cleared him on several weeks ago. So we should make note of that. An MRI of his right shoulder revealed a displaced fracture to the glenoid.
Oh, not the glenoid.
Boy, I'm learning more new body parts with this Deshaun thing. Despite performing at a high level and finishing the game, after consultation with our doctors, it has been determined that this injury will require immediate surgical repair to avoid further structural damage. Deshaun will be placed on season-ending injury reserved, and a full recovery is expected for the start of the 2024 season.
Reports that Deshaun arrived in the room wearing nothing but a tiny towel are erroneous.
Those were not true.
That was a false report.
Those were not true. Yeah. So look, I mean, there's just no two ways to about it here. This is a good thing for the Houston Texans. Your draft pick that you have from the Browns, which currently sits, they're 6-3. That thing currently sits at 24 or 25. There's a really good chance that pick is about where the other two have been so far, somewhere in the team. They've won 6 games, so it's not going to be a top 10 pick. But there's a really good chance that this pick is somewhere around where the Texans have been picking with the Browns pick the last couple of years, 13th and 12th before they started moving around with those picks. I would suspect that's about where this pick is going to wind up in the draft this year. So.
I love this. I love that I get to go to tankathon.com now and I have to scroll a little bit.
Find the Texans.
In a good way, yeah. But then also, again, maybe I won't have to scroll as much when I can start to see some of the other spots. So, yeah, right now, Houston has the trick that the one they traded to Arizona is 20th.
Yeah.
The one that they got from Cleveland is 24th as of right now.
Yep. I would expect the one they got from Arizona, the one they sent to Arizona, I think is going to continue to fall down the draft board. I think the one they got from Cleveland is going to continue to climb. Thus, a very good time to be a fan of the Houston Texans.
2.
This part, not such great news. Denzel Perryman suspended for 3 games for being a repeat offender of hitting people really hard in football games. The trigger mechanism on this suspension was his hit, which was deemed a flag, a penalty on Jamar Chase in Sunday's gliding to the ground. We've hashed that out. Perry, I didn't think it was a good call, but Denzel Perryman's priors, Seth, with the Raiders are factoring into this. He's had a lot of finable offenses through the years. Yeah.
He's had 6 offenses. The biggest thing that annoys me about this is just that this was a situation in which the offensive player put himself in harm's way. If you watch the play in real time, Jamar Chase just drops and slides like a quarterback immediately before Denzel Perryman gets there. So it looks a lot more malicious, especially when people slow it down and you're watching and it looks like, oh, he's got plenty of time to change his route or what have you. In real time, I don't think Denzel Perryman really had a chance. I mean, the lesson is that you can't lower your head anymore. You just got to accept that you're going to get dragged a few yards every now and then because you can't make a tackle where you have a collision with your head down. When I went back and watched the Colts one too, the thing that annoys me about the one earlier in the season versus the Colts was that Zach Moss had also in that instance lowered his head like to use as a weapon. Like he lowered his head in the way that supposedly a few years ago they were going to start flagging and finding running backs for that. So now the running back's allowed to lower his head and use it like a weapon, but the defensive player tackling him has to present his chest as a target, I suppose. If the NFL could start at the very least accounting for instances in which the offensive player puts himself in harm's way and realize okay, we shouldn't be suspending guys when the offensive player is like a jaywalker blocker walking in. Like, all right, the guy that hit him was speeding 5 miles per hour over the limit, but the guy jumped out into traffic. I'm not going to send the driver to jail for that.
Yep.
3.
All right, CJ Stroud, the MVP talk has heated up. Something happened with CJ Stroud on these odds boards that Seth and I use for the show on betonline.ag. We use Jimmy Shapiro is the name of the guy who sends us the emails every week with the new odds of Super Bowls, chances of winning the division. By the way, the Texans improving every week in both of those departments. CJ Stroud, I've never seen anything like this before. 10 weeks into the season, he has not been on the MVP odds board once this year. And that odds board is like, the beginning of the season is like 40 deep. Like, they've got guys on there that have zero chance of maybe even starting by the 5th week of the season. And CJ wasn't even on the list at the start of the year. CJ Stroud has entered the MVP odds board 10 weeks into the season, 5th place on the odds board at 12-1. The only 4 players with shorter odds to win the MVP than CJ Stroud right now are Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Tua Tagovailoa. 2 of those guys have won MVPs already in the NFL. Those are the only 4 guys ahead of CJ Stroud on the MVP odds board right now, Seth.
There's a bar that's like an artificially high bar to cross in this instance just because the last guy to do it was Jim Brown to win the MVP as a rookie. So I think there's a natural tendency for voters to almost look at, they're going to do what Jim Brown didn't have to contend with at the time, which is they have to compare, they're going to compare CJ to the legacy of Jim Brown. So when Jim Brown got the award, nobody was saying, boy, we can't put Jim Brown here because that's saying he's as good as such and such player.
Turns out.
Yeah, with CJ, they're going to be like, oh, okay, so we're basically going to say he's one of the greatest players of all time if we put him here. So I think that's one thing that's going to prevent just the psychology of voters from doing it. The other side of it is that there's just, there's some genuinely really good quarterbacks with better performances over the first half of the season right now. For CJ to be genuinely really in the conversation for the top 2 or 3, he's got to just continue what he's been doing over the past couple of weeks and get up into those same statistical categories. He's only about 4 or 5 touchdowns off of the leaders there. If he doesn't throw any more interceptions, dude, that's a huge check in his favor. That's a big one. And then getting a little bit closer in terms of gross yardage and all of that, QBR, quarterback rating. He's still between 5 and 10 in a lot of the other stats.
4.
All right, Seth, how would you feel about the Texans switching up the uniform, using a uniform combination that they have never used before in the game on Sunday? Because I asked this because the Texans tweeted this out yesterday evening, 6:45 p.m. last night. Might do something crazy this weekend, like wear the battle red helmets with Color Rush unis, IDK. The Color Rush unis, for those unfamiliar, you know the unis, you've seen them. You may not know that this is what they're called, but those are the kind of different color dark blue, not the deep steel blue, but a different color dark blue with the red numbers on them. The team is toying with the idea, it would appear, of wearing those uniforms, but not with the dark blue red helmet.
Yeah, I like it, especially versus a team that you don't necessarily have natural juice against. Some of these NFC matchups at times, and I would say the Panthers, there was some natural juice just because of the quarterback situation, but the Panthers, an expansion team versus an expansion team, it just doesn't quite, especially an NFC expansion team, doesn't feel the same. The Cardinals, in a weird way, feel kind of like an expansion team to me, in a way that it's a way other teams that have moved, like the Colts or the Rams, don't feel like an expansion team the way the Cardinals do to me. There's just something that it takes extra juice. So if the Color Rush unis are what do it for some people, then by all means I say go for it.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see. I don't have a feeling one way or the other. I looked at them, I'm like, all right, it looks different. We'll see. My opinion.
People love the red helmet, man.
They do love. I love the red helmet. I think the red helmet's great. I think it should be the permanent helmet. So we'll see. Maybe some little new uniform combo on Sunday.
5.
Congrats to Warren Moon. He is in the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, part of the induction class, part of this year's class that'll get inducted. Of course, Houston Sports Awards, they'll get honored as well early next year. John McClain, who joins us in about 13 minutes or so. He was the one who broke the news to Warren Moon earlier this week, and so we'll talk to John a little bit about that. But Warren Moon, Lance Berkman, Cynthia Cooper.
One thing about Warren Moon compared to some other former Houston quarterbacks who can't seem to finish a season, I remember this.
Warren Moon was a beast.
When Brandy broke her sternum doing roller derby, she talked to the doctor. I don't know if the doctor was supposed to disclose this or not, so I won't say who it was. But no, this was all public back then. Dr. Lowe was telling her about Warren Moon playing through like a broken sternum and how it took forever to heal because he kept playing through a broken sternum in a time and age when defensive linemen were allowed to take 2 steps after the ball was gone and hit you as hard as they possibly could, helmet lowered or not, and drive you into the turf. Like Warren Moon was out there playing with a broken sternum. Like that's old school.
Dude, he was playing in the run and shoot also, where there's no protection for the quarterback.
No protection at all, yeah.
Like that's crazy.
6.
College football playoff rankings. A little shuffle at the top. They revealed the new rankings last night. The only real change, really, among the top 8, 9, 10 teams was the flip-flop at number 1. Georgia, on the heels of a just complete dismantling of Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin over the weekend, they bump up to number 1 over Ohio State, who bumps back to number 2. Michigan remains 3, Florida State 4, Washington and Oregon both on the outside looking in right now at 5 and 6. But there's going to be a little carnage in that top 4. If those 2 teams keep winning, and they may face each other, I guess, in the Pac-12 championship game down the road. So still a lot more to do here. And Texas sitting at 7 right now. So.
Yes. So, but it makes for interesting brackets right now. By the way, I'm pretty sure it was Steve McNair, not Warren Moon, that had the broken sternum, now that I'm thinking about it. I think I played against him while he had that broken sternum. Okay. So it was
Warren Moon was tough, though, man.
You know, he didn't even ever report it to the he didn't even tell the doctors about his broken sternum.
Right now, if Warren Moon's in Houston and he's listening right now, he's like, God, I don't remember that broken sternum.
I don't remember that at all.
Wow.
His head injuries, my God.
I got to go get my head checked out.
So it was Steve McNair. Okay. I just Googled it. Okay. Pretty sure it was Steve McNair. Apologies to everybody for my poor memory. As far as the college football rankings, the brackets right now, the hypothetical brackets look pretty cool.
They're fun to look at.
You got Georgia versus Florida State. You got Michigan versus Ohio State. Yeah. You've got Oregon versus Washington. So you've got all the geographic rivalries there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
7.
All right, the Bills, on the heels of a catastrophic Monday night loss that included 4 turnovers by the Bills, they have fired their offensive coordinator, Ken Dorsey. Ken Dorsey, who replaced Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll was the one who constructed that offense that turned Josh Allen into a multi-gajillionaire. It's not gone as well for Josh Allen since Brian Daboll left. And the best part about Ken Dorsey getting fired, the OC in Buffalo, Seth, is that with the TV on in the studio here, we repeatedly get to see that 15-second clip from the coach's box last season where Ken Dorsey was really angry about how a play went. And he grabbed his laptop, threw it against the wall, and just started slamming notebooks against the counter for about 10 or 15 seconds.
I think there are a couple things going on here. It was interesting. It was basically yesterday I saw a whole lot of arguing between Buffalo people and national people. And national, hey, look, the Bills are actually like top 3 in this offensive category. Hey, the Bills are top 5 in this offensive category. Got to blame somebody, I guess. And Bills fans and media are like, oh, you idiots. Like, you don't know or understand. And Orlovsky did a good job of pointing out some of the things that were basically they ask a lot of Josh Allen. And when you watch a Bills game, it sure does feel like when we watch a Bill, I'll watch maybe like 3 or 4 Bills games a year. And it feels like you are having teeth pulled every single time Josh Allen does something good. Like it has to be out with it, him doing it with his legs or him making a crazy circus throw or something like that. Whereas, like, you know, like, Sean, like we noticed this year, wow, it just looks like sometimes on these offensive drives with the Texans, it just looks so easy. Why was it never this easy with Bill O'Brien? Like, why is it not taking superhuman efforts all the time to move the ball down the field? That's what Bills games feel like. Mm-hmm. Now, the other side of it, though, too, is, okay, is it that way because Ken Dorsey can only do so much with Josh Allen? Josh Allen leads the leagues in interceptions like every single year. That might be the case. The problem is, like, you're not getting rid of Josh Allen.
No,
you gotta run an experiment and figure out what the hell's going on because just something's not right now with the Buffalo offense. The interceptions are a big part of it, and Ken Dorsey ends up. Ken Dorsey's numbers as offensive coordinator are actually almost identical to Brian Daboll's numbers as offensive coordinator.
Really? Okay.
It's really there's a real disconnect. The other situation it reminds me of is people with Baker Mayfield. Like when when the Browns got rid of Baker Mayfield, there were a lot of people in the national media who were like, "Hey, look at his numbers." Well, it's kind of weird. Like, are they just scapegoating Baker Mayfield? And Cleveland people are like, let's look at the fourth quarter statistics. Let's look at the number of times Baker has blown it in the fourth quarter, or blown a lead, or anything else like that. It's different when you watch the games.
It's not always linear. Quarterbacking. It's not always linear. Last one here. I got in the car this morning. I went to bed fairly early last night, so I didn't get to see all the reaction on social to this, nor even see it live on TV. I just got in the car to the reaction to it this morning. Apparently, Draymond went Draymond again last night. I mean,
oh my gosh! This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in sports.
Apparently,
this is what happened. Just without any context. Draymond put
Rudy Gobert
in a sleeper hold for 20, 25 seconds.
Long enough time to put him to sleep, possibly.
Yeah. It was so weird. Now, to give Draymond at least a little bit of credit, there was a scrum on the court 2 minutes into the game, and Draymond ran in and grabbed Rudy Gobert and put his arm around, went straight to the sleeper hold.
Yeah.
Didn't, transition to it or anything from an arm bar. Just went straight to the sleeper hold while Gobert was otherwise occupied. Except the only thing I could say is I think it was a relatively loose sleeper hold because Gobert was still looking and stuff.
You know how in wrestling when you get a guy in a headlock and the referee kind of slips the hand in there to make sure you're not choking him or whatever, like in MMA? If they'd slipped the hand in there underneath Draymond's elbow, you think there probably was at least a little bit of space there? It wasn't choking him out, maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
That dude, man. What is wrong with him?
I don't know. He started this fight I don't know if he started it, but a fight started 2 minutes into the game. I haven't watched it yet. But apparently,
have you ever seen anybody put a chokehold? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Not in an NBA fight before. But the fight started 2 minutes into the game, and Steph was not playing in this game. Let's point that out as well. So 2 things here. Rudy Gobert said that after the game, he basically clowned Draymond. He said, well, he never likes to play when Steph doesn't play. So he just wanted to get ejected right away, which is pretty funny. The worst take I heard about this was on a national radio show, not the one on CBS Sports Radio, the one on ESPN, where they were trying to use this as a way to show that, boy, these players sure are taking these in-season tournament games awfully seriously. Because this was an in-season I hate the in-season tournament.
Yeah, because that's exactly what happens in
the playoffs.
Where people care about. Yeah.
They get ejected.
That's exactly the stuff that doesn't happen in games that they care about.
Oh, my God, It was the dumbest take I've ever heard. All right, John McClain, he will join us here. Let's get John's thoughts. The big news, if you haven't heard, Deshaun Watson out for the year with shoulder surgery on an injury he sustained. It's believed to have been sustained, a new injury against the Ravens on Sunday. We'll talk about that with John McClain next.
If you've been in an accident and you've got bills and you've got pain,
presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of reaction on the text page. A lot of reaction. Big news. Big headline. Deshaun Watson out for the year in Cleveland. Shoulder surgery on a broken bone in his right shoulder into the Browns. A new injury that he suffered in addition to the ankle injury in the game against the Ravens on Sunday. A lot of react. We'll get to the react in just a second. John McClain joins us now. He joins us each and every week at this time. He's the Hall of Famer. He is our good friend, and he is our senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com. John, good morning. This is some sort of news out of Cleveland this morning, huh?
Sure is. I can't believe it didn't leak to one of the national media, and the Browns actually announced it. You know, they've lost Watson. They lost Nick Chubb early in the season. They've continued to win. They won 2 games with P.J. Walker because they can run the ball, and they got the best defense in the NFL. But, you know, Texans have their first round pick, and so you would think that it's going to be higher than it would have been if Watson had been healthy.
This isn't an official designation, but it seems to follow some athletes in various sports. But it's always something guy. I feel like the Deshaun Watson, who's had 3 full seasons out of the 7 years he's been in the NFL, is Deshaun, between his on-field and off-field issues, has he become a always something guy? Like, do you just feel like, okay, there's no reason for me to believe that Deshaun is going to be a consistently good quarterback the rest of his NFL career?
Except, I don't know. They've been really unhappy, and I say the media and the fans have been on him a lot for being hurt so much this year. But he showed here in 2018 he's tough. He played with a collapsed lung and a broken ribs, and he was tough. And they lived that year. But since a lot of people are always going to say, well, he's got $230 million guaranteed. He doesn't have to go through all that. But the fact is, this is a serious injury. It's going to require a lot of rehab. Anybody that's undergone shoulder surgery knows what a pain it is just in your everyday life. So when he comes back, hopefully, if you're a Browns fan, you hope he can stay healthy the rest of his career. But they've been very frustrated with his health.
John, what's the more profound effect for the Texans with this injury in your mind? Is it the effect on the draft capital or the effect on the playoff race?
I think they don't care about the draft at this point. You know, that's for us and fans to talk about. I think it would just, and I'm not saying it's eliminating them from the playoff race, because when you can run the ball and play that kind of defense, you always should be playing a lot of close games. But I would think any team that could be eliminated or be have a problem because of significant injuries like that would be much more important for the Texans.
So, you know, right now the Browns are ahead of the Texans in the playoff standings, and obviously the Texans play the Browns on Christmas Eve. I mean, it's way too early, I guess, to really handicap the rest of the season for the Browns, other than to say they managed to go to 2-1 with P.J. Walker as their quarterback. But P.J. Walker has thrown 1 touchdown and 5 interceptions. The Browns' defense is just really, really good. How good could they be over the remainder of the season?
Well, the guy they cannot afford to lose is Myles Garrett, who's the leading candidate to be voted NFL Defensive Player of the Year. And all those picks they stockpiled and used on defensive players. And Jim Schwartz, his first season with them, he's doing a great job. He's probably right now one of the leading candidates. Well, I think like Bobby Slowick is a leading candidate for Assistant Coach of the Year. Jim Schwartz would be as well. And but they haven't had injuries hit them on that side of the ball like they have on offense. But I think when you can run it and you can play defense, you can play some close games. But, man, you guys know the quarterback has to be able to make some plays, and P.J. Walker hasn't gotten them beat, but he hasn't made the kind of plays you're going to have to play when we're in crunch time now, middle of November down through December, and he's going to have to make some plays, and they don't know if he can.
Yeah, I'm looking, and we're talking to John McClain. If you're just tuning in, the big news, Deshaun Watson will undergo season-ending shoulder surgery. He's out for the season. They've got 8 games left. I'm looking at their schedule, John. It's not murderer's row. I mean, they got Pittsburgh this weekend, Denver, the Rams, Jacksonville, Chicago, the Texans, the Jets, and Cincinnati. So, I mean, there's obviously there's plenty of losses on that schedule for a team with P.J. Walker at quarterback, but there's only 2 division games for them left. They played Baltimore both times already, and there's not a Kansas City or a Philly or a San Francisco on that schedule. If you're going to muck your way into the playoffs with 9 wins, they've got 6 already. That's about as good a schedule, I think, as you could probably expect to play.
Absolutely. And they play Pittsburgh, and the Steelers have big-time offensive problems. This is probably the first time this season the Steelers will not be outgained by an opponent. But Pittsburgh is not prolific. They run the ball. They play defense, kind of throwback football, and the Texans need the Steelers to win. Steelers are in the playoff picture as well, but if you want one team to lose, for sure, it would be the Browns. But I think that schedule you just read off, they might end up with 10 victories.
John, without, I'm not trying to pile on Deshaun Watson here whatsoever or anything, but Deshaun Watson, his rookie year, had a very, very promising and exciting year until he got injured. If you had to compare, now that we've got 9 games with CJ Stroud, which is 2 more than Deshaun had his rookie year, what's the difference between those two? Like in terms of maybe the way quarterback evaluators look at him, the national media, the local media, all of that.
Well, the national media is ready. He's run away with Offensive Rookie of the Year, and he's in the conversation for MVP. I think he's 5th or 6th in Vegas, and I'd be shocked if he's voted MVP. But everybody's talking about these last 2 games. They're not talking about the Carolina game where he threw for 140 yards, and all of a sudden this offense has been transformed. Once he did have explosive plays, Bobby Slowick started dialing them up, and it's been a totally different offense. Watson had more touchdown passes in 7 games than Stroud does in 9, but he threw a bunch of interceptions. And the thing that set him off more was he ran a lot more because that's just in his nature. Watson showed in the last 3 games where he had double-digit run, and 8-yard touchdown. Stroud showed in these last 3 games. And if he needs to run, he can do it. And the way he ran around, getting away from the rush and completed a pass last week, Stroud, all those talks about his lack of mobility and people worried about his mobility, he can be mobile when he needs to be. And the coaches and offensive linemen love it like that. So you hope that he can stay healthy, because if he stays healthy and they keep winning, they only play 2 teams left that have winning records: Jacksonville, whom they've already beaten by 20, and then Cleveland, and both of them are at NRG Stadium. So they're poised to make a serious run here, not just on wild card berth, but the AFC South. And that's why they can't get caught overlooking the Cardinals for the Jaguars. But if they beat Arizona and Stroud leads the way, of course, that Jacksonville game is going to be huge. And the fans, I think they will come out and be just about as loud as we've ever heard them on a regular season game.
Boy, I'm just thinking about this Cleveland thing and Deshaun Watson out for the season, and just thinking about what they're saying in Cleveland right now. I've been listening to radio this season so far, John, just because I love listening to the reaction of all the Deshaun stuff there. I guarantee you they are killing Andrew Berry today for trading Joshua Dobbs before the season to Arizona. Killing him, because they've been killing him all season for it, because their backups have been P.J. Walker and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And the Joshua Dobbs that Minnesota is getting right now, that Joshua Dobbs could get the Browns to the playoffs very, very easily.
And he didn't start that first game. He came in after the first series, and he did start the last one. So he's won his, I think, 2nd game as a starter, and he's playing great. He's throwing the ball. He runs well. He's not turning it over. People kind of thought, okay, he didn't have time to prepare for the first one, but he did the last one, and they won that too. And I think Cleveland has had him twice. Wasn't he in Cleveland before he went to Nashville?
Probably.
And then from the Titans back to Cleveland? So they've had him twice and then let him go, trade him to Arizona, and then they traded him to Minnesota. So he's well-traveled, but he is one of the greatest success stories in NFL history.
So, John, Denzel Perryman suspended by the league for 3 games. He will appeal it. Kareem Jackson appealed his suspension and got it reduced to 2 games for similar infractions. Do you expect that Denzel Perryman will be back by the Broncos game at least, and possibly the Jaguars game?
Yeah, I think that yes, he will be, and I think too, like they did Kareem. How can they not? If you've done it for Kareem Jackson, how can you not do it for Denzel Perryman? And it would only be fair. And I feel bad for him because losing $350-something thousand. And but hopefully they'll knock it down to 2, and they'll see for Denver, because the way Russell Wilson's playing a whole lot better, and the Broncos have seemed to have turned it around, they're going to need all hands on deck on defense.
John, what are your before we get you out of here, what are your early thoughts on this game coming up on Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals?
I think it's going to be an entirely different offense with Kyler Murray, his mobility. He looked really good in the first game. I thought he would struggle, being the first time he's been back in a year, and he looked like the old Kyler Murray. But this defense, they're playing really, really well. I think they'll be ready and prepared for him, and the Texans should win it.
This another team that Joshua Dobbs played for. John, their schedule the rest of the year, the Texans, half of their schedule are teams that Joshua Dobbs has taken snaps for within the last 17 games. Throw 2 Tennessee games in there as well. It's the Josh Dobbs Memorial Tour. That's what the Texans are doing here down the stretch. John, what do you got going on SportsRadio610.com?
I'm about to get a column up on the website about if DeMeco Ryans and CJ Stroud are candidates for coach and MVP. Why should Nick Caserio be a leading candidate for executive of the year? And it's all about going to have one tomorrow with Warren Moon talking about CJ Stroud. I interviewed him last week when we surprised him at Hilton Americas downtown, when he was totally caught off guard that he's been voted his class of 2024 for the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. Guys, thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Good stuff. And we got a Utopia football podcast. It'll drop tomorrow previewing the Arizona game, so we're looking forward to that. John and I record those Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
Hilton Americas is a good place to go to feel like you're living in the world that you dreamed you'd live in when you were a child. Like, if you're like, it's almost like you feel like you're in the movies. Because everything's huge.
Yes.
Like, huger than like, you walk into the lobby and it's just so massively big. And that's where we used to stay the night before games. And I always felt kind of like, oh, this is like some really fancy stuff here. Yeah.
You know what it feels like? It feels like what when you and I were younger in science fiction movies, what we thought the future was going to look like.
Yeah,
you know, like with all the decor is a little bit different, a little futuristic, and you're right, the big high ceilings and everything. Yes.
I remember having a drink, and then as I was even an older adult later on, I remember having a drink at that bar like late at night once, and there was, there's all these people speaking different languages and everything all over the place.
We are living in the future, circa 1983. Absolutely. All right, big thanks to John McClain for joining us on the show. We'll circle back to the big news. Deshaun Watson injured. He's out for the season. We're going to get back to CJ Stroud, the Texans, everything going on in the NFL and around the world of sports. As you guys know, Seth and I do, and we can take Seth some lessons from an endorser that we're about to hear from. I think we need to incorporate some of what this particular endorser is doing for his really ad spots. That is next. But first, let me do an endorsement here for YellowRoseDistilling.com, the Yellow Rose Distillery. And the best endorsements are the ones for products that you use and you love. And that certainly fits the bill with Yellow Rose whiskey, by God. All of them, the rye, the Outlaw Bourbon, the Harris County, and a nice old-fashioned. And I love going to the Yellow Rose Distillery. They've got a great bar there, great place to hang out with some friends. Today's Wednesday, all-day happy hour. It starts at 2. So get on over to the Yellow Rose Distillery for that. Tomorrow's steak night. Get on over to the Yellow Rose Distillery for that. I know more and more of you hanging out there. It's a great meeting space as well. If you've got a company meeting or maybe a holiday.
Quarters. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. The big news, Deshaun Watson out for the season. We'll circle back to that at the top of the hour. The reaction on the text page alone to the Deshaun Watson news, you do a whole segment reading your text. It's been remarkable. It's been incredible. So we'll get
we'll have to play some Cleveland radio tomorrow.
Yes,
according Cleveland radio.
Yeah, according to one texter who's peeking in on the Fan up there, 92.3 The Fan is our sister station. They're flipping out right now up in Cleveland.
I would imagine
so. They're flipping out. Hey man, welcome to 2017 Houston. We were flipping out.
Why don't they just what I would tell them is like, hey man, just bide your time, and in a few years you'll probably find like a CJ Stroud type.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Cleveland. Poor Cleveland. Cleveland can't.
No.
They go their entire existence, and they got Bernie Kosar as the best quarterback they've ever had. And honestly, like, I'm not even joking. I feel bad for him because, okay, they finally say, all right, enough is enough. We'll sell our soul. We'll give a record-breaking contract. This quarterback who doesn't even want to be here, we will just throw so much money at him that he's going to come to us. And then it's just been an abject disaster for them since then. And meanwhile, the expansion team that traded Deshaun Watson to him has a couple of rough seasons, goes out and gets a offensive rookie of the year, CJ Stroud.
Like a lock. Like he's 9 games in and nobody else is even in contention for the award. It's
messed up, man.
1 to 20. Who played college football in Ohio? Like that's the other thing.
I feel like it's almost like, when oh boy, that's tough. When like you somebody you have an acquaintance that you like or whatever, and maybe in some capacity you end up being like more successful than they are, like in like a sport or something. And you found that person because you don't want them to think you're a jerk, and you actually feel bad for them, but you don't want to. I feel like that with the Browns right now. Like if we're making casual small talk at a party or something, and I'm like, so what you been up to?
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
That's how you feel? Because I would walk up to her at the bar and she'd walk away in 15 seconds because I was the obnoxious jerk that was reminding her how flawed she is. Hey, what's that on your face?
That's true, yeah. Okay, so it's like
you
an
used to look a lot thinner. Yeah.
It's like an ex-girlfriend or something that maybe she's had a rough go of it since you found happiness, you're married.
Yeah.
But your ex-girlfriend is really like, she developed various drug habits since then. She looks maybe 10 years older than she actually is.
I would remind her of all those things. Yes.
And then she's coming on to you, and you're kind of like, God,
no.
Boy, oh.
No. No.
I mean, yeah, but you can't assign a non-disclosure.
I'm not doing anything. I got a laptop back at the hotel room. I'm good. Yeah.
I've got old pictures of you.
That's insult to injury right there. All right. So, Seth, you and I both do endorsements for different companies and things like that. I think we're both pretty good at what we do in that realm. But I don't know, man. We might need to take a few lessons here from the ultimate endorser. You pointed.
I move a lot of widgets.
Yeah, we move widgets like crazy. Coach O Coach O, who in this commercial, what is this commercial for again, Seth? Because I got fixated on a few other things in this commercial.
It's for a type of athletic shorts.
Okay. Yeah. I start hearing him talk, and I'm just so enamored with his voice, I forget what he's saying to me, you know?
He's selling athletic shorts, but this is the visual that needs to be set up. You can listen to the audio on your own, but the visual is shirtless Coach O, who looks his age, but looks incredibly fit for his age. It's he's got one of those bellies that it looks like he's fat, but it's like a rock hard belly when you see him without his shirt on, or when you see him with his shirt on.
You can actually see like a six-pack in there somewhere on a belly.
Yeah, so when you see him shirtless, you're like, oh, he's got veiny arms, like biceps and forearms, and his belly sticks out, but it's all muscular.
Yes. Yeah.
So he's out running around in these athletic shorts, and this is what he wants you to know about them.
I'm Coach O. If you're an athlete like me, you rock the rollback gym shorts. They're lightweight, easy to move in. So go check them out. Rollback.com.
And that's like 20 words, and I totally want to go buy like 10 pairs of these shorts.
They're Rhoback, RHOBACK.
Okay.
Rhoback gym shorts.
Rhoback. Yeah, let me tell you.
Oh, sorry. He's punching. He's doing the little punching drills where the guy, when the guys hold the pads on their hands.
Yeah, dude, he's ready to go bar fight in this video.
Yeah. He looks really good, man. And he's selling these shirts. They show him running. They have an ass shot of him, like slow motion walking away.
They have multiple crotch shots of him. Like
they zoom right in on his
right in.
Oh, dude, no wonder he had to get fired from LSU. You expect these to keep their hands off of this?
I love Coach O so much. I love Coach O because when he got his buyout from LSU, he's like, awesome, give me my $17 million. I'll get the hell out of your hair. I'll see you later. All right? Athlete Like Me was my favorite. Ben, just play the first 3 seconds of that again.
I'm Coach O. If you're an athlete like me.
Okay, we're good.
Dude, he would kick
you're an
the
athlete
crap
like
out of
me.
him.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's fit, man.
He's
fit,
fit.
and you can tell he's been doing nothing with his retirement, but just he's probably working out 3 hours a day.
Dude.
He's probably got a juicer or something. He's single, right? He's single.
He got divorced.
Yeah, so he's just living the life. I'm surprised he even took the Rhoback. I think he took this ad opportunity because, as you mentioned, he got a $17 million buyout and was making pretty good coin before that, too. I'm guessing he took this just so he could have an ad, a reason to be shirtless out there doing boxing drills for people.
And I don't blame him.
Women, and so women seeing that.
Yeah, I don't blame him one bit, man. I mean, that's basically his Tinder profile right there is what that is.
Good
it's
for you, Coach O. I'll tell you one thing. Les Miles doesn't look like this with his with his shirt off.
God, no.
Nick Saban, no.
Brian Kelly, hell no. Hell no.
God.
Your replacement? Nope. Sorry. I'm Brian Kelly for these shorts. These shorts are tight. I hate them.
I know Taekwondo.
Starts yelling at the shorts. Shorts, you suck! Oh, my God, shorts. You're terrible. So I coach you of doing endorsement spots. This one is, John Harris and I used to play this on our old show at our other station. This goes back to 2007 when he was the head coach at Ole Miss.
Hey, I'm Coach O. I just love my Hummer. I believe the Hummer is the best vehicle on the road. Big, tough, aggressive, and it represents everything that we want at Ole Miss. I have my Hummer. You need a Hummer. Tell them about it, JoJo.
Mississippi, they are here. The new Rogers-Dabbs H3 Hummers are here.
The folks at Rogers-Dabbs Hummer are first-team players. Come see them.
Rogers-Dabbs and Hummer like nothing else. New H3 starting at just $32,000.
Love it.
I love it.
How old is Ed Orgeron?
He's in his 60s now, I think. Pretty sure.
I look like that when I'm 60. Dude. I guess the first step would be to look like that when I'm 48.
I was going to say, I've never looked like that as an adult ever.
I bet I go up and down.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it's playing on my phone right now, and I can't get it to stop playing. He's an incredibly persistent.
Oh, you can't get it to stop playing Coach O?
That's what I'm telling people. Yeah.
If your phone's going to play something in perpetuity, Coach O talking about what a great athlete he is while there's crotch shots of him, that's a pretty good thing to be stuck on.
He should sell a ringtone. That'd be like, this is Coach O. You should pick up the phone.
Yeah.
We're probably going to get a ham sandwich or maybe some boudin or something.
Dude, I'm afraid that all my clients are listening. It's like, you know what? Like, I think I might just like Coach O. Like,
it's Coach O for Yellow Rose Whiskey. YellowRoseDistilling.com.
We should have him. You know what? Let's look into seeing if we can have him on weekly or something.
That would be great.
Or like do a college football segment with him.
Yes. I like that.
That would be great. Just his voice, having his voice, and then maybe we could get him some ad opportunities. There's probably somebody that would sponsor that.
Right. As long as it doesn't cut into any of our ad opportunities.
I'm not currently sponsoring any athletic shows.
More Carroll Law Firm, 281-222-2222.
If you've been fired and not received your buyout, if you're anything like me, you've got millions of dollars coming to you.
You been in an Uber and got hit by Seth Payne?
There's some highfalutin radio host jacks you from behind when you weren't expecting it, and then tries to talk you into not calling the police, even though you don't speak English. Putting that jibber jabber Google Translate phone machine in your face.
Hypothetically,
when some 6'4" beast, not cut like me, jumps out of his car and says, "Hey man, we don't have to call the police.
He's not an athlete like me.
Just give me your insurance information."
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. The Deshaun Watson effect. He's out for the season. The three biggest effects this has on the Houston Texans season and off season, and it is good. That is next.
West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land right now, let me tell you. Ruben Mendoza.
No, I'm going to do it in my regular voice.
Odyssey station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Huge news in the NFL. It shuffled the entire rundown today, but it's big news, and it impacts the Houston Texans. Deshaun Watson is done for the season. Deshaun Watson is done for the season with a new shoulder injury, according to the Browns. I'll pull up the statement that the Browns issued earlier today. But they are going to be working with PJ Walker at quarterback for the remainder of the season. Here's the statement from the Cleveland Browns that dropped just before we did headlines at 8 o'clock today, so late in the 7 o'clock. There went an MRI on Monday on 2 injuries sustained on different plays in the first half of our win over Baltimore on Sunday. Imaging on his left ankle revealed a high ankle sprain, which, by the way, there's a chance he might have been out for a little while with that, with a high ankle sprain. I doubt he's playing against the Steelers defense on Sunday with a high ankle sprain. Doesn't matter now because of this injury. Continuing with the Browns' statement here. In addition, post-game, Deshaun notified our medical staff of a new discomfort in his right shoulder that he felt after a hit in the first half. An MRI on his right shoulder revealed a displaced fracture to the glenoid. Okay, pause here for a second. Everybody asking, is it possible to go get a glenoid massage? I don't know. I'd never heard of a glenoid before this statement from the Browns, all right?
I think I had mine removed.
Your glenoid?
I was getting too much strep throat.
That's
right.
right.
Got rid of my glenoids.
Went and got those removed from the ENT. Despite performing at a high level and finishing the game, this is the Browns statement continuing, after consultation with head physician James Voos, industry-leading shoulder specialist Neil Elatrache, there he is again, it's been determined that this injury will require immediate surgical repair to avoid further structural damage. Deshaun will be placed on season-ending IR, and a full recovery is expected for the start of next season. So Deshaun Watson, done for the year. And Seth, I would say, other than the Browns, the team that is impacted the most by this injury in a positive way for our team is the Houston Texans. They of the other 31 teams, nobody is impacted more than the Houston Texans because of the draft and the playoff standings right now.
The draft capital, the playoff standings, and directly the Texans play the Browns on Christmas Eve. So right when it's coming down to crunch time there with a couple games left in the year, it's going to be that game. Hopefully with like a PJ Walker who's got tons and tons of film on him by that point, and the Browns are just trying to scrap together any effort they can with their very, very good defense. The Texans hopefully, I don't want to say have an easy victory there, but like have a very realistic chance at a victory there. That's a huge swing compared to, you think about the way that Browns defense is played, and then if Deshaun had continued to kind of get into his groove, like he's looked more like the guy that they were hoping to get these last couple weeks, that would have been a rough game. Where now the Texans should be, unless they have a slew of injuries or something, it should be pretty heavily favored in that game. The one report that I found interesting on this was from Tom Pelissero, which there it is. Deshaun Watson wanted to be shot up and play through the injuries, and he sought multiple medical opinions per sources, but doctors were clear, if he got hit again in that same spot, the shoulder could fall apart. Ew. Now surgery awaits, and his 2023 season is over. Mm-hmm. So there are a lot of people, I think there are a lot of the Browns fans especially that have accused him of faking it or this, that, the other thing. I think the Browns as an organization, it appears they may have really handled the reporting of all of this pretty poorly, because there are conflicting reports from the Browns type injury it was. I think that they put Deshaun's business out there prematurely when they publicly proclaimed that he'd been cleared to play. They didn't have to do that. And like all of these things that added more drama to it than there needed to be, it just hints at, man, this organization has still got some. It still just feels a little bit off in some ways.
Incredibly, so let me back up. There were 2 huge trades for quarterbacks in the 2022 offseason. Russell Wilson was traded to the Denver Broncos for 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and 3 players. And the Broncos promptly gave him a $250 million contract, much of which was guaranteed. And Russell Wilson has been largely terrible for the Broncos since he got there. That was one of the trades that was made. I can't believe I'm saying this. The other trade that was made was the Deshaun Watson trade, and it's far worse than the Russell Wilson trade right now. Far worse than the Russell Wilson trade because they gave up 3 first-round picks, other draft capital, gave him a fully guaranteed $230 million contract, and he's barely seen the field for the duration of it so far, and they have shoved the first 2 seasons of those salaries. The Deshaun Watson on paper, when he signed the deal, the day he signed the deal, was set to make just $46 million each year. That was it. There was no signing bonus, just $46 million guaranteed each year. They promptly turned his salary in 2022 into a huge signing bonus so he wouldn't get dinged so hard on his suspension with the game checks. Of his salary this year into bonus as well so they could open up cap space to go get guys. They have the Browns have barely started paying for Deshaun Watson yet. Most of the money is essentially on NFL credit card with the salary cap in future years. This is an unmitigated disaster for the Browns right now.
You know who it's really a disaster for? And this also might end up being good for the Texans? Kevin Stefanski. Because I think that if you look at right now what's happening with the Bills, Ken Dorsey, the offensive coordinator, gets fired yesterday. And despite the Bills' offense in a lot of ways looking statistically not that bad, there's a lot more to the picture than that. It's a classic, man. They shoot themselves in the foot when they shouldn't shoot themselves in the foot. They can't get things and convert things when they need to. So, it looks better than it is, and a lot of it looks like, it's Josh Allen doing everything out there, while at the same time throwing a bunch of interceptions. So Ken Dorsey gets fired, but I don't think it was as much that they specifically blame Ken Dorsey. It's that, Josh Allen is your quarterback, and you're not. If you gotta try to figure something out, it's not going to be getting rid of Josh Allen. It's going to be all right, let's see if he does better with a different offensive coordinator. So likewise with Deshaun Watson, even though he could have gotten injured with any quarterback out there, or with any head coach out there, any offensive coordinator, I don't think they're going to be really they're not happy with the way things have gone, including when he's been healthy. He hasn't played all that awesome.
Correct.
They probably end up the Browns end up missing the playoffs this year. There's somebody in that maybe Mulligetta and Deshaun Watson feel better about. So, the part where there's a little bit of sprinkling off into the Texans is maybe, hey, Stefanski hasn't looked that great as a head coach, even though he's running a version of the Kubiak-Shanahan system. He's not in the Shanahan tree, but he's running a version of that. And Matt LaFleur, without his star quarterback, doesn't look to be quite as good a head coach. So maybe owners will be more likely to say, all right, well, let's pump the brakes on hiring Bobby Slowick after 1 year as an offensive coordinator.
I like this angle a lot.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, all right, these guys, we've been plucking these guys that can run the Kubiak-Shanahan system, but there's a little bit more to being a head coach than just being a good offensive coordinator, especially when you don't know what's going on at quarterback. So maybe this buys us an extra year with Bobby Slowick.
I like that. I like that angle a lot. I'll tell you, the only real losers from a Houston side of things with all this, with the Deshaun news, because the Texans draft pick, I think, is unequivocally going to be better than we thought it was going to be. The one they're getting from Cleveland, the one they've already had from Cleveland from the Deshaun trade. Their Texans' chances of making the playoffs have gotten better. I don't think the Browns are a playoff team now, although their schedule, we can go through their schedule later. It ain't murderer's row. They could mess around and win 3 or 4 games of their last 8, even with P.J. Walker at quarterback. But I think that's unlikely. And then the December 24th game just got easier. Deshaun Watson is as up and down as he's been. Up and down, Deshaun Watson is still a better quarterback than P.J. Walker. So that Christmas Eve game got easier. The only loser in the whole thing, Seth, I would say, is and there's probably it's Christmas Eve. People that were looking to sell their tickets for that Christmas Eve game, that was a hit today.
Yeah.
I would say if you're putting the names on the marquee like it's a main event at a WWE pay-per-view, Deshaun Watson versus CJ Stroud, given all the connections between the two, right down to their agent and everything else, that pops a little more than former Houston roughneck P.J. Walker and CJ
I don't feel
Stroud.
bad for those people, Sean. I don't begrudge them for this, but I don't feel bad for them just because if they were going to be selling those tickets, it's for a game where there's a really, really good traveling fan base. So there's a good chance those tickets would be sold to Browns fans.
Okay.
So I'm not as distraught over that. If they're going to sell it to a Texans fan, then so be it. But this is the price you play if that's your plan. The thing about Browns fans, though, because we saw this last year, it was Deshaun's first game back. I've never seen a more humble kind of almost embarrassed to be their group of visiting fans than those Browns fans. I had so many pleasant conversations with Browns fans. If there's one thing about a Browns fan, there's no, like, gloating over anything that hasn't happened yet. They're not going to sit there and be like, yeah, we got Deshaun and we're going to kick your butt. They're kind of like, look, we know the deal. It's hard to win in this league, man. I've been following this team for 50 years.
They got nothing
but heartbreak.
They got nothing to fall back on. There's nothing they can point to, at least we won the Super Bowl in that year. Nope, you didn't.
Yeah, when we do the pregame show and I end up talking, I usually try to have a conversation or two with some of the opposing fans.
You do.
As I also, pepper them with insults. And I had delightful conversations with all those Browns fans.
So, text rolling in here. Let's read some of these. Deshaun being done, this is actually Coach Middlescreen, I think, sent this one in. Deshaun being done for the year makes me that much more pissed off that the Browns actually won those stupid games this year that they should have lost. This should have been a lost season for the Browns.
Yeah, that is annoying. That's really annoying. You're exactly right.
But the Baltimore game this past Sunday was one of them, Like they get a fluky pick six that hits some guy's helmet and bounces way up in the air. They've won 3 or 4 games. They're 6-3, and they've won at least 3 games that I can think of that they had no business winning.
Well, the 49ers game, there's some sketchy calls at the end of that game. Yeah, there was some.
The Indy game is the one with the really sketcy calls in the back of the end zone.
They also had an illegal hit called on San Francisco at the end of that game. That was They both had some sketchy calls, and that San Francisco game was done in an extreme rain. But you know what? Look. The Browns have a very good defense.
They do.
It's not like it was so flukish. It was that, man, teams, especially with defenses like that, can capitalize on good fortune.
Yeah, well, and you might say, okay, well, now is the defense going to be as good? They lost their starting quarterback. Sometimes the defense has to be on the field all day because the offense can't move the ball. That starting quarterback was not playing well by and large this year. They've had pretty much, other than the second half of the Ravens game this past Sunday when Deshaun went 14 for 14. Man, credit to Sean, I guess. He went 14 for 14 and apparently was playing with a busted-up shoulder in that game.
And a sprained ankle.
Ankle, yeah.
He's got to be if you just put yourself in Deshaun's shoes for, where it is right now, that's a lot of pressure that's mounting up, and now is just a huge amount of pressure for the amount of money you've been paid and for the expectations in that fan base to not have any success to show for it and to not even have a full season out of it yet. He played 6 games last year. He's played 6 games this year. I think 6 games this year.
Yeah, maybe.
Has had a couple games where he's actually genuinely looked good. That's the biggest part of it. They don't even have awesome performances out of him in the games that he has played. So there's nothing right now where the Browns can look at it after 2 years of him being on the team, where they can look at it and say, well, yeah, look, we've got something here. We've got something.
He still hasn't thrown for over 300 yards in a game as a Cleveland Brown. He's been there 2 years. And I know he missed 11 games with a suspension. Sorry, I'm factoring that into the calculus. That was his fault. He wasn't on the field in those games to try to throw for 300 yards.
The Rockets player who it was always something with
Terrence Jones.
Terrence Jones. Yeah, it was the same thing with Terrence Jones. Remember, it was there was an incident out in Oregon. There was, he got in a car accident. He's got some weird injury nobody's ever heard of. It was always something with Terrence Jones. It might have been on the court, but even when on the court, it was weird. With Deshaun Watson, it's turning into the same thing. I don't know what the hell a glenoid is. Now he's broken it. Gone off and broken. I'm getting a damn physiology lesson.
I'm going to look it up during the break, what a glenoid is.
I bet it's something that only exists in 3% of the population.
Okay, here the glenoid cavity is a shallow osseous element that is structurally deepened by a fibrocartilage. Okay, I'm done. It's his shoulder.
Right. The old glenohumeral joint. That makes sense then.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. Deshaun's out for the year.
I think I'd actually... No, the embarrassing part of this is I think I broke my glenoid once, too.
That would be on brand. I broke my glenoid once, and you're finding out what it is 13 years later. I love that.
No. It's yeah.
Oh, that's what that was.
Honestly, whenever these doctors try to explain my injuries to me, I just start thinking about nachos so quick. This is using all these different Latin terms and this model where I'm like, Which direction is east on this? What's I don't know.
He has a thought bubble with a big plate of tacos sitting in there, like in the comic strip. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so Deshaun Watson out for the season. Let's take inventory here. We got the last 8 games. Who did we think was going to be playing quarterback against the Texans the rest of the season just a few weeks ago? And what does it look like now? This is some wild shifting that's gone on with these final 8 games.
Wild shift.
That's what we're going to S-H-I-F-T.
I got nervous for a second.
S-H-I-F-T. S-H-I-F-T. That's next.
Sorry, Ben.
That's next.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
People pointing out on the text page. Bengals probably pretty happy with the Deshaun injury as well. Yeah, I would say so. Bengals, because they're chasing right now. They're in trouble in that division. And that'll be a Thursday night game tomorrow night between the Bengals and the Ravens. That's, not mathematically, but is metaphorically a must-win, I think, for the Cincinnati Bengals tomorrow. They lose that, they're 5-5. They'll be 3 games back of the Ravens, I believe, 2 or 3 games back, but they'll be 0-2 against the Ravens. I mean, the Bengals are a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, and they're last in the AFC North right now. It's the hardest division, but they're in last. They're probably very happy because they play the Browns in the final game of the season, and they're chasing the Browns right now. Fair point, Texter. Texans are very happy. Bengals I would say anybody in the AFC North is probably very happy.
Sean, I would never be happy at the misfortune of others.
Frankly,
I'm above that as a human. I pity you and others who would delight. And no, I'm ecstatic about this, about this development. It really is. I don't need more hard games. The second half of the schedule actually looks a lot harder now that we're here. Given a few of the developments. For one, I know, Sean, I know that you love bashing Russell Wilson, as do I. Mm-hmm. As my aforementioned glee at this Cleveland situation is coming to. But Russell Wilson has been playing much better this year.
Yes,
he's
no doubt.
And even boy, it was a weird game. It was such a weird game on Monday night versus the Bills, where both teams did some stupid things at the end of the game, but the Bills did more stupid things at the end of the game. But Russell Wilson, a lot of respects, just his touchdown to interception ratio alone, I think he's 18-4 right now. Yep. 18 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. He's been a much better, more efficient quarterback. There's more flashes of his old playmaking ability. He's still not he's not worth that trade in the contract they gave him yet, but it's a much tougher game on the schedule than it looked like it was going to be early in the season.
He's not worth the contract. He's not worth the draft capital, but it's a way better situation than Cleveland has going with Deshaun in their trade right now.
You know what? That's the whole deal with Denver, isn't it? Like if Russell Wilson had been cast off by Seattle as a guy that was over the hill and the Broncos had brought him on and maybe gave him a healthy salary but not given up a lot for him, I think it would be a whole different, we'd be looking at it a whole lot differently right now. I think it would be easier to latch on to this as a reclamation story.
Yes.
Where it's still there's almost no way he can justify that contract in that trade.
Winning a Super Bowl, that's it. Winning a Super Bowl, that's the only way. It's the only way. So if you look at the Texans now, and I had this in the rundown a couple days ago. We just hadn't gotten to it yet, and it was mostly spurred on by the fact that Kyler Murray is going to be playing in this game on Sunday for the Arizona Cardinals, which is thank you, which is something at the beginning of the year was obviously a huge question mark if Kyler would play in this game. And it goes to show you when you go through the schedule at the beginning of the year, well, these are the quarterbacks that the Texans are going to be playing for these 17 games. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because things change. And I would say, okay, so let's go through these, Seth. There's 8 games left. And a month ago, the quarterback, in at least half of these, a month ago, somebody else than who the Texans are scheduled to face here. A month ago, the Cardinals' starting quarterback was Josh Dobbs. Today, it is Kyler Murray. I think unequivocally we have to feel this is a harder matchup than it was a week ago.
Well,
or a month ago, I should say.
We haven't completely revised our opinion about Josh Dobbs based on a promising game on short notice, I suppose.
That's Josh Dobbs with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. That's not Josh Dobbs in Arizona with Deshaun's old quarterback coach running the offense there.
Yeah.
That's Kyler's scarier to me.
I'm trying to think of there was when we saw Josh Dobbs last year, I honestly felt there was something like which game was it? There was a primetime game either versus Dallas or Jacksonville. It was a weird.
It was the last game of the year against Jacksonville. Winner goes to the playoffs.
So that Jacksonville game, I honestly felt like, okay, there's something about this Josh Dobbs kid. And the reason I was watching him more closely, I remember now, was because he's very, very skinny. So I was thinking about it in terms of Bryce Young, exactly. Okay, what's this look like? And when he got hit, I was scared for him. I thought it was kind of a scary look when he got hit. But I think Kyler Murray's scary in that he can just destroy you with his legs, and he can crush you with a deep ball too. Like, you still have to account for his legs, and because of that, sometimes you're left exposed on the deep ball. And in an actual NFL offense, as opposed to a Cliff Kingsbury offense, which really never evolved beyond just keep sitting and drafting really fast wide receivers and see if they can figure out a way to get open. Like, it was just infantile in its simplicity in some ways. I think that if Kyler Murray can latch on to an actual NFL scheme, he could be a much better quarterback. And I don't know how quickly that'll happen for him, but yeah, I'm way more nervous about him than Josh Dobbs.
Yeah, I mean, he made some plays this past Sunday, but they were total Kyler plays. They weren't anything where you're like, boy, he's really grasping the system. Like, no, he ran backwards 30 yards so he could run forward 40 yards. Like, that was Kyler doing Kyler things.
Yeah. Josh Dobbs passed for 165 yards against the Jaguars in that game, so I was... No,
but they should have won that game. I know the game you're talking about. They should have won the game. Like, Jacksonville's not good in that game. Speaking of Jacksonville, as we go through this here, they played Jacksonville in Week 12. I think, it's Trevor Lawrence a month ago, and it's Trevor Lawrence now, and I don't think there's been any trajectory to Trevor Lawrence's game where I feel any differently about him than I would have a month ago. Like, this game's just as difficult now as it was a month ago.
They got right. Like, okay, they lost pretty thoroughly to a team that kind of had its back up against the wall based on the way that team had played for the previous few weeks. The Niners had lost 3 in a row. I don't look at that game and think, wow, they're just trash at any point. But so Trevor Lawrence, still somebody that, yep.
Russell Wilson a month ago, Denver, and now here we are a month later, and it's still Russell Wilson. But as you've pointed out, it's Russell Wilson, and they're actually winning football games now. Mm-hmm. It might be a slightly better version of Russell Wilson now than maybe a month or so ago.
Well, I mean, okay, so
better version of the Broncos for sure.
You look at them over the last. They beat Green Bay. Russell Wilson threw for a touchdown, 0 interceptions. They beat Kansas City, 24-9. 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions for Russell Wilson. And then they beat Buffalo, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Like, he's been very, very solid the last few games.
All right, we don't need to spend a ton of time on the Jets if you and I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to be playing in that game.
I hope he plays in that game, just for the spectacle of it all.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm intrigued by it. I do that Elatrosh, that doctor that we mentioned had looked at Deshaun. That dude's name is all over the place now because of a couple guys' Achilles tendons. And he might be the new...
Dr. James Andrews.
Yeah, he's the new James Andrews, isn't he? He's kind of like he's the hot young thing when it comes to orthopedists. He's probably like 63 years old.
Right. Week 15 and 17, as we're going through the Texans' schedule of future quarterbacks are going to play. Have these games gotten harder or easier? We can just hit both Tennessee games at the same time. They play them 2 weeks apart.
Ugh.
Are you happy that they're likely to face Will Levis instead of Ryan Tannehill in these games from a Texans perspective?
Yeah, I think other than that, perhaps the Titans have just issues with their roster in general that was going to make it hard for Ryan Tannehill to have a good year. So I suppose Will Levis's athleticism makes me nervous. And like Ryan Tannehill's way more athletic than people ever want to acknowledge, but he doesn't rely on it as much as a younger quarterback might. So, but he's still Levis has not played well since that first. I would say I feel better about playing Will Levis.
Yeah,
by then, especially with film on him. And, I think he's going to really suck.
I think you nailed it. I'd rather play Levis because I think he's going to make some mistakes. And the one thing that scares me, I think back to the early Blake Bortles games that they used to play in Blake Bortles' couple of years. The one thing Blake Bortles did that made you nervous, because they did play some close games with the Jags back then, was that pocket breaks down and he just takes off and starts running with it, and you don't account for that with him. And, but I'm with you. I think those Titans games have gotten easier. We've talked about the Cleveland game in Week 16. That game got easier, we think, with P.J. Walker.
Sorry, I was looking at Levis's trajectory. I'm like,
the 3 games so far?
Yeah. I'm just like, his yards per... You bring up... were you talking about Bortles or...
I was talking about Bortles for a second there, yeah.
Yeah, Bortles. Remember Bortles' yards per attempt was always down in the high 4s and the low 5s?
Good times.
Yeah. 5.1 yards per attempt for Will Levis. That's last game versus Tampa.
Gardner Minshew.
I feel like there was another rookie quarterback that played against Tampa not too long ago. No, it'll come to me.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
And then Gardner Minshew in Week 18. Beginning of the year, we thought it'd be, well, I don't know if we thought it'd be Anthony Richardson at the beginning of the year. Beginning of the year, I probably thought, well, Anthony Richardson might be in traction by Week 18. And sure enough.
Gardner Minshew still makes me more, no, like after seeing Anthony Richardson and the Texans' complete inability to just even touch him as a runner, like literally couldn't touch him on 2 touchdown runs. It touched him once over 50 yards of rushing on 2 plays. I would say that I feel better about facing Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, I think so.
I think there's less of a wild card element there. I think there'll be plenty of. There's already film on Gardner Minshew, but now there's a bunch of him in this offense this year, so I feel good about that.
All right, so there you go. So things have shifted. I mean, that's at least half the schedule for the final 8 games where we thought the quarterback might be this guy. No, it's going to be this guy instead. Doesn't matter. I think the Texans are going to be favored in most of these games either way. All right, let's circle back to the Texans. DeMeco Ryans on Pat McAfee talking about CJ Stroud. I have a new favorite stat. We've got piles and piles, reams and reams of stats relative to CJ Stroud. I have a new favorite one in the clubhouse. I'll tell you what it is next.
Sean's going to ream you coming up next. Hey.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
CJ is doing an outstanding job, as everyone's seen. The most important thing is how he's, won the locker room and the way the guys behind him, right, the way they fight for him, they want to play for him. Exuded that his confidence has rubbed off on our entire team, right? And that's what you have to have at that quarterback position, a guy that everybody in the organization, a guy that everybody in their locker room believes in. And that's what CJ has been proven over the past couple weeks, that he's a guy that you can believe in.
Yeah, it's been tremendous. This has been a really fun 9-game run for the Texans, and we got 8 more of them here, hopefully more after that. That was DeMeco Ryans on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Seth, we know that there have been just a mountain of stats on CJ Stroud's performance these first 9 games that are indicative of somebody who's in the conversation for best rookie quarterback in the history of the league thus far. My new favorite one. I have a new favorite CJ Stroud stat. He is currently leading the NFL in passing yards per game through 9 games with 291.8 yards per game. He's almost nearly 300 yards per game for CJ Stroud. The last rookie to lead the NFL in passing yards per game was Davey O'Brien in 1939 with 120.4 yards per game. That's my new favorite stat, just because of the sheer ludicrousness of looking at a record that was 120.4 passing yards per game.
120? My God, that was that was hard too, because half your team was poisoned with bootleg liquor at that point.
Yep, leather helmets.
You're coming out of the speakeasy. What year was it?
1939.
Oh. When was Prohibition over?
Time.
Oh, really?
I think so.
It didn't last that long, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was like during the entire Depression they also had Prohibition. I get the timeline mixed
Prohibition,
up there.
January 17th, 1920 through December 5th, 1933.
Oh, wow.
Prohibition era. Yeah, 1933.
So like the first 4 years of the Depression, there was actually also Prohibition.
Yeah.
That's a rough time to
you
get
get locked up for drinking your troubles away.
Well, one of the things that could have helped try to maybe bring you out of the Depression was like the liquor industry. Like that would be okay, people, because that's people keep spending on liquor and vice regardless of the economy.
It's inelastic demand.
There's one other thing that made the Depression that much harder. So the record for like the non-rookie record for passing yards per game in a season was Peyton Manning. At 342 yards per game.
Was that a Colts version Manning or a Denver Broncos version Manning?
It says, I don't know if this has it says 37 after it. Is that his age 30? Oh, 2013 Denver.
Yeah.
So when he was 37 years old, that I'll tell you what, there's probably your starkest indicator of how much the rule changes and rule enforcement changed all of that. That's why it's so hard to compare quarterbacks anymore. That's why like any passing record that gets broken these days, including this one, if it were CJ Stroud, I'd kind of be like, all right. I mean, like everybody's breaking records these days in the passing game. I'm more concerned with like how do you stack up versus your contemporaries and your peers.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously that was Peyton Manning did it. For him to have done it in 2013 and it hasn't been broken yet, that's pretty damn impressive.
Peyton did it with Noodle Arm. That was Noodle Arm Peyton also, right?
Those were remember the first couple games of the season? It looked like it was like he was throwing ducks.
Yeah.
Which I still wonder, like, how the hell did he think he was going to come back and play in that, like, those couple final games in Indianapolis the year before?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Remember? He was like, he really wanted to play in those games.
Yeah.
And Jim Irsay was like, well, there's this fella named Andrew Luck out there in the draft.
Peyton, you just take a seat, okay? Remember that time? Why don't we go fly around in my plane for a little while, okay? Let's just fly above the city, okay? CJ Stroud on 10-plus yard throws in his last 2 games. He's first in the league with 26 completions, 597 passing yards, first in the league, and 4 touchdowns, first in the league. No interceptions. His interception was a little dink and dunk throw that the route got jumped. So he is doing what he's doing, Seth, attacking downfield.
Well, and this is the crazy thing about that, for a rookie especially, is he's attacking downfield without any support from the run game until this past week.
Yep.
That's where I really feel like this is being neglected to an extreme degree. It needs to be the first thing mentioned when you talk about how aggressive CJ has been downfield, is that they're not setting that up with a heavy dose of play action or anything. Think about RG3's, there are a whole lot of, and a couple things. One, RG3's running ability, but you combine that with the fact that the league hadn't really understood or seen a whole lot of zone read yet. So like there was a lot going on with in that era with Russell Wilson, with RG3, with Andrew Luck, where the league wasn't quite ready and didn't know how to handle a lot of the zone read stuff. And it set up a lot of deep shots, where now CJ's doing it where, A, he's not a huge threat to run. Obviously, we saw it last week. He can run and he can scramble, but it's not his calling card. And he's only had one game with a genuinely menacing conventional rushing attack to set up that play action, to set up those deep shots. And he's done it while only throwing 2 interceptions. And then, you know what the really annoying thing about his 2 interceptions is, Sean? That they both came on like short routes.
Yeah.
They were like just like every quarterback has these. They're boneheaded interceptions.
Yeah.
They were just, but it goes to show, like, he's not just throwing the ball up for grabs downfield. These are precision shots he's taken and succeeding with.
It's remarkable. How about this one? 9.6 yards per attempt versus the blitz. Now keep in mind, 8 yards per attempt, for those who aren't totally in on what that all means. 8 yards per attempt is elite. Like, period, in any situation.
Well, in any situation. If you're averaging 8 yards per attempt, which CJ's around that, you're like top 3 in the league.
Yeah. He's averaging 9.6 yards per attempt versus the blitz. No rookie in the next-gen stats era, which spans several years now, he is currently 2.6 yards per attempt better than Patrick Mahomes against the blitz.
What a bum. So it's like Patrick Mahomes this year.
This year, yeah, this season.
Not Patrick Mahomes like in his second season.
No. Just this.
He didn't have a rookie year to speak of other than that one game.
Yeah, just this season against Mahomes. But CJ's getting it done, man.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I guess, when we asked Ross Tucker about what there might be that would be CJ's undoing, and Ross just said nothing. I can't see what it would be. I mean, obviously, the more film you have on you, the harder it gets. It's just and that's the first thing you say without even having watched film. I think there are people that haven't watched a lot of CJ that still think that somehow he's in the infancy of his career and that all of this could just evaporate as people get film on him. I would be very, very, very surprised if it were to go down like that. Like Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew had an incredible start. But then, he turned into a pumpkin. And Brian Hoyer was like that. After his first 8 games as a starter, he got injured, but then came back and was never the same again because people kind of figured it out with CJ Stroud. I think with Brian Hoyer. The big difference with CJ is that he's already demonstrated his ability to attack every area of the field. And the other part where he's doing this without any support from a running attack at all. The other thing, too, is that we've kind of seen the kitchen sink thrown at him in terms of things like tools that defensive coordinators have in their tool bag to back. They've tried them all already. They've tried blitzing, and it's gotten to the point now where we get excited when we see somebody blitzing. Oh, yeah, by all means, blitz CJ Stroud, please. And then they've tried dropping multiple guys back into coverage, and that will slow him down. But the thing that we saw last week, and this is what you hope can continue to build and grow on, is, all right, if teams are going to play extreme coverage, then you should be able to gash them with the run. Mm-hmm. You should be able to destroy them with the run, and that's what the Texans did last week. So that's the exciting part. That was the last thing I really needed to see out of CJ, was that if teams are going to play coverage, okay, can the run game take over? And like CJ himself ran for that touchdown when everybody was off in coverage, paranoid about their pass coverage assignments.
Houston is the master of dodging bullets. This is a text message. Deshaun Watson and James Harden, those are 2 hollow point 45 caliber bullets that are producing all kinds of damage after they missed us. It's funny this texter texts this in, Seth, on the day where Deshaun Watson is done for the season with a shoulder injury. Literally the caption on the TV screen in our studio 5 minutes ago on First Take was, Did the Clippers do, I forget what the caption read, but it was basically, did they screw up by trading for James Harden? Like the parallels between Harden and Watson are really remarkable. Like from the time they requested a trade within days of each other to obviously bottoming out for different reasons and to different degrees, but to hear where they are now, which is, I still can't believe a team gave up a ton of draft capital for James Harden. I can't.
It was bad enough when the Nets did it. Because a lot of, realistically, the conventional wisdom at that point was people looked at that like it was a super team. I felt like there were a bunch of us here in Houston that thought, like, well, yeah, good luck keeping those three together for more than a year or two. That's why I was ecstatic about the future draft picks because, there's no way in hell those guys were going to stay together. But then he does it to Brooklyn, and then he does it to the 76ers, and there's nothing you should – and now he's aging. He's 4 years older.
Yeah.
So, when we get to find out and see that up close and personal is at 9:30 p.m. on Friday.
Can't wait.
When the Rockets take on the Clippers.
Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Cannot wait for that. That'll be fun. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. If you missed it, the big news, Deshaun Watson out for the season. In walks John Lopez. John, this is a massive, massive development. Obviously for the Browns, but a huge one for the Houston Texans as well.
Well, a huge one on two fronts. Obviously playoff implications. And as much as I really stopped caring about the draft pick as soon as we realized what we had in CJ Stroud, I could take that first-round pick anywhere. It's still going to help.
Yeah.
It's still going to help the draft pick. So, monstrous news. And the thing about Deshaun that's so strange is everybody's like, oh, worst trade this, worst trade that. I don't know. But I think it's an awful contract.
It's a disaster so far because of the contract. The draft capital is disastrous in its own way. But as we've talked about with draft capital, you never know with the draft.
Yeah.
We know what money means.
Yes.
And the fact of the matter is they have taken, they being the Browns, that contract as it was signed was making just $46 million a year. There's no signing bonus.
Yeah.
So if they just kept the contract the same, he will have made $92 million at the end of this season. They took, and he'll still make that, but the way they structured it with the bonuses, they shoved it all into future years.
Yeah.
So now you got Deshaun having only played a dozen games in 2 years for you, and now he's coming off of a shoulder injury. To his throwing shoulder.
And you just glossed over, well, you didn't gloss over, but you mentioned something that I think is key. From the moment he walked off that field with J.J. Watt, and J.J.'s telling him, we wasted one of your years.
Yeah.
So if that's a wasted year, the next year was wasted.
Yeah.
And the next year is wasted. And this year is wasted.
This year's wasted. Yeah.
Should we check in on JJ and see how he's doing with that?
The whole Deshaun thing.
Yeah.
Well, Seth brought this up earlier. Like he's basically had two good seasons in terms of the team and Deshaun both doing it at the same time.
Yes.
Like he's been in the league for 7 years now, and for a variety of reasons, suspension, injuries, whatever. That there's really only been two that you could categorize as ultra productive on the level that quarterbacks get graded by.
Yes, absolutely.
And the last one was, to your point, 2019.
Yeah.
We're 4 years removed from Nothing's happened in this decade.
You can say 12 games, and that's obviously accurate. He's only played 12 games since then. But 2020 was a waste.
Yeah.
According to JJ and him and everybody watching.
Yep.
Hey,
4 straight wasted seasons.
Yeah.
Hey, John, I saw a clip from your show on I was a little bit confused about the whole Frankfurt thing. Mm-hmm. Was the question whether those guys, whether Figgy and Landry didn't know about Frankfurt the city or a hot dog being called a Frankfurter?
No, the city, Frankfurt.
So they didn't know the existence of Frankfurt?
Yeah, it was during our headlines segment that we always have some fun with. And I used Frankfurt. I think I said to be Frankfurt the whatever stinks, however I put the headline. And they were both like,
they thought you were talking about hot dogs.
I don't know.
So you said it stinks to be Frankfurt right now? And,
yeah.
Why does it stink to be Frankfurt?
No,
right now?
I said to be Frankfurt.
Like to be
like
Frank,
a pun.
but you said Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I got
that was that
it.
headline segment you guys did.
Yeah.
Who won? I didn't get to hear it.
I won again.
You won again? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say, yeah. So Landry didn't know about the existence of the city of Frankfurt?
And Figgy didn't either. And I was disgusted.
I wonder.
Well, you bet.
I don't know. Frankfurt. I guess Frankfurt's not like a name brand city. It's important, and there's like anybody like it's a huge military base for the U.S. But I wonder what percentage of people actually don't know. Like if you said, "Hey, what are the biggest cities in Germany?"
Well, it's one of the biggest.
A lot of people would not know that.
A lot of people in this room.
Lopez acted like we was talking about Tokyo or something.
Biggie has entered the chat, so you know this is a hot topic.
I know we was talking about Tokyo.
That's great.
It sure.
Or London.
Frankfurt, London, and Paris are the three biggest hubs in Europe.
Okay, well, I feel like we've started a bonfire again, heading in the loop.
I don't want to redo that because I felt bad.
I wouldn't either.
All right, well, let's hand your show over to you guys here in the loop. You guys got a lot to get to. Big news: Deshaun Watson out for the year, and I'm sure that and a lot of other things coming up here on In the Loop. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, I will see you on Thursday. Antibodies, my friend.
Antibodies and a Chicago hot dog to you.
Thank you very much. Portillo's coming to town, baby. All right, we'll talk to you all at 6 a.m. tomorrow. In the Loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig starts now.
All right, so we had some big news this morning, obviously. Deshaun Watson out for the season. Tom Pelissero, man, hey, you going with the Dasani or the Essentia with that water carrying? I mean, my God. Tom Pelissero, I went to see if Rappaport and Schefter were doing this. I know that they don't mind carrying water. But, my God, he said that Deshaun was willing to get shot up and one hit away from having a career-ending injury.
No, his shoulder falling off.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Pelissero. Like, my God, tell Bobby Boucher I said what's up. He's got nothing on you.
Seen the shoulder fall off?
That is some of the most. Yeah, I got that water. That is some of the most shameful water carrying that I've ever seen in my life. I will, if you put a gun to my head right now, I will promise you, I will guarantee you, right now.
There it is.
And you ask me the question, name one name on Tom Pelissero's call in the last 3 hours. David Mulligetta's on there.
Yeah.
I mean, my God.
Yeah, that's what I call high quality.
I mean, have some damn dignity. Goodness gracious. Well, that is embarrassing.
If you put a gun to my head and said, of all the players on the Cleveland Browns, who would be most willing to get shot up?
Dude, first of all, none of them should be willing to do that. You're in your 20s and all that. Like that. I mean, he's willing to get shot up and a hit away. Like, come on, Tom Pelissero. Let me see if I can get the exact tweet. And I also think I kind of saw the light this morning too.
You did.
I saw the light, and I think Figgy kind of saw the light with me. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen.
I didn't see any lights.
You are one. We are stacked today. So this is what Tom Pelissero said after Deshaun. We found out Deshaun's going to be out for the season. Quote, QB Deshaun Watson wanted to be shot up and play through the injuries, and he sought multiple medical opinions per sources, but doctors were clear if he got hit again in the same spot, the shoulder could fall apart. Now surgery awaits. Come on, dude.
That's so funny.
I mean, come on, brother.
That's so funny.
I mean, come on, man.
The shoulder could fall apart. I thought it says fall off. Whatever.
I mean,
still.
I mean, my Lord.
It rhymes with Avid Ulageta.
So I saw the light. I feel like I've been baptized. I almost feel like I went to church this morning.
Good for you.
As I was driving in.
Wednesday's a church day.
It is.
For some people, yeah.
It very much is. Yeah. Thursday, too. Every day is a church day. Just to find a service anyway. So I'm driving in. I see the news about Deshaun Watson. And I think about it. Mm-hmm. And the natural instinct is always localize it because it is a local show. And I tweeted, man, from a Texans perspective, this really impacts things because number one, it's a team you're chasing for the playoffs. And number two, it makes one of your toughest opponents a worse football team.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Mm-hmm. That was the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
I then had comments, oh, yeah, and what about the draft pick?
What about the draft pick?
That's what
I didn't care.
Okay, go ahead and finish.
I didn't care. And in fact, it didn't even cross my mind. And that tells me, if we didn't know already, sometimes you know, but until you put it into practice, you don't know that you know. As soon as that happened, because there was a time early in this season where in Cleveland playing good ball has a lot to do with this, because you kind of just say, okay, well, this isn't going to be what maybe you initially thought it would be. But you were looking at the draft pick. But as soon as this happened, I immediately thought, okay, perhaps the toughest game on the Texans' remaining schedule just got easier. And a team that you're chasing for the playoffs just became a worse football team. Didn't even think about the draft pick. And that right there is where I saw the light. And I saw the beam of the 2023 season. This is not about the future. This is about right now. I have an opportunity to make the playoffs. And that is the mode that I'm in. There is no more process over results, which we've heard for years. There is no more, hey, let's wait and see what happens. Do the Texans have Super Bowl aspirations? Probably not. But at this point, the main goal, and this is what we've wanted for a long time, the main goal is win each week, make the playoffs, maybe win the division, and that's where we're at. And, oh, by the way, you have one of the brightest futures in the NFL, too. But that's secondary for where you are right now. And that's all you can ask as a football fan. That's all you can ask as a media type who dedicates 40% of your dialogue when you're awake talking to this team. I saw the light today, and it was a beautiful effing light.
Well, you remember
beautiful effing light.
About a month into the season, that was one of my big sort of epiphanies is like, I don't even care about the draft pick anymore. Whatever, because we had the quarterback. It's all about CJ Stroud. So you got a quarterback. You can get a wide receiver, whether it's 23, 24, or 15, 16. You can work with that. But I will say this. I thought exactly what you did. All right, this is helping the Texans' playoff cause, a great deal. It's definitely, an opponent that they would have to worry about, not just on the field, but in the standings. But I did think, you know what? It is going to help the play. It is going to help the draft status. So it was kind of like an afterthought for me. It wasn't like a no thought.
I'm not even thinking about the draft until March, man.
Yeah.
Look, the Texans are in the playoffs at this moment.
Yeah.
We should not be thinking about draft picks. I don't want to hear about Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't want to hear about none of that. I'm looking at the playoffs. I'm looking at the schedule.
Yeah.
And Deshaun, that make it a little easier.
Yeah, and look.
And they could actually fall out the playoffs. You could actually, jump up a little higher.
Yeah, and I'm not. You can think about whatever you want to think about. That's just not where I was at, and it was cool.
Yeah, no, it was
cool.
That
fun.
was my first thought too.
It was very fun.
But I'm like, hey, you want to move up 5-6 spaces in the draft? Cool, that's better for the Texans too. That's 5 or 6.
We could talk about that in February, man, when the season's over.
It's something I'm thinking about. It's something that came to mind, not top of mind, but came to mind.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Deshaun Watson, he's out for the season. Denzel Perryman, he might miss 3 games. Got some thoughts on that coming up, including some that might kind of make you, I don't know if it's excited. I don't know if it's like, it'll make you feel some type of way when we talk about this Denzel Perryman 3-game suspension that came down yesterday. I do think it gets reduced. For sure. How much?
Yeah.
Who knows? Also living in a healthy fear right now that I need to talk about.
A healthy fear?
Healthy fear. Yes.
And?
I don't love the feeling. I don't hate the feeling. But it's gonna be on display on Sunday.
Okay.
And I don't know if the dialogue is gonna make you feel better or worse. Does Nick Caserio know Tom Brady? Texas general manager, do they know each other? How well do they know each other?
Well, in 16 years?
Yeah, they worked together for damn near 20 years.
Yeah.
And they seem to say pretty good things about each other.
Yeah, they're boys.
I listened to CJ Stroud talk to Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how well they knew each other.
It didn't seem to be misspeaking either.
I don't. Do you think they know each other, Fig?
I thought they did.
I did too.
Mm-hmm.
Let me hear how Tom Brady.
Maybe they was just associates.
Let me hear how Tom Brady brought up Nick Caserio.
Nick Caserio, I've got a long relationship with.
Obviously.
Who?
Nick Caserio.
Nick Caserio.
On his headset? Wasn't he on his headset with him?
So I think he worked with the receivers for a while too. Nick Caserio.
Nick Caserio.
Didn't sound like he was misspeaking either. Like that's what he calls him. I guess Tom Brady can call him anything he wants.
All right, I got to get this out of the way.
Okay.
I got to get this out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want you guys to tell me if I'm sacrificing my beliefs or if this is a actual concern. And it's one of our teammates who actually just texted us.
Okay.
Tyler Milner.
Oh, I know exactly what you're going to talk about.
All right. So, Texans are playing good football.
Yeah.
They've won 2 games straight against good teams. It was a good win against the Bucs. They're average. I don't believe in jinxes. I think people who believe in jinxes are weird. I think it's over the top sometimes. I think it's convenient. I don't believe in jinxes.
Me neither, to be honest.
But our teammate, Tyler Milner, believes in jinxes. He accepts that he's been a jinx lately.
Yes.
He was at the Astros' final game of the season. He went. He took a road trip to Carolina to the game. The Texans' most disappointing loss of the season, he was there. Where CJ Stroud had his worst game.
Yeah.
Tyler Milner was there.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
The Monday after the Carolina trip, or it was Tuesday or whatever, I was listening to Clint Stoerner on the show Hughley, as I do every day after our show from 2 to 6. You should too. And Tyler is openly acknowledging that he is bad luck and he's a jinx.
Yes, he's convinced himself.
To the point where he says, I am going to basically stay away and let the Texans do their thing. I'm going to let the Texans do their thing. So Tyler stays away. And he has acknowledged that he's a jinx. So I don't believe in jinxes. He does, and he's acknowledging it. And he's Mr. H-Town fan, all that. I think he's got 73 now Houston tattoos.
Is that what it is?
On his body. And he reps the H. Hey, H-Town. I think that's how all his tweets start. Hey, H-Town. So he acknowledges that he's a jinx. Acknowledges.
Yeah.
Which it takes. It takes a weird man, but it takes a big man to admit that.
Okay.
Then he doesn't go to the game against Tampa Bay. One of the best games that we've ever witnessed in that stadium. Dub. He obviously didn't travel to Cincinnati like he did Carolina. Dub. One of the best games that we've seen. He comes on the air yesterday, and I got word, and I had kind of a feeling that with the way the vibes were going, Tyler couldn't stay away from NRG.
Yeah.
And Tyler says that he's going to go to the game on Sunday against the Cardinals. My thing is this. If you never believed in the jinx, that's okay. But if you openly say,
I'm a jinx.
I'm a jinx, and I believe in it, and I'm going to stay away for the greater good, why the hell are you going to the game on Sunday? And then he said, well, I just got to figure it out. You figure it out. So what is this, a guinea pig?
Yeah.
What is this, a guinea pig game?
Yeah.
So I don't know how to feel about this. I kind of feel like Tyler should be nominated for the Slime Off, but I also accept my original mindset that I don't believe in jinxes. But I just when you openly say you're a jinx, and then all of a sudden whenever things go good, you just have to be around the vibes.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, how much are you really down for the cause?
713-572-4610 regarding Tyler and the jinx. I don't believe in jinxes either. We've talked about this.
Yeah, but if you told me, John, if you told me I'm a jinx, I got to stay away. Look, blah blah blah.
Then you stay away.
And then I see you at the stadium. Then I'm like, what the F?
Yeah. Ron lost his bleep.
Yeah,
Ron lost.
Rightfully so, because he had Tyler confess
stuff out of his pockets.
Oh, he did.
He took his shoes off.
And I started rubbing my hands because I'd instigated.
I don't understand about why you take your shoes off when you're about to fight. But anyway.
Or a helmet in football.
I know, exactly. He was disrobing. He was so upset. And it was a little concerning, but that's neither here nor there. Here's the thing. If Tyler says, I'm a jinx, you got to wait that out, man.
Yeah, if
you got to wait that out. Maybe next year's another year. Maybe you somehow, some way you figure out some anti-jinx thing or whatever. You got to wait it out.
When is the best time for him to come back?
Next year. I mean, he acknowledged it. Yeah. He went to the Carolina game. They lost.
But when if they lose, like in the next couple weeks,
he can go.
Then he can
go check it out.
Okay.
Now he wants to just test it out here. Then I don't want to hear any of this voodoo crap anymore.
Ain't no testing it out.
That's what he wants to do. Yeah. He's taking wifey to the game. I think they're going in the suite.
Oh Lord. Those delicious potatoes are probably going to be bad.
Yeah. Potato salad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. I do kind of think it's disrespectful to the vibe.
I agree. Don't go. I mean, next year's another year, man.
Might as well bought that H-Town tattoo at a damn those 50-cent machines with those tattoos where you put the water on it.
And you rub it.
Rub
hold
it. At this point. That's wild. It's a wild look.
See, and here's the other part of this.
We're good now. I'm here.
Here's the other part of it that is very key to me. If he goes, I'm going to break the jinx.
Yeah.
And they don't win.
Just going to say, oh, my bad, I'll stay away now. That's what he said. He actually said, well, if they lose, then I just won't go back. What?
Well, that's a little, thanks for the timing on that. I mean, come on.
Someone on the text line says, try a Rockets game. Well, they got like a week off.
Yeah. That's really bothering.
I mean, God. I mean, they play good ball, and they get Adam Silver gives them 5 days off.
Yeah, they're going to be rusty by the time they come back.
Yeah, their buzz is killed. Someone says, go check out the Dynamo playoff game as a test.
Thank you. That's not bad. That's not a bad idea. I'm sure it's H-Town.
People say they're coming for Tyler. Look, I don't believe in this thing. He does, though. And now he's just like sacrificing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting not a lot of support on the old text.
Well, you shouldn't.
Not a lot of.
Hit the damn,
YouTube.
Hit the damn music, Figgy. Mm-hmm. Hit the damn music.
I'm off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
All right.
Oh, boy. The chat on YouTube is off the chain as well.
Yeah, I'm just confused.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's tough. It happens, though. I mean, you've seen me. Like, I'll come in and I'll say, man, I'm on a cleanse. Next thing you know, I'm eating 4 pieces of pizza. Like, I mean, it happens. But, I mean, that's impacting me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't sit here and say, yeah, Lopez, you know, whenever I eat pizza, I feel like you're probably, like, closer to death.
Mm-hmm.
You're closer to death. Or I feel like, you know, bad things happen. Can't believe this guy. Can't believe this effing guy.
Yep.
I'm shocked.
Yep.
Biggie, you disappointed?
Yeah, a little bit, man. He got to sit this one out until they lose at least.
He's gonna go.
Let her go with a girlfriend or something. Watch it at home.
I mean, if they win,
Nah, she got to be down with the cause too, man. They won.
Well, that's why she was there too, huh?
Yeah.
But does she
won.
consider herself a jinx?
I mean, if they get the dub, cool.
She got to hold it down with them, man.
If they get the dub, cool. But, I mean, to openly acknowledge it, to turn on a microphone and openly acknowledge on the top afternoon drive show in the city that gives you the pulse of everything going on, that has gone through the Jack Easterby era in the last 3 years, to turn a mic on and say,
I'm going.
Well, to turn a mic on first and say, I'm a jinx.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to stay away because I believe in CJ and I want them to start vibing. And then they have 2 of the best wins that we've seen maybe ever.
Mm-hmm. And
then you're like, I'm back.
Well, you know, at the
where
core,
we tailgating?
In the playoff hunt?
Where are we tailgating?
Well, okay.
In the
playoffs right now.
Like in the playoffs.
The core issue here is Tyler is lying. He said he wasn't going to go anymore. Right?
Yeah, and hey, it's whatever he wants to do. I would be very disappointed. They can handle their situation, but I would be very disappointed if either
Me
one
personally,
of
I would sit this out.
Yes.
Hey,
just for the city, man. I would sit it out.
I've done it before. I've been like, hey, I'm staying away. I won't do it. Hey, my mom wouldn't text me during Texas games anymore.
She thinks that's a jinx.
Thinks it's bad luck.
Yeah.
Oh well. Is what it is.
Look like y'all do believe in jinxes.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a little.
Well, you respect the jinx. You respect the jinx.
I'm a little disappointed. It's a healthy fear of mine, and it might be irrational, but I think I do have a rational fear about Sunday. A very rational fear. We're sleeping on someone that we should not be sleeping on, and I'll lay it out for you next.
No, Nico.
in big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
I'm scared of Kyler Murray. I am very scared of Kyler Murray on Sunday. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The spread is 4 on Sunday. Kyler Murray's back. The Cardinals are 1-0 with Kyler Murray. You know, there was a time, like, we can nitpick Kyler Murray. We can talk about his flaws and stuff, but sometimes I think there's events in life that make you stronger. And there's events in life that make you better, whether it's adversity, whatever. It happens. And sometimes, because we're holding certain guys to such high standards, when they don't reach those standards, we almost start to underrate them. Like, guys go from overrated to extremely underrated very quickly. Like, at one point, we were wondering, is Kyler Murray going to be an elite quarterback? Like, is Kyler Murray going to emerge and be a top 5 quarterback? And when he down to earth, all of a sudden it was, oh, this guy sucks. He's the worst thing in the world. I don't know what about this guy. The guy's a freak on the football field. The guy makes plays. The guy is one of the most athletic quarterbacks that we've ever seen. One of the best athletes of our lifetime. If we're being honest, like, if we're just talking about best athletes, Kyler Murray is one of the best athletes of our lifetime. He was a top 10 pick in the baseball draft.
Yeah.
And he was a number 1 pick in the NFL draft.
I forgot about that.
He's one of the best athletes of our lifetime.
Yes.
And he's still very young. And Arizona has been very scrappy, and he is back. Here is Pat McAfee. We've heard Pat McAfee love up on CJ Stroud, and it's great. We love the love that CJ Stroud is getting. Listen to him talk about Kyler Murray after Kyler Murray made his return last Sunday.
I got to watch Kyler Murray play football.
Yeah, we did. It was awesome.
And there was a lot of conversation on whether or not Kyler Murray would even come back. All words from that building since jump have been, this is Kyler's team. Watching him play football again, it was like, oh, yeah, I remember why he signed that massive deal. He's fucking electrifying. He could throw the ball all over the place. And he extends a play late in the 4th where it's just like he's been doing that since year 1 here, in college at Oklahoma, in high school in Texas, where he won, I think, like 17 straight state championships in only 4 years of high school. Drafted top 10 in the MLB and obviously number 1 in the NFL. He had a little moxie, too, yesterday. He put out a video that said, you know, my perspective has changed after I've been gone for 335 days. They took the game away from me. Maybe this is the most Murray. Maybe this is the best Kyler Murray. And with the way shots are going to be had with new Coach Gannon, maybe we're about to see the best Kyler Murray. Just an absolute fucking beast.
Now, here's my thing. I think the Texans catch a break with Deshaun Watson. The news today that Deshaun Watson's out. I think it's an unlucky break that Kyler Murray is on the football field when they face him right now on Sunday. And the line has dropped. It was 5.5. Now it's 4. So the betting trends are leaning to where people believe, and the people that are smarter than us at handicapping these things, they believe this is going to be a close game. Maybe I'm just too scared. Maybe I'm like overthinking it, but I have a healthy amount of fear for Kyler Murray and what Kyler Murray is capable of doing. I think he's the 3rd best quarterback that the Texans will face this year. I think it's Lamar. I think it's Burrow. I think it's Lamar, and then I think it's Kyler.
I think you're right. And I said it, I think, Monday, you know, just walking in when we were just talking about the Cardinals, much less looking forward to the game, that was Kyler Murray. I mean, there were so many plays where you're just like, that guy has not missed a beat. That's the guy that we know has been electric his entire career. But that said, yes, Kyler Murray worries me. But I think this is going to be something of a shootout in this game. And I know that that's kind of a shot at the Texans defense, but it's credit to Kyler Murray. I think he's going to move the ball and put some points on the board. Their defense is not all that either. The Arizona Cardinals defense has had a lot of troubles this year. They seem to be a little bit better lately. So I could see where this is.
I have a healthy amount of confidence in heading into Cincinnati. The Jacksonville game, the betting trend was almost like the opposite. It was favoring the Texans instead of Arizona. And then I heard the guy actually talk. And this was what Kyler Murray said. So there's like a notion that he's not going to be himself early on. This was before we saw that he was himself. Listen to his reaction when he's asked about the notion that he may not be physically what he once was, at least early on.
No, he told me that to my face, and I kind of laughed at him. But I understand the thought process. But every time I touch the field, I'm trying to do my thing, and that's obviously win, but do it at a high level. This is week 9, 10, whatever it is. I've missed all this time. Like I hear what he's saying, but that's not in my that's not in my head.
And neither did any of us expect that if he played. I just thought that they were going to be organizationally looking at things differently.
Yeah, it seems like it's his squad, and this is the other thing, the mental aspect. Hollywood Brown, I guess, said that he's as motivated as he's ever been. This is kind of the mental mindset that I wonder if Kyler Murray is a better version of himself after going through what he went through last year with the rehab and stuff. Here is Kyler Murray talking about the mental makeup as he approaches the next chapter of his career.
I was pretty good about being up myself. I had not too many negative days throughout this whole thing. There were a couple, where you don't feel as good as you would like to feel, and it's frustrating. But at the end of the day, the end goal was to get back and be me. So that was, that's what pushed me every single day. It wasn't this whole time. It wasn't, the mental. You got to be mentally locked in with it, regardless if you're off the field or you're on. It doesn't just turn on. You know what I mean? That's my kind of thought process behind it. And then, physically feeling like I can go out there and do what I want to do.
How much have you missed the game?
I mean, I've been playing this game since I was 4 years old. Probably had a ball in my hand before that. So, like I said, I think everything happens for a reason. I've been missing it a ton.
Hollywood said a couple of weeks ago, you're as motivated as ever. Is that accurate, and how so?
Yeah, I can't get into all the thought process behind why or there's so many reasons why, but I would say that's accurate.
Things that you've learned about or appreciate more having gone through the whole thing?
No, that's a tough question. It's a tough question. I think, I just feel like I gained a new level of resiliency with this. I already felt like had that chip on my shoulder, never out of anything, never down. I always feel like I can win anything, but this kind of, when you go through something like this, you find out really quick about, who you are and what you're about.
All right, so I'm keeping a close eye on this Kyler thing. I am.
Well, you should, and because the thing that he's done is, the players themselves were like, okay, what are we going to be? What do they really want us to be? Organizationally, from the top down. When they hear Kyler doing that and they see Kyler playing the way, they're going to be lifted. We've seen what happens here in Houston, So I think they're feeling a little friskier, if you will.
I also, and you're seeing it on the text line, there's people talking about Kyler's a punk, he's a B-boy, all this type of stuff. Like they're talking a lot of crap. And look, I get it. And I think there perhaps were some maturity issues with the film and all that type of stuff. There were. Like it might have been real. My thing though is sometimes something like this can make you change that.
Absolutely.
Like if he hadn't torn his ACL, maybe he doesn't change that, but something like this can make you change that.
When something is threatened to be taken away from you, and I know he didn't think it was going to be permanent, but still, it's kind of an enlightenment.
Well, I mean, everybody. I mean, not only that, like you tear your ACL, and I know guys have come back from torn ACLs, but you tear your ACL, they fire the coach that they basically brought in with you. They bring in a new coach. You're trading draft picks. Everyone's talking about them rebuilding. You have like this talk about, we got to get Caleb Williams or Drake May. All the while, the other coach is kind of showing some belief in you and saying, this is Kyler's squad, this is Kyler's squad. I think they lose $50 million if he gets hurt, and they're willing to risk that, and they're saying it's his squad. So, I mean, that can – if you have maturity issues and you go through that, I mean, it can wake you up. And
absolutely.
I have belief in CJ, but I have a healthy amount of fear for Kyler Murray on Sunday. I'm not sleeping on him. Coming up, Basketball Spo, Adam Spillane comes through, and I am surprised that he is awake after that Joe Espada news conference. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Still sleeping?
Yeah, I'm surprised he is awake. We'll talk to him about that, as well as another culture change. It looks very familiar. There's a culture change that he has seen up close. We'll ask him about that.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
All right, Adam Spillane, you were at Joe Espada's press conference. What'd you think of it, man?
It was a press conference. It's a very easy press conference. It's a guy that everybody likes, that everybody's known for a long time. You kind of know what you're getting with Joe Espada. So there were no real surprises.
So that's what we're
What are we
getting?
getting?
So that's what we're
What are we getting from Joe Espada? Tell us.
You don't know what you're going to get from him on the field, but you know kind of off the field just what the personality is like. But you don't know
His what?
Personalities like.
Oh, okay.
You don't know.
We had one.
You don't know until he actually does the job how he's going to be able to handle it.
Do you think he's going to be a good manager? Like, where would he have been on Adam Spillane's list? If Adam Spillane is searching, where would Joe Espada have been?
I probably would have had him at the top of my list just because he's been in the organization for so long, and that makes it a lot easier to where he comes in and he knows who everybody is. And so there's just a ton of familiarity with him and the players, not league roster, but the other guys on the 40-man, the minor league guys. I think that's really helpful to have that, because one of the issues that I think Dusty Baker had, especially in that first year, is that he didn't know who anybody was. He didn't know who any of the players were, and then you had the COVID thing.
He didn't know who the players were?
No, he didn't know names, and then you had a 3-4 month break.
From the 2019 Astros, he didn't know who they were.
He knew who the big time. He knew who the important guys were, but he didn't know them. He didn't know. He didn't know them, and what made them tick and stuff like that. And then he didn't know.
Hey, little guy, what's your name?
Then he didn't know the minor league guys, and so that's hard. That's hard on a manager when you're trying to learn the ins and outs of an organization like that. So for Espada, he comes in, he knows what everyone's good at, what everyone struggles at, and I think that helps the learning curve for a first-year manager. Like for me, if you're going to hire somebody who's never been a manager before, it needed to be Espada, because then all the stuff that a first-time manager would have to learn,
he has a little bit of a head start.
Yeah, he has the head start. So that's my feeling.
He has. I told Landry and Figgy, I think the toughest job since Bo Porter as Astros manager.
Oh, it's a much tougher job than Bo Porter had. They weren't trying to win when Bo Porter took over.
Yeah, but he had no chance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But Bo didn't help himself out in those regards either. So.
Yeah, but what kind of chance?
No, it's a difficult job because the expectations are incredibly high, and the roster isn't quite what I think people think that it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows what's going to happen to that roster in the future. You've got a bunch of guys who are coming up for free agency either next year or the season after.
Yeah.
They have not, they need to start, I've said this many times before, but they need to start spending some money to really supplement the young guys that are coming up anymore. And I don't know if there's a willingness to do that right now. To me, if they don't, then they're selling themselves short.
I think it's going to be tough for him, man. First of all, you got to captivate an audience that's all in. There is, and we've been giving you a hard time about, the press conference. There's not a lot of jazz to this guy, and
that's okay though. You don't need that.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't.
This fan has Dusty with the wristbands and the toothpick and all that, and
it's all right.
AJ
Go
Hinch,
win some games.
You got. I don't know. Astros fans are very, very particular about.
I think.
Did AJ Hinch have pizzazz though?
No, but the squad was,
he was stiffer than a wedding dog.
I know, but the squad had, they were doing. That's when they were doing their dugout home run.
That was after. And by the way, they don't do any of that stuff anymore.
I know.
It is a very boring, go about your business type team, and those are the types of teams that win. And I give them credit for being like that. They don't. There's no home run jacket. There's no home run trident or any of this stuff. They just go out and play, and I think that's kind of how they do things. And I do think that the one thing that is important with Espada is that he's not going to get in the way. He's got a really good team, and he's going to go out there and let those guys play. He's got a good coaching staff. He's going to let those guys coach.
One more thing. Sorry, Landry. Because I think this ties directly to Espada. He is an analytics guy. He is heavy analytics. That's his reputation.
That's why Spo loves him so much.
Maybe I'm wrong on some levels, and you can explain it to me. But all I've ever heard about him is he's the analytics guy. How is that going to mesh with Bagwell and Reggie and Jim Crane and all that?
I don't think that he's having cash. I don't think that they are going to say, okay, you face 18 hitters, you're coming out of the game regardless. I think, and he said this on Monday, there's going to be a mix. you are going to, and it's the same thing that they've been doing for the last 4 years with Dusty Baker. Like, there is always a blend with this stuff.
In most cases.
There is, though. Like, you're going to go by the numbers. You're going to go by your feel. Like, if the numbers tell you one thing and your eyes tell you something completely different, a lot of times you're going to go with your eyes. So I don't think, like, this is going to be some huge shift in, they're only going to go by the numbers now. No, I don't think that's how this is going to go.
Speaking of shift, Basketball Spo here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. How about that culture change at the Toyota Center? My guy Udoka, man, he's got him playing some good ball. Which do they really need 5 days off? We're waiting until
NBA schedule's been weird.
Yeah, we're waiting until Friday now, huh?
I honestly, I don't think it's a bad thing for them.
Well, I think it is.
No, I'm going to tell you why I disagree. I think that they are probably feeling themselves a little bit. They've won 6 in a row. They're playing really well.
They should be.
But now, like, they weren't perfect in these 6 games. And now for Udoka, you can have a bunch. They practiced yesterday. They're practicing again today. They're going to practice again tomorrow.
But doesn't the excitement kind of wear off? Like,
all right.
But they want it.
Yeah, they
want the excitement.
They're
like,
playing hard.
I found myself on Sunday saying, "Damn, when do I get to watch the Rockets next?" And then it was like Friday. Say, well, football.
Hey, James Harden.
Oh well, football.
They play James Harden.
Who cares?
But from a coaching
I
standpoint,
watched him play yesterday. He is disgusting. He is a clown.
From a coaching standpoint, though, you can go and you can have all your film sessions and you can point out all the bad things that you've been doing during this. It's everybody back into like, hey, maybe we're not as great as we think. And now that brings everybody back down to the level that you want. And now they aren't maybe complacent going into LA on Friday.
I have my thoughts on the biggest thing that Udoka has done, but you're there every day.
What's that? What do you do?
I think the transition defense.
Yeah, that's a huge
transition defense. I've said it here. I think that's the reason they're playing well. They're stopping the ball. I mean, but I wanted to get your thoughts.
They are top 5, I think, in defensive rating right now.
Yeah.
They are top 5.
Stop the ball, man. It's
they're,
not hard.
They're top 5.
It's not hard. Just stop the ball.
I mean, hustle.
Yeah.
Well, they're top 5 in turnover rate. They allow the fewest fast break points in the league. They were giving up 17.5 fast break points a game last year. They're at 8.2 right now. Yeah. I mean, that's a huge shift. Like
wall.
It's tough to score on teams.
Yeah, thank you.
Run to the paint and then pick up your guy.
Thank you.
Or if you're 2 passes away, get in the paint. It's very simple.
And it's tough to score on teams.
I could coach some hoops.
Oh, let me be an assistant.
Yeah, I think you and I could coach some hoops.
Wall. So often.
I only got ejected.
Why don't you guys coach the team?
A technical twice in.
Then you're not doing it right.
In 10 years.
You're not doing it.
I was massaging those guys, man. I was in their heads.
But
by the way, breaking news of the day.
Hey, stop it.
Deshaun Watson out for the season. Deshaun Watson out for the season. I'm just resetting the big news. What's y'all's problem?
But it's tough to score on teams in the half court, and they are especially when you have good defenders, and they have really good individual defenders.
And
on
you
this
got
team.
Van Vliet. I feel like the vets. I feel like these vets, and this is what I said when they made the signings. I said they would win 42 games. I feel like I don't know.
I thought you said. Did you say 39 or 42?
42.
Because I thought when he asked you,
I said 40.
Yeah. What was the over/under?
32.5.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I said 39.
Yeah, I said 42.
Yeah.
I think I said right around the total.
Yeah.
But they're you said it. They're playing hard.
Like the vets allow the rookies to still develop.
Yes, because they're not like taking up every single.
They
possession.
also got lucky.
Yeah, they did.
That Brooke Lopez
thing,
stood him up.
Yeah, and
like they got very lucky that Brooke Lopez stood him up because now Şengün can just do his thing. They also, I also think they got lucky that I don't want to say lucky. It's a good thing that Kevin Porter's not here anymore.
Yes,
it's a good thing that Kevin Porter's not here anymore.
I don't agree with that necessarily, because I think the bench struggles to score at times.
That's fine,
and
they can struggle. They're still playing ball though. They don't got this goofball out here dribbling around.
But they're playing hard.
He could have been good off the bench.
To see Alperen Şengün with a chase down block the other night, he could have done that last year.
Yeah.
Like that's
he timed it perfect, man.
And he
just
got
chopping
down.
them feet and then boom, pin that hoe on the glass.
Yeah,
he got down there. Like that's all. Like I just wanted to see him get in a defensive stance half the time last year, and he didn't do that. This year, he got in really good shape, and you're seeing that.
You could tell he was just happy to be playing the Joker. He was doing that little one hand, that little one.
Oh, that's his shot.
Thing. Oh, but he was putting a little extra mustard on it
that
against
little
Joker.
push shot.
And that's how you do it with with Şengün and everything else running it through
He
him.
was doing his thing. And then Jeff Green, by the way, 73 years old. Did you know that?
Jeff Green, 73?
73.
I'll be damned. I thought he was about 60.
No, he's 73.
One more Astros question because I feel like we kind of buried the lead regarding Alex Bregman.
Yeah, no,
I was channeling. I said we. I was chanting, if not now, by the deadline.
Wow.
By the deadline.
No, you should. If you're not going to sign him, you should trade him before the season because the way
before the season.
Yes, because if you trade him during the season, the team that acquires him can't get the comp pick back for him, so his value goes down a little bit.
Okay.
So if it's me and I know I'm not going to re-sign him, then
and they're not. First of all, we don't think they are. Right?
In all likelihood, they're not. That's just how they've operated.
He's not giving a hometown discount either. Like
No, and nor should he.
Yeah.
But you have Matt Chapman out there who's a free agent. Is he as good a player as Alex Bregman? No, of course he's not. But you can go get him to take up that spot, and then you can go get something back for Bregman. Because to me, what they have done the last 5 years, letting these guys play out, to go to free agency.
Bad business.
They're losing those guys, and they're getting back the comp pick, and they're not doing anything with the comp pick.
Yeah.
That's not going to help you moving forward. That's only going to put you in a position that you were in 10 years ago when you were losing 100 games every single year.
Take the mediocre salsa off the HEB shelves. You heard it from Adam Spillane right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 6.
That salsa will be gone if he's gone, right?
Should be gone anyway.
Probably.
Shouldn't be in your damn rotation, to be honest with you. Coming up, the 4 biggest thoughts. The Texans, they got some big news this morning. They got some big news yesterday. I got 4 big thoughts on the suspension that was handed down, and it's going to make you feel some type of way. Plus, Deshaun Watson, he gone for the season, and I saw the light. Next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 4 thoughts about this Denzel Perryman suspension. I got 4, and I think it's important. By the way, Deshaun Watson out for the season. We'll get into that in a sec, but I want to get into this Denzel Perryman suspension. He's going to miss 4 games. I want to give you a stat, and make of it what you want when it comes to Denzel Perryman, but it's just a stat, and it's also a fact. Do you know the Texans' record without Denzel Perryman? Like what their win-loss record is?
I think it's not as good as without him.
You said with Denzel.
No, all right, let me reset that. Without Denzel Perryman, do you know what their record is?
I think it's better than with him.
Undefeated?
I don't know what it is.
They're 2-4 with Denzel Perryman.
Yeah.
They're 3-0 without him.
Yeah.
He missed the Jags game and he missed the Saints game.
Yeah.
So they're 3-0 without Denzel Perryman. Mm-hmm. What do you want to make of that? I don't know. I think there's value of Denzel Perryman. There's clear limitations in coverage, which he went to Twitter and talked about. These are the 4 thoughts for me when it comes to the suspension of Denzel Perryman, though. And I want to look from all point of views and cover all ground when it comes to the Texans, starting with number 1.
Número 1.
The decision itself. It's natural instinct when you're a fan of a team to criticize and, call out the NFL for laying out the suspension. I don't have too much of a problem with it. It happened to Kareem Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's weird that the Jamar Chase play is the example they're using, because are we going to let receivers start just running and sliding? Is that what we're getting to? That was a little bit awkward. But as far as the decision itself, what the NFL is trying to do, what they want to do, whether it's like a cover your own ass and you have sacrificial lambs like an aging Kareem Jackson and Denzel Perryman,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with it, because quite frankly, I think the NFL has done a really good job of keeping control of their league, no matter how it is, whether it's being able to add a game. Adam Silver would never be able to do that. They added a game. They might add another. I don't really question, you make fun of me because I wear the NFL hat. It's because I like the NFL.
I don't make fun of you.
I think they do a good job. They're not the NBA. And
that's why you wear.
I'm a brain guy.
No, that's my favorite hat.
I thought you wore it because it looked fly.
To find it.
It looks fly too, but I'm also I like support the NFL. I like what they do. So I am very pro NFL. I have the actual decision itself. I don't feel like the Texans just got screwed or anything like that.
I have a problem with the decision, but I understand it. The problem I have with it is he's had apparently 7 of these infractions. 5 of them weren't even this year. And this year you suspend him 3 games. That's the problem I have with it. But I do understand it for the reasons that you said. I just they're making an example here. They had to do it somewhere, and they found it with the Texans.
Thought number 2. The Texans without Denzel Perryman. That's where I look. Again, they're 3-0 without Denzel Perryman. They're playing teams that are probably going to throw a little bit more the next couple of weeks. Jacksonville, who they've already beaten without Denzel Perryman.
And he is not good against the pass.
And Kyler Murray and the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So when you look at a guy going on injured reserve, like when Cam Johnston or Ka'imi Fairbairn or Noah Brown or someone like that goes on IR, you say, damn, man, you're going to have to go 4 weeks without him? We love Denzel Perryman. We've talked to Denzel Perryman. I don't look at, how are they going to make do without Denzel Perryman for 3 games. It doesn't really freak me out that much.
I would describe it like this. Denzel Perryman is a big asset with big flaws. He's a big asset in terms of obviously brings, the experience that he brings, obviously leadership on the field. They all look to Denzel Perryman, but he has flaws. So that's why that speaks to what you're talking about, a better record without him on the field than on, especially against passing teams.
Thought number 3.
Número 3.
The bright side. Henry To'oTo'o is coming back. And I said this yesterday, the manner in which Denzel Perryman plays football, to me, it may require some rest.
Yeah.
Ice up.
No.
That physicality, the way in which he's just attacking guys, the way in which he's playing, he's already had to miss 3 games this season, and we're only 9 through, so he's missed a third of the games.
Mm-hmm.
It might not be the worst thing for Denzel Perryman to be able to rest his body and come back and give them what they need. Furthermore, they're going to be playing teams that are really physical. Cleveland, you got to think they're going to be trying to run the rock, especially without Deshaun Watson, which we'll get to in a second. Tennessee a couple times. The Colts. Icing up. Denzel Perryman having 3 weeks to get his body right and icing up. Not the worst thing.
Yeah, and Henry To'o has been really good.
And we'll see if he returns to the practice field today. I anticipate it.
He's been really good, so it's not a huge drop-off there other than experience.
Número 4.
There is some future concern, though, when it comes to Denzel Perryman. And I don't know how he approaches this. I don't know what he's going to do, but the way in which he plays football, for better or worse, is what makes him valuable. Like when Denzel Perryman's playing good, it's because he's in the mix. He's in the trenches. He's being physical. He's hitting the running back at the line of scrimmage. He's pressuring the quarterback. He's punishing the running back once he gets past the line of scrimmage. He's in that little window. He's in that phone booth. When you get a suspension like this and you lose $300K or whatever the hell it is, and the style in which you play is all of a sudden into question, and it's costing you money, and it's costing you games, and it's costing you opportunity, do you come back to the Texans and provide the same value you did? Because what is the value, like what would the value be in Denzel Perryman if he wasn't just overly physical, just a physical guy that wanted all the smoke? Sometimes it goes bad. We've seen it. But what value is Denzel Perryman if he comes back and he's not playing the same way that he already plays?
Just the leadership part. That's it. Because they really respect him. I don't know anybody that doesn't. We've been very impressed by him in the time we've been around him. But that's it. Keep in mind, Landry, this is his 9th season as an inside linebacker. That's a lot of car crashes. I mean, that's a lot of car crashes. Made a lot of people. So it's going to take a toll, you know? 9 years. That's a lot.
It's a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans, we'll hear what he had to say about the Perryman suspension coming up at 11:35 when we play the hits here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So that was the news yesterday. News this morning, Deshaun Watson, he's done for the season. He's got a hurt shoulder. He is not going to be on the field when the Texans take on the Browns on Christmas Eve. Texans chasing the Browns in the playoff picture. They're trying to creep up. Browns, obviously a worse football team. I guess DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, is going to start for the Browns. Yes. P.J. Walker is going to be the backup.
Yes.
So the Texans, their playoff aspirations actually increased. They went up, according to ESPN Stats and Info, they went up 6%. In their likelihood to make the playoffs. The Texans are currently at 58%. Browns actually dropped down 10%. So from a playoff perspective, it helps the Texans. I'm just going to ask you this, though. How did you feel when you heard that Deshaun Watson was out for the season? Like, what is your honest...
Are we going to be honest here?
I want you to be honest.
Figgy, are we going to be honest here?
Let's just be honest. Always.
I thought we always honest.
Yeah, we're always...
This is why I'm asking you, because I know you will be.
We always try to be honest. And I will be. I was kind of like, ha. That's harsh. It's horrible. I'm a bad person and all that. But I went, ha. I don't know why.
Well,
I think
there's a few reasons.
It's deep-seated scars, deep-seated resentment.
I don't think you're the only one.
No, and it's not right. Shoulder, according to Tom Pelissero, could have fallen off. But,
okay.
But he still had a bad shoulder. He's injured. But here's where my ha-ha landed. It's not just what happened here. It's we have CJ Stroud, and that is a horrible, horrible contract now. Like, you can say what you want about Deshaun Watson. Is he going to be a bust now? Is he going to be a disappointment? We don't know. He might come back and win 2 MVPs.
No way.
We don't know, but yes,
no way.
I would side with you on that. But here's the thing. People talk about the contract. And some of this happened before he got this $230 million contract. But Landry, he has had now 4 wasted seasons in a row. And let me explain it. 2020, he's walking off the field with J.J. Watt. And J.J., we know the audio. He says, man, I feel horrible for you. We wasted your year. So that was a horrible year. 2021, we know. 2022, we know. And now 2023. They paid him $230 million guaranteed for 4 years. I know they're not all hit theirs, but 4 years of a completely wasted season.
You know when that Michigan coach started cussing and crying after Michigan won the game?
Oh, Sharon?
Yeah, Sharon Harris.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was making fun of him and saying, damn, did Jim Harbaugh die? Like, this is a little bit dramatic. Did he die?
I didn't know Gandhi coached the Wolverines.
The last time Deshaun Watson tore his ACL, 2000, exactly where I was.
Mm-hmm.
I had just gone to the fridge. It was the number one story in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And the reaction that there was from pretty much every NFL player to fans, not just Texans fans, but NFL fans, you would have thought he died.
Yeah.
You look at the reaction now, good Lord. Some of you people are going to hell on scholarship with the way you're acting about this Deshaun Watson injury. But it just does kind of show, like, how much different he is looked at right now. But for me, when I hear this type of stuff, it seems like the Texans are getting a lot of breaks.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting a lot of breaks. Cincinnati Bengals game. Dude drops the ball.
Yeah.
Boyd drops the ball. Who knows how much different it is? Maybe CJ leads them to score a touchdown, but dude drops the ball. Tampa Bay game. Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles decided to avoid a 10-second runoff.
Yeah.
And left the Texans 46 seconds instead of 36. Little bit of a break. The biggest break that we always talk about, Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Most teams, I think, wanted Bryce Young over CJ Stroud. They'll probably change it now. I think Bill Polian said that he was better than Tom Brady now. I think he's rewritten history that much.
He had him graded higher.
Knowing how Bill Polian is, I'm sure. You end up with CJ Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like the team that you're chasing in the playoffs, their quarterback's out, so you're not even going to have to face them. That's arguably the toughest game on your schedule. It does seem like luck's kind of turning around here, man. Okay, it kind of feels like luck is turning around here.
Would you be disappointed if they don't make the playoffs at this point?
Oh, I don't know if I'd go that far just yet. I think these, when we've talked about it, I think these next 3 weeks are huge. Next 2 weeks for sure are huge going into Jacksonville. But, yeah, eventually I'll probably get there. Yeah.
713 says, Lopez, what did he do to you? You should want the best for the young man.
I don't. Yeah. I admit it. I'm a horrible person. Call me a horrible person.
I don't want.
You asked me how I felt.
I don't want the Browns to be successful.
Yeah.
I mean, that sucks for him. The rehab, and I don't think we see him again. But I don't want the Browns to be successful.
How many times you heard me say you can't help how you feel? Whether you're watching a game or something like this, you can't help how you feel. You might lie and say something else. Well, what a tough break for Deshaun. Despite everything else that happened and everything else that happened here, I really wish the best for him. No, I don't. I mean, you want me to say that? I will, but I don't. I mean,
yeah,
I don't.
Well, I mean, I think and here's the thing, like, I think Deshaun Watson since 2020 has valued one thing, and that's money.
Mm-hmm.
That's money.
Yeah.
And clout and all that type of stuff. I think he's been lost. And I don't know what he did or didn't do off the field. I'm not even talking about that, but I feel like that. So I think that he has what he values the most. Like if someone like even with the Texans in the playoff push, like if Lamar Jackson or someone was hurt, I would feel terrible for them because I think they love football. I don't think Deshaun Watson. I really don't. I don't. That's just me. I said it in 2020. I feel it now, and yeah, I appreciate your honesty.
And then there's the practicality of it. That's a team that you've got to beat to get to the playoffs. That's a team that's weaker, and that helps you in your playoff push. That's a team that might be ahead of you in the playoffs. You might pass them now in the playoff race.
I mean, you should.
Yeah. And then you don't value this as much as I do, but it did cross my mind, and we're being honest.
The draft pick.
right now that Cleveland,
if their draft pick is worse than yours, then that's awesome because then you look smart again.
Yes,
because the trade. Remember when the Texans traded their pick, the Browns their pick instead of the Browns?
Right.
Oh my God, how are you going to do that? That's stupid. Hey, might be another sign of the luck.
Let me give you an example here. Right now, the Browns are about, I would say, because a lot of teams are tied, 22 to 24 in the draft order. Let's say they get worse and it moves up to 15 to 17. Yeah. I just looked at last year. I'm not even looking at all. I looked at last year's draft picks.
Yeah.
The 24th overall pick, Deontay Banks, defensive back, went to New York Giants. I don't know how that kid's doing, but I know number 17 is Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I mean, it matters.
No.
You know.
And I mean, you can get guys all over the place. The other thing about it, with the Browns and with the Deshaun Watson thing, and the situation is, I kind of think Nick Caserio, like, if Kenyon Green just ends up being a starter, okay. Like, I don't even like the Deshaun point. We can evaluate the draft picks, but at this point, I mean, you fleeced them.
Yeah.
For regardless of the reason, regardless of the what, like, you fleeced them.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. It is interesting though. I appreciate your honesty because I agree. Like, yeah. I think he's getting what he values.
Mm-hmm.
Like what he values. Like in 2017, I think he valued football. Somewhere along the way, 2020, he seemed to have changed. And I mean, to the point where, you know, he's got his buddy Quincy Avery talking about money and all that type of stuff. Like, yeah. I think the good thing for Deshaun is he's got what he values, and that's just what it is. Coming up, Lopez.
What did I do?
Texans are playing good football.
Mm-hmm.
Why in the hell are you obsessing over TV?
Oh, I've got reason.
Why in the hell are you obsessing over TV? We got to get to that. And plus, the season. I feel like we're enjoying it. Do you think this has been a good start to the season?
I would say so.
Well, according to the GOAT, it hadn't even started yet. We'll hear that next.
It's Texans Game Week.
Season hasn't started, according to Tom Brady. Tom Brady spoke with CJ Stroud, and apparently the NFL season has not started.
I could have sworn it did.
We'll hear what Tom Brady had to say to CJ Stroud on his Let's Go podcast. But first, all this stuff is going on, all this good stuff. CJ Stroud doing his thing, DeMeco Ryans doing his thing, Texans players doing their thing, NRG might be popping sooner rather than later. And all John Lopez is worried about is TV.
That's not what I'm worried about. That is not all I'm worried
talking about is TV.
That is not all I'm worried about.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Let me tell you
You're not
why.
the only one doing this too, by the way.
No, because the concept of flexing a game, and I've said this to you and Figgy, it really does nothing for me. Just play the game. Noon kickoff. They got 3:30, 3:15, whatever it is. Just play the game. The concept does nothing for me. But I'm sitting here last night, sitting at my house actually last night. Wasn't here. And I'm thinking, they're going to flex the Texans. And here's why. Time that the NFL didn't make the absolute most out of the hottest thing in the game. They do. It's what they do. It's what they do great. They find stars and they exploit them. Not in a bad way. I mean, they exploit them, for everyone's benefit, for the players, for the league, etc. So I think we need to come to grips with, and I did some digging here, and I want to get you and Figgy's thoughts and the loopholes. The Texans, I believe, are going to get flexed. Just logically, because of CJ Stroud. He's that big. He's that popular. And they don't have any primetime games. Scratch Thursday Night Football. I could be wrong, but I don't think they're going to flex. It's you got to jump through all kinds of hoops to flex a Thursday Night Football. So Sunday night or Monday night. And I went through I spent far too much time doing this.
All you care about is TV, man.
No, not
Why
true.
do you care?
I don't.
Why do you want them flexed so bad?
I don't. But I think they're going to. And first things we got to do is you got to know a little quick background on how they flex a game. Sunday Night Football, weeks 5 to 14, they can flex. After week 14, they can flex with some limitations. After week 14, they can flex pretty much any game they want. Monday Night Football, they can flex weeks 12 to 17. But they have to be announced 12 days in advance. So that's why today is important. Today is 12 days before a Monday night window that just might be where the might be another game. We might hear it next week or whatever. But here are the options. First of all, do you agree that the NFL takes full advantage of the star power in their league?
Yeah, they do everything right.
CJ Stroud does not have a primetime game. They're going to try to put CJ Stroud in a primetime game.
Okay.
So Sunday Night Football, whether you care about it or not, and I'm on the record, I really don't care that much.
Okay.
But whether you care about it or not, they're going to try to flex the Texans into a Sunday night or Monday night game.
Okay.
Week 14, I don't think they're flexing anything before week 14 for Sunday Night Football. That's what we're talking about. Week 16, Sunday Night Football, is Bills-Chargers.
They're not flexing out the Bills and Chargers.
Week 17 is Packers-Vikings.
Okay, that's pretty crappy.
Pretty crappy. The Browns have lost Deshaun Watson, so maybe it doesn't really work. Would they flex Titans-Texans week 17 instead of Packers-Vikings? Maybe, right? Maybe.
I don't think they're getting flexed.
If they get flexed, I think it'd be a away game.
Well, I don't think they would do Texans-Titans because it's not the Oilers uniforms one. It's the one here.
They don't care.
No, but they like the visuals. They like the visuals.
Hey, you're telling me that some executive at NBC, with all the things that you're saying that matter the most, that they want to get their biggest star out there, that they want to take advantage of CJ Stroud, that they would lay out the case that you just laid out for the Texans to get flexed, and then would all of a sudden go, Titans aren't in the Oilers uniform, so never mind.
No, I'm not saying it would be a deal breaker, but if it was in Tennessee, it would be more advantage. So here's where I go with this. Could be a Monday Night Football game, and here's why. They could flex to Monday night.
And you'd probably watch Manning cast instead of the actual broadcast. That's the sad thing about it. That's what's embarrassing is you would watch Manning cast.
So the schedule.
Find out what Arnold Schwarzenegger thinks of CJ Stroud.
So the scheduled Monday night game.
Hey, Sue Bird. Texans just got the ball with 46 seconds
Hey,
left.
we had Simone Biles on.
You've been in some close games, Sue Bird.
So the scheduled Monday night football game, week 12, is Bears at Vikings. 3-7 Bears. Vikings are 6-4. That's Jaguars Texans.
Yeah, I think that would be the one to go with.
Yeah,
and that's a home game.
And that's a home game.
And they're probably tired of the Bears. Like, how many times have those weasels been on primetime? 3?
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be it.
So maybe.
So
Monday
how much
night,
time do they have?
12 days today for that one.
So they would have to do it 2 day.
2 day.
Okay. Well, that's your best case.
Well, there's another one that I wanted to lay out. The other possibility, and this is the only reason I'm saying this one, it would screw up our plans, but it's on week, I believe it's 17. You got Packers at Giants. People are sick of the Giants on primetime. Like, even Giants fans are sick of the Giants on primetime. And the Packers stink.
Yeah.
So Packers at Giants, the Texans at Jets.
They're not tired of the Jets on primetime?
Still get the New York market. You still get the New York market.
Damn, we're supposed to go to that game.
I know. So that would ruin our plan.
It would.
It would ruin. Salah, DeMeco, Texans at Jets, CJ Stroud. You still get the New York market.
You might get the Aaron Rodgers.
You might get. Well, yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. Aaron Rodgers talking about coming back middle of December. Yeah, I don't buy it, but I think they could get flexed to Monday Night Football. They're going to try. Now they might not pull it off, but they're
what's the deadline for that? Because I don't want them.
12
to flex
days before.
that.
12 days before.
So that's the December the 10th.
I've got it right here.
So that's still like next week, the 29th, 30th.
Oh, they got plenty of time on that.
What's up for us.
They got plenty of time on that. Yeah, man. It would be.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Or y'all want to do the show from New York
on a Monday?
Don't do it.
I just feel like they're going to have to. This is what the NFL does, man. I don't care. I'll just as well watch all the noon games.
Yeah, let's just not flex that.
Jaguars at Texans, 12 days from today, or Texans at Jets.
Yeah, that Jets one scares me.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely scares me. Although I don't know that the Giants dumpster fire might kind of intrigue them.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like they kind of get pumped about that. According to Tom Brady, though, the season hasn't even started. This was Tom Brady with CJ Stroud on the Let's Go podcast. This is an interesting backstamping. They had a 15-minute conversation. I would say this is the most interesting thing that Tom Brady had to say to CJ Stroud.
How did you stay on the straight and narrow? Even like, you have people reaching out and family and like just the world around you seems like it's spinning and you're just trying to stay focused and stay on a straight and narrow.
I think the important thing I really want you to realize, this is now your job. Everyone, when they come to the game, it's a vacation. It's fun for them. Oh my God, we're here to watch, CJ play. For you, you don't bust in on your friends at their job. And, when they're trying to be really focused and do what they need to do. Hey, can I interrupt you? Hey, I know this is a really busy time for you, but let's go do something fun. Or, you don't need to be the source of people's entertainment over the course of the season. It's not college anymore. The earlier you get it in your mind, this is a profession and you're a professional and everyone is counting on you and you can't have a bad day like Coach Day taught you. And you're in an organization where DeMeco is a great coach. Nick Cesario, I've got a long relationship with. All these guys are counting on you. It's fun. The process of winning is fun. The memories you're going to have from a great season are fun. The games are fun. The practice, the camaraderie is fun. Trying to create fun for everybody else outside of that isn't your responsibility. You're not camp counselor for everyone's fun activities. You're out there trying to perform, trying to dig deep for your teammates, and that requires intense focus for a long period of time. There's discipline that starts the beginning in August all the way through the end of the season. And the more you can stay successful, the better opportunity you're going to give your team a chance, like you've been doing. Now you're just about halfway through, which I know it probably feels like you've been at a long time.
Yes, sir.
But now football season doesn't start till after Thanksgiving. We're still 2 weeks away from that. All the games that matter start in really 2 weeks. And you just got to stay focused to keep everyone and all the distractions away from you as you go. And you'll do a great job. And you got my number, so you can always call me too.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
That's so cool.
All right, there you go.
That's
Yes,
just
sir.
cool. Yeah, the
Yes,
way you
sir.
said sir, and hey, you got my number.
All right.
Okay, Tom.
All right.
I'll hit you up.
Coming up, a Texan got an award. His name was not CJ Stroud. The hits are lit next.
Call it.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so we got an award. And it ain't CJ's. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
How about that? AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Devon Singletary, 150 yards in Buffalo, touchdown. I mean, that's why you hand him the rock when it's 3rd and 3. You hand the rock with the AFC South Player of the Week, but I guess not. Some people are okay with it.
I want every radio host in the city to hear me and hear me well.
But congratulations to Devon Singletary. Ain't going to call you Motor. You're Devon Singletary to me, but congratulations to him. And big for the Texans. It'll be interesting to see when the injury report comes out, if Dameon Pierce is back on the field, and once he returns to the field, what does that committee look like? What does the role look like? Is it just a clear starting running back now in Devon Singletary? What does it look like?
No. That's what this award does for me. It's not even a question anymore. You don't get AFC Player of the Week and take a seat. You don't.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
You don't. I mean, that's bad business.
Keep doing it.
Devon Singletary gets AFC Offensive Player of the Week, and you're telling me you think
keep doing it.
Dameon Pierce is going to be the starting running back? Hell no. You're telling me that Dameon Pierce is going to go 2-to-1 carry margin ratio? Hell no. It's Devon Singletary 2-to-1 now. You can't do it. That's the best thing about this. Usually, like, weekly awards don't mean anything. This means something.
Well, I mean, the fact that you went for a Bill 50 means something.
It means something too, but I'm saying it's been verified by the league. You're not going to say, great job, congratulations on the award, here's your award, take a seat. You ain't going to do it. He's your starter, no matter what.
Starter or not, he's the guy that's going to get the rock the most, right?
Yeah, the bulk of the carry.
Denzel Perryman, he is out for 3 games. He can appeal. He played a little bit too rough, according to the NFL. DeMeco Ryans was actually on with Pat McAfee yesterday on ESPN, and he was asked about it. And this is what DeMeco Ryans had to say about potentially being without linebacker Denzel Perryman for the next few days.
Yeah, I've spoken with Denzel. Tough conversation, and he knows it, man. We hate to lose, right? A good player for us, a starting linebacker for us, and we'll just let the process play out. But we're hard news to hear, but we'll have our young guys stepping up, ready to go.
And they will. And you laid out a good cause, a good reason why some of these things might work out in the favor for the Texans, and you're 100% right. I think he might need a little bit of a break, but he also, Henry To'oTo'o is pretty dang good and been doing well.
Let's keep an eye on that injury report when it drops. I think To'oTo'o will be back from concussion protocol. Although I am not a doctor, Kyler Murray returned last, got a W. Kyler Murray on his coach, Jonathan Gannon, who is believed to be a candidate for the Texans gig. Here's Kyler Murray talking about Jonathan Gannon saying that he might not be himself early on.
No, he told me that to my face, and I kind of laughed at him. But, I understand the thought process. But every time I touch the field, I'm trying to do my thing, and that's, obviously win, but do it at a high level. This is week, 9, 10, whatever it is. I've missed all this time, like I hear what he's saying, but that's not in my, that's not in my head.
He worries you, huh?
Big time. Yeah. I'm terrified of Kyler Murray. I think he's probably got a new perspective, and we already know what he can do. And when I heard DeMeco talk about him, that was really what kind of sparked me. And it seems like DeMeco has a lot of admiration.
He does. Kind of shaking his head about just how good he's been.
Deshaun Watson, he's out for the season. The Browns announced that he will be out following a broken bone in his throwing shoulder. Full recovery is expected, whatever the hell that means. I don't know what he looks like full, especially with another year out. But Deshaun Watson out for the season. Browns ahead of the Texans in the playoff standings. Browns also face the Texans on Christmas Eve. So it's kind of a break for the Texans. I don't mean to.
Yeah, it is.
I don't mean to be too harsh, but it's kind of a break for the Texans.
Playoff wise. Standings-wise and in the playoffs and draft-wise, absolutely.
College football playoff came out yesterday. The top 4, Georgia, number 1. Imagine that. 2, Florida State, number 3. And Michigan comes in at number 4, followed by Washington, Oregon, Texas, Bama, Mizzou, and then Louisville. I'm going to say this right now, and this is not going to be popular, and this is going to hurt me more than it hurts anyone who's going to get pissed off at me for saying it. I'm just being honest. That's the only. Nobody wants success for the University of Texas more than me. Nobody wants Texas to reach the highest level of college football as much as me. If Alabama runs the table and Texas runs the table, Alabama deserves to get in over Texas. I'm just being honest. I know you can talk head-to-head week 2. That is not the same Alabama team that Texas faced. Milroe has figured out how to use his legs.
You think?
They have weapons galore. So I'm not one of these guys who just takes. I think there's times when you factor in head-to-head, and there's times when you factor in everything that's happened. If Alabama wins out, and that would include a win over Georgia, Alabama deserves to be in over Texas. Sorry.
And they will be. I mean,
sorry.
They will be.
And that sucks. Sorry.
You're kind of in my head because if you notice on my notes here, the one team I had circled was Alabama. I was telling my son.
It's not the same team that they played.
I was telling my son we were watching that game this weekend. I said, Alabama's going to mess around and win another national championship.
I mean, Georgia and them is going to be tough. But even then, like if Georgia has one loss and the loss is to Bama, I still think even Georgia would be in. I've watched every snap of this Texas team. They've done a great job. They just lost Brooks. I think you can factor that in. Alabama, if they went out and Texas wins out, Alabama deserves to be in. Period. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. And it's not an easy opinion for me to have.
I wasn't even thinking Texas. I just said Alabama's going to mess around and win this thing again. Because what do you have? 3-3? 3 rushing, 3 passing?
Yeah, first player in Bama history. Before that, he had 4. He's running the rock now.
Yeah.
Like he's not. It's almost like at the beginning they were like, "Hey, we want you to stay."
Well, they weren't even sure he was going to be the starter, and they benched him.
Yeah, they benched him for a week.
Yeah,
that was weird.
Yeah,
and now he's in there balling, local guy. I'm just saying, like I don't love it, but that's just how I feel. Ohio State, Michigan, they're going to play at the end of the season. CJ Stroud and Tom Brady. Here's their bet. This is why Tom Brady I don't think is going to be real good in media. I think he's good at like the insight on like the mindset. Listen to this this sense of humor from the GOAT with CJ Stroud.
Marvin is the best player in the country. If he doesn't win the Heisman, I'm calling it now. If he does not win the Heisman, it is rigged. Hopefully we pull it out. We need it, man. And we're tired of losing to you guys. But you guys are always a great team. And, but I do hate you guys. It's still in my heart. And I'm smiling.
Both ways.
I'm mad at the inside.
All right, so we got a bet. So if Ohio State wins, which I don't really feel is, well, whatever, we're going to see. How about this? You get one of my Super Bowl rings. And if Michigan beats Ohio State, then you got to give me all your youth, your agility, your time in the 40, and all your future years in the NFL. How about that?
All right, that's a bet. That's a bet.
That's going to happen.
You know, I've never bet my Super Bowl ring, so this could be, I'm a little.
Yeah, I'm not going to take your Super Bowl ring, Tom. I'm not going to lie. That's yours, bro. I want to get my own.
Okay. All righty. You can have my youth.
Big gulps, huh?
Yeah, exactly. When is Tom Brady going to get into the media, by the way? Hadn't it been like 2 years now?
I don't know. Like, when does that happen?
Yeah.
Is he going to want Jim Gray with him?
Oh,
if I'm going, I want Scratchy with me.
Yeah. I hate that nickname.
Well, it's kind of awkward, but
yeah.
It kind of is what it is.
Yeah.
All right, so I did it last week. It hit. It hit. The long shot parlay, college football parlay. You sprinkle a little bit of money that you can afford to lose on. If you win, you win. Last week it was 10-1. I actually got a screenshot from a loophole who bet 40 and won 450 on it.
He rode with you.
He rode with it.
Mm-hmm.
This week, the parlay, the long shot parlay. USC minus 6.5. There's news that Chip Kelly will be fired after UCLA.
Yeah.
USC is just too talented, and this is going to be a little bit easy for them. And I think that this matters to USC. It's kind of like a season salvaging type thing. So USC minus 6.5. Texas point total over 28.5. If you're not allowed to parlay that, just put the over of Texas Ohio State, because I think Ohio State's going to be able to score over the 19 they're expected. So
you mean Iowa State?
Yeah, Iowa State. What did I say? Ohio State? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they damn sure ain't scoring over 28.5 on Ohio State. I promise you that. Over against Iowa State. Personal point total 28.5 if you can, which is plus 110. And then Tennessee straight up over the Jags. I think something weird's going on. This is the long shot. $40 will win you $520 if those three hit last week. So wager at your own risk. $40, you lose it. Hey, oh well, but wager at your own risk. It hit last week, so
it did.
If you listened, then bada bing, bada boom. We'll talk to Michael Jenkins tomorrow right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Big news of the day: Deshaun Watson. He is out for the season, injured, shoulder. And Denzel Perryman, he is going to appeal his 3-game suspension, so we will see if Denzel Perryman is available or not. The Texans, however, are 3-0 without him. CJ Stroud speaks today, as does DeMeco Ryans. You'll hear that on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Speaking of which, I watched the documentary yesterday.
I meant to ask you about that. I saw you
Clint Stoerner,
tweeting
man.
about that. And?
Yeah, it was good. True
Yeah?
character. Yeah, it was really good. Clint did a good job in there. I'm not going to lie, though. I was kind of looking forward to just seeing how much Mama Stoerner was going to be in this thing.
And?
She was in it.
And?
She was entertaining.
She always is.
Kind of thought she was a little harsh, though, on the fumble.
She was harsh on the fumble?
Kind of thought she was a little harsh on the fumble.
She didn't, try to say, anything could have happened earlier in the game or blah, blah, blah.
So this was Mama Stoerner. It aired on SEC Network. It's called True Character.
Mm-hmm.
There's a breakdown of the fumble.
Did she threaten to kick anybody's butt?
No.
Okay.
Yes, actually she did. She threatened to kick Clint's butt when he wanted to quit football. She made him not quit football. But she didn't say it on the SEC Network. She was on her best behavior.
Okay.
But listen to this. Listen to Mama Stoerner. You tell me if she was a little bit harsh.
That was a tough time for Mom. He took the whole blame. It was his fault. He put the ball on the ground. All he had to do was tuck it and roll, hold on to the ball. It didn't happen that way.
She could have just said it was his fault. She didn't have to give a full play-by-play breakdown of what he had to do.
Why can't you hold on to the damn ball and roll on it?
If you want to take the high road and say that it was his fault, you don't have to break down what he actually was doing.
Dang, Mama
Should have just tucked it and ran.
Listen to that breakdown, dude.
That was a tough time for Mom. He took the whole blame. It was his fault. He put the ball on the ground. All he had to do was tuck it and roll, hold on to the ball. It didn't happen that way.
Oh my God!
Do we have to give the full depth?
Just say it was a tough day for Mom.
He said, yeah, he took the blame, rightfully so. But we got to break down what he should have done.
Good for her, though. That's her. That's her. The hell are you doing, Clint?
It was good. Strong recommendation. Coming up, how you know the Texans are on the right track and why it took a familiar, unexpected face to put this to practice. Lunchtime next.
Should you purchase your next vehicle? You've heard it for years, decades maybe.
So when this news came down, and if you're just tuning in, you probably know, Deshaun Watson, he's out for the season. When I heard this, I didn't even think about the draft pick that the Texans possess. That's Cleveland's. I immediately thought about the playoffs, and I thought about the Christmas Eve game. And for me, that was clarification that the Texans are where we want them to be.
Yeah.
We have gotten through it. Probably should have already known that.
It wasn't my first thought, but I did think about the draft pick because the difference, and I'm using these two numbers just arbitrarily almost, because let's say that the Browns lose more now that Deshaun is out. They could move up to, let's say, number 17 in the draft. Right now they're about 23. It's a pretty good gap there. That wasn't my first thought, but it is a thought. I'd rather have 17 than 23. It's not real important to me either way, because I think the more important thing is you've got your quarterback. You can get a player anywhere in the first round with that pick that's out. But it does kind of matter. You know, that's 6-7 spots right there, you know?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's icing, but it's not my first thought.
No.
My first thought is, damn, playoffs. Go get it.
Again, jumping that team in the playoff, jumping up in the playoff bracket, all that stuff was my first thought. And as I mentioned earlier, my first thought was kind of like pointing and laughing. I'm not real proud of it, but it was. And so, but the draft pick does come into play.
Playoffs, though.
Yeah.
Texans right now have a 58% chance per ESPN stats. And if I don't know how the hell they came up with that, but it's just kind of one of those interesting stats. It went up as soon as the Deshaun news came down. So the Texans have better playoff odds right now than they did before. So life is good right now around here. It's good.
Life is very good right now, and could be getting better. Based on what the Browns are doing, because that was. I think we all agree on that. That was going to be the toughest game left. That and Jacksonville, in the schedule.
Yeah, the Jacksonville one's interesting. I think the Jags, I could see the Jags losing this weekend to the Titans.
Yeah, division game.
I could see this is a Mike Vrabel game. This is a Mike Vrabel special because as impressive as it was that the Jags won those 5 games in that stretch, I mean, come on. This is a Jekyll and Hyde team. We saw him.
Well, it is a Jekyll and Hyde team.
We saw him finish real strong last year after like a weak start. I'm not buying in on this Jacksonville thing.
I was buying in. 5 in a row is impressive by anybody's standard. But they're prone to doing something like losing to the Titans this week.
Sitting at 6-3 right now. The Jags, Titans sitting at 3-6. Season kind of on a brink. They're kind of in no man's land, but this is it's just the type of thing that they do win. The point differential between Texans and Jags right now, the Texans are plus 25. The Jags are plus 6. Those are the only 2 teams in the AFC South with positive point differentials. So if you want to look at such thing, Texans 19 points better than the Jags when it comes to the point differential. You got me really concerned about this flex thing. I'm starting to make trip. I mean, and this is the problem with the flex that I think that the NFL, I get it. And I look, it's more important for TV than some jamoke traveling to New York to watch the game. So I'm going to look at it from the greater good. I'm fine with the NFL doing what they want to do.
Yeah.
But it is kind of wild. People plan trips to go to New York and noon. You go there at noon.
And by people, you mean us.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're not the only ones.
Yeah.
And you make a plan to fly out at noon and after the noon game, and then all of a sudden
this happens.
Yeah, some people have to work the next day.
Oh, we won't go. We wouldn't go. Here's the deal, and this is where it comes from. We both agree we don't care. Just play those noon games and 3:30 game and let's go on. But the NFL cares a lot. The NFL loves its stars. Got a brand spanking new one in CJ Stroud. They're not going to not try to flex CJ Stroud into primetime. They're just going to try to do it. Might not work out, but they're going to try to do it. One of the games that I had mentioned.
Well, flexing a Sunday to Monday is bold.
But it happens now. It does happen now.
It hadn't happened yet, though.
But yeah, it's in the rules that you have 12 days notice.
Because there's 2 Monday night games. You got Tennessee at Miami, and then you got Green Bay at New York.
And let's give this
Green Bay, New York is doo-doo.
Let's give this bit of news as well. The Jacksonville Texans game today was 12 days out. Today was the day they would have found out if they're going to be flexed to Monday night. We just saw shortly after we talked about this, the NFL announced no flexes for Week 12. So Jacksonville and the Texans is going to be same time, NRG Stadium, big ball game, maybe the division on the line. But the other one that is perhaps a strong possibility to be flexed is...
Now, I don't know if this adds to it or I don't know if it makes it worse.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like a lot of shuffling.
Not really.
No.
Go ahead.
So Tennessee at Miami, they might keep because you got Tua, Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Monday night there, you have Green Bay at the Giants.
That's garbage.
Here's the problem though, and I don't know if this is a problem or I don't know if this adds to it. This is a lot of logistics.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready to get a headache. So that's scheduled on Monday night at 7:15 at MetLife Stadium. The Texans-Jets is scheduled at noon at MetLife Stadium the day before.
Yeah.
So does that make it
Well, they would move.
Yeah, they would just flip it because they already have a game scheduled that day.
That makes it simpler.
So does that make it easier because you're already planning a Monday night game?
Oh my
that
gosh,
day?
I think that makes it easier. Figgy?
I mean, you just flip the Giants back to that noon, and then you flip the Texans-Jets up to that. Yeah,
I think that's the game, man.
Yeah,
if they're gonna do it, that's the game.
It's already scheduled. I mean, it's literally Monday night, East Rutherford, New Jersey, Packers Giants, and at the same damn stadium because the Giants and Jets sell a stadium. The Texans are scheduled to play at noon. I think you're onto something. I don't think we're going to see Texans-Jets on Sunday. I think you're going to see Monday Night Football. Texans-Jets.
Texans-Jets. You still keep the New York market for TV purposes. You've got the hot, new, shiny toy that everybody wants to see more of in CJ Stroud. I feel that.
Now, I don't know. Is this easier or harder? That's the other thing. Like, is it easier or harder? Because or do you just have the same stadium staff? Does the stadium staff matter?
Well, they're set for 2 games.
Yeah,
they're scheduled.
They were set for 2 games anyway.
Yeah,
though,
they're
right?
scheduled.
They're set for 2 games, but I think the NFL has like such a relationship with New York to where, let's say that there's a Jet staff and there's a Giant staff, and it's like in the New York market doesn't appreciate it, or MetLife Stadium.
I think the stadium staff is the same, if I had to guess. Now, the logo would be different, and that's it. Up the stadium, that's it. Just change the logo, boys.
It might be a little hassle for ESPN as far as like promotion and all that stuff. But
but you
outside
that's
of that,
December 11th.
I know.
And so here's
what's the deadline for this?
12 days out. So that would be
so
November 30th.
Yeah, November 30th.
Yeah, November 30th would be the deadline. 15 days from today.
So next Thursday.
The
Thursday after Thanksgiving.
Yeah. I believe that's it.
Yeah.
Regardless, here's the other part that I think plays in. 3-6 Packers and 2-8 Giants, and the NFL world is tired of the Giants on primetime. They've been awful on primetime. People, have been talking about, like, why are these guys on? Well, I'll tell you what, you put C.J. Stroud against the Jets, you still keep the New York market. You got C.J. Stroud. You got Salah against DeMeco. Who knows with Aaron Rodgers? He's talking a mean game about coming back in December. I'm going to go full John McClain. Could you imagine? C.J. Stroud, Aaron Rodgers, Monday Night Football in New York.
Can you imagine?
I think that's the one. Figgy, what do you want to do in New York on Sunday? We already got those plans scheduled.
Yeah.
We can go watch it. We can go look too.
I'm salty, man.
You're salty.
I hope that don't happen.
We can go look.
I was looking forward to going to this game.
Oh, you're damn right. Yeah. We go to Rockefeller Center, watch the Christmas tree a little bit, eat some street hot dogs, go to a sports bar and watch NFL. We're already booked.
I know, man. That's the worst part. Just take it on the chin, I guess, man.
We're already booked for the Jets game. I think we even have tickets already.
But there is a chance that maybe it's not convenient for them.
It couldn't be more convenient. It's not like you're going from New York to
what's the inconvenience?
Seattle. Yeah, the stadium is already going to be set up for Monday Night Football. Landry's miserable right now. Figgy and Landry are miserable right now.
I'm living.
I'm not exactly happy. Yeah.
It's getting flexed, isn't it?
And a texter, several texters actually. The Jets have already played twice on Monday Night Football. I doubt they would put it a third time. It's not about the Jets, other than the market. It's a big market, and people are going to watch the Jets no matter what. It's about CJ Stroud. And that's why I could care less. We've talked about this earlier in the year. I could care less if it's prime time, not prime time, or whatever. But the NFL cares a bleep ton.
No, and that's more important. You know? Don't worry about some jamokes traveling there. That sucks. Now, maybe we can be proactive and say, hey, boss.
Can we broadcast from New York Monday?
Yeah, we can do that.
Hey, boss. We would love to do Monday night, Texans-Jets. Ooh.
That would be
We
pretty
could borrow one of them studios or something, do the show.
Yeah. Pretty nice.
Be pretty legit.
It would be very legit.
They'd let us.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
Just have to figure some things out with that flight.
New York, too. It'd be like a vacation, man.
Yeah, NFL Sunday in New York.
Yeah, we can do all kinds of stuff.
Chinatown,
Hell's Kitchen, which basically where all the Italian, great Italian places are. All kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, this flex just seems...
It kind of seems like the most likely candidate if they get flexed.
Well, because you already have the game scheduled.
Yeah. Yeah. They got security set up. They got stadium set up. They got everything set up for that.
Damn it, man.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh. All right. Well,
I guess it'd be cool to watch them on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, it'd be cool. We'll get back. Move our flights up. Is that possible? Or is that
to Tuesday? We would have to if we stay and watch the game.
No, we can move it up earlier.
Yeah. Because we can't get out of there after Monday Night Football.
We
might be totally screwed on that.
Yeah, I don't think we might eat a couple hot dogs, walk around a little bit.
Go catch a
and
flight.
That's it. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's not real cool, but
Man, I wanted to go to the game,
Well,
man.
it's not a done deal yet. I'm just saying that's the most likely, especially now that the other game has not been flexed. That was a likely possibility.
Daniel Jones tore his ACL. You got that freaking Jersey guy. Like, no one wants to watch this Giants guy.
Yeah.
Losing by like 4 touchdowns a game. Now, maybe they like the misery, though. Maybe the Giants' misery is kind of appealing.
It's ran its course, man. Haven't they already been on 3 times, 4 times? They're getting crushed for putting the Giants on Monday Night Football. Yeah. Crushed. The Loopholes will sponsor a 3-day trip for you. Hey, we'll take it.
Hey.
Hey, man.
We'll take it.
Hey. Get at me. Damn, man. I've never been so upset that the Texans might be on Monday Night Football. You're just tuning in. We got a trip to Army-Navy. We decided to make it a Texans-Jets game. Texans are scheduled to play the Jets at noon. However, the Giants are scheduled to play Monday Night Football at 7:15. The NFL can flex that game up to the 30th of this month, and it just seems to make perfect sense since there's already a game scheduled there. So there you go.
Yeah.
I blame John Lopez for this.
All I did was deliver the message.
Kind of is what it is.
It is.
So there's a Thanksgiving potluck going on around here. I did not bring anything. I feel bad.
I normally always bring something, as you guys know. I just forgot.
Yeah.
Just forgot.
What'd you bring? You bring jalapeno dip?
Nope, I brought some brisket mac and cheese.
Oh, hell yes. Hell yes. Brisket mac and
I
cheese.
posted it on the Twitter, too. Check it out.
All right.
Hey, will you go give me a plate, bro?
Oh, look at you.
I don't want to go in there if I didn't bring anything.
Nobody cares.
Come on, man.
There's a lot of people that didn't bring anything.
Come on, man.
Like, there's a
They're
lot.
all in there, and they all got like the
Stop being scared, man.
When
It's
they say
it's a bunch of people that ain't bring nothing.
in there.
Here, we'll say, what did you bring, Landry? Just kind of like.
Don't tell me to say my presence.
No. Say some of that bread. Everybody brings bread.
So just like.
Or one of those desserts. There's like 15 desserts.
Throw the hand up and just say some.
Yeah,
of the
one of
bread.
those desserts over there.
I was talking to Eric with a K because I was listening to them coming in, and they were talking about the Thanksgiving potluck over there,
Yeah,
the country station, and I guess last year Eric said that his mom, his wifey made like some homemade ass bread, like just magical.
That's good.
Everyone was just grabbing the damn rolls.
They weren't grabbing the bread?
No, they were just grabbing the damn Hawaiian sweet rolls. So all this homemade bread, which ain't easy to make, just wasn't like fully embraced and appreciated.
What the hell?
Hey, man, it's hard to skip the Hawaiian rolls, though,
Hey,
man.
Look at Figgy's brisket mac and cheese.
Okay, let me see this.
Dude, where'd you get that brisket?
Brother, he didn't make that.
I did.
Where'd you get the
he bought
brisket?
that.
I had to buy it from somebody.
Oh, man, you should have told me.
Yeah, he bought that.
Yeah.
Now, that looks better than yours, honestly, if we're being real. That brisket definitely wins the looks contest. If we're just talking looks, that beat the stuff you put together's ass this weekend.
Hell no.
Well, on like a damn trampoline, it jumped on it.
Hell no.
100%.
And you know better.
100%.
Hater.
Yeah. Nah, that got you.
No, they did not.
Look at what you did. You sat there and talked about how great. Oh man, look at that.
It looks great.
And now all of a sudden you're taking your foot off the off the gas.
It looks great. Mine's better.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. That looks pretty solid.
Look at this video right here, man. Look at the bark on my brisket. Look at the juiciness. Look at that. I didn't even have to squeeze it, and it's juicy.
That, bro.
It's bad. Look at the smoke ring.
I don't know about that, bro.
Come on now.
I don't know about that one.
All right, Figgy, I'm bringing you some brisket. Not bringing you some brisket.
I don't know about that.
Please bring me some, man.
I don't know about that one, man. That's not. Looks like you might need to throw that in a little bit longer.
Well, that's the last you've ever had.
You on the list with Cody?
He's on the list with Cody. Cody's a coward.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions. Was I too harsh about a coach's motivational speech? We'll talk about that next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard. Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
First things first, man. We were just talking about this brisket mac and cheese. Sorry, Tyler. What did he call his?
Oh, legendary.
Sorry, Tyler. That wasn't legendary. This is pretty dang legendary, Figgy.
Yeah, this mac and cheese
dang legendary.
This mac and cheese dunks
It does.
on Tyler's.
See, Tyler kind of screwed up last year because he didn't bring it in the crock pot.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
it was like
just kinda
cold and all that stuff. He should have brung it in the crock pot.
He did.
Might be the best brisket that's been made in this group too. if I'm being honest, that's
you just want to be ostracized.
Oh goodness!
At this point, either.
Well, you stopped giving that to us as soon as they started bottling it.
I just gave you some like a month ago.
Hey, all I know is when it comes to Lopez, the only thing that I can count on now is the tamales, man. The Christmas tamales. That's it.
Well, those are tenuous right now.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I talked about the Deshaun Watson injury and the Deshaun Watson season-ending injury. And before this, I questioned his coach, Kevin Stefanski, and his post-game speech.
Mm-hmm.
And I was driving around yesterday, and I was about to pull up to the house, and I immediately thought, was I just too much of a hater? Like, did I just like click on something and watch it quickly and just hate to not hate? Because I'm trying not to hate. I'm trying to hate with substance. I'm not trying not to hate. I'm going to hate with substance. I called this perhaps the worst post-game speech of all time. Let's re-listen to this and see if I was too harsh or not. Because I confess I thought I may have been. This is my second time listening to it. So we're listening together. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are. Let's hear this speech. And you tell me if I was too harsh when I called this the worst post-game speech of all time. Keep in mind, they just beat the Ravens.
Yeah.
And that was a hell of a win. That was a nice dub. Let's hear what Kevin Stefanski had to say about it.
Hey, when the team was going to play harder, longer. That question's answered. I know the men in this room. I know what you're about. I know we're about to fight. Right? We got down, we put ourselves in a hole. This team's going to fight. That's what we do. That's what we do. I'm so proud of everybody in this room. You know why? Because what do we do when it got hard? Got a little bit tighter. Hey, grab a hand, grab an arm, grab a piece. We need it. We need everybody in here, fellas. Okay.
Grab a hand, arm, piece.
Like your shoulder pad. They put their hands on the shoulder pads and stuff. Like grab a piece here.
That's how it works.
Just tell them.
That's how it works in this league, okay? So I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud of the fight in this team. And I know this. Something's in our way next week. Something's in our next week. I don't know who we're playing. They'll tell me tomorrow, okay? But I appreciate how you guys
don't know who they're playing.
That's the part that got me.
We can learn from this. Hey, most important thing there is. Team on three. 1, 2, 3.
All right, I was not harsh.
He was actually hype in this one.
I was not harsh. By the way,
the content
is there anything more hardo? Hit the slime off.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
I don't know who we're playing. They'll tell me tomorrow.
I'll tell them tomorrow.
What are you doing, Coach?
Hey, Marge.
I don't know who we're playing.
Hey, Marge.
Just imagine on Monday. Hey, Marge,
who we playing this week, Marge?
And by the way, they playing Pittsburgh.
Oh yeah, they forgot about
they didn't have that.
By the way, speaking of Marge, the Simpsons are going to continue choking.
I was wondering about
Homer
that.
is going to continue choking Bart.
Well, that's important.
Yes.
Yeah. Marge is such a good name for like someone who works as a receptionist.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Draymond Green needs to be suspended for at least 10 games, maybe 15 or 20. It was making all the rounds. Rudy Gobert was trying to break up a little scuffle, like break it up. He had his hands between both guys. Draymond Green comes in, puts him in a damn chokehold, starts dragging him away. He just chose violence. Like people say that term a lot. He just decided, I'm going to choose violence. I'm going after Rudy Gobert. I'm going to give him a chokehold. And it looked worse than it was. Gobert was like, look, I'm not fighting back. He was just kind of raising his hands like that. He's an a-hole.
Well, I mean, he sucker punched a teammate when he wasn't looking.
Yes.
And then it got justified. Adam Silver has no grasp of morals. He has no grasp of what's right, what's wrong. He's a fake idiot.
Yes, I agree with that. But this isn't a fine or a one-game system. This is 10 games. Like, he made a beeline to Gobert to go choke him. Gobert was trying to be the peacemaker there.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I thought I was in 2020 today. And I
COVID?
Pretty much. Because I looked at the Celtics put out their injury report, and they listed Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown is questionable with an illness/non-COVID. We're still doing that, NBA?
I guess. Well, COVID did make a little bit of a resurgence here in the last month or so.
Illness/non-COVID. We're there.
Yeah.
You still got to say, "Oh, I'm sick." It's not COVID though, but I'm sick.
Like if somebody
you still got to do
Silver.
that.
All right, Silver.
I mean, if somebody
freaking weirdo,
like if your sister or your mom got texted you and said, "I feel awful, I'm sick," wouldn't your first question be,
"No"?
It wouldn't.
Would not.
Mine would be. Figgy
would not.
That kind of erased my mind a little bit, man.
Would not.
I would still want. Okay, is it COVID? Did you test positive?
Would not.
Really?
No.
It's not. It's not anything like it was.
I can't believe the NBA is still doing that.
Yeah. I think people still post. I feel horrible. It's not COVID, parentheses or whatever.
What kind of losers are you following on the internet?
People who live
I
in this country.
haven't seen that since like 2021.
Good Lord.
People who live in this country do that. Like, Americans.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know who these folks are.
Well,
I haven't seen them.
Yeah.
People looking for likes.
Yeah.
Guess you don't follow them.
Yeah,
Engagements.
I definitely don't.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we mentioned the Thanksgiving feast that we're having here, and again, shout out to Figgy's brisket mac and cheese.
Sitting in front of me right now, I'm starving.
So they came in. Figgy actually brought it and gave me a raffle coupon, a raffle ticket.
Yeah,
I have no idea what's being raffled. I have no idea.
I got mine too.
What it is?
I got mine,
and I am excited. Figgy, it could be like I got to run around the building in my underwear or something. Is what you win. But
what's your number?
460-304. Okay. Yours?
305.
All right.
I'm 303.
Let's go 304.
I'm.
Isn't that weird though? Like
Brett Favre, Avery Johnson, Eric Montross, Miami area code.
Okay. Deshaun Watson. I'm gonna go Tommy Nobis.
There you go. 60. Okay, that was easy. 305.
Who's 30? What's a good 30?
Go Kenny Jet. Kenny and the Jet Smith. And then 5, you can go.
What is it about
throwback.
raffle tickets that get you giddy?
Because you're getting something for free. There's a thrill of it. You feel very lucky when you get it.
It's like a lottery ticket.
Yeah, it's the unknown, man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I am kind of fearful of Kyler Murray this weekend. I don't know what it is about me. There's been times where a team I have rooting interest in has faced Kyler Murray, and I've probably been less scared. even when he was considered elite. And now that he's kind of on the comeback trail, if you will, I have a healthy amount of fear of Kyler Murray. Just being honest.
I feel like there's a lot to that, and I think I think it could be warranted. I keep going back to their defense is not great. I think CJ might light them up if we're being honest here.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
When you are a national football writer, you do have to do certain things. You do have to deal with certain people. But come on, Tom Pelissero. Like, no one is buying. Everyone knows where you got this information. He was talking about Deshaun Watson, basically, as you said, carrying his water. Yep. Saying, oh, Deshaun Watson was willing to get shot up. Oh, what a warrior. His shoulder was going to fall apart, was in danger of falling apart. Oh, no. This is just the agent, David Mulligetta, trying to make his player
Nobody else even ran with this.
And nobody else is saying it. Like, it happens a lot in this town. You know, we'll see the occasional reporter. Like, tweet something about
that's clearly just straight from the agent.
Just so he can get another favor later. I get it, but it just makes me shake my head every time.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I watched a little college ball yesterday, college basketball, Kentucky versus Kansas. And there was a kid on Kentucky that really pissed me off.
I know who you're talking about.
He
was
me
really
off,
good.
Man. Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah.
Reed Shepherd was on Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't fancy myself someone who watches college football on the college basketball on the reg. I watch it during the tournament. If there's a big game on, I'll watch it early on with these matchups. I'll watch it. And I see this little honky running around like hitting threes and stuff. And I'm like, man, who is this? Who is this guy? Who is this dude?
That's Reed Shepherd, baby.
Then he goes to the damn free throw line and it says Reed Shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, my wife's sitting there on the couch with the baby. I literally say, you got to effing be kidding me. And she goes, what? I go, man, surely this isn't Jeff Shepherd's son, who was the 98 tournament player of the he was the outstanding player in the tournament on the Kentucky team in 98. I think they beat Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I felt old as hell because it damn sure was.
It was.
Good God.
Welcome to my world.
So now I'm basically around that time, I'm basically close to seeing like Mike Bibby's son just breaking boys off in an Arizona uniform or something like that. Like that's where we're at. For the love of God.
It just seems like yesterday.
Dude, that was 98.
I know.
And that's when you were watching sports like.
That was the Final Four in San Antonio because I did go to that one.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. This lunchtime confessions coming up. CJ Stroud is making the Texans look bad. Those are John Lopez's words, okay?
Yeah.
They're not mine. CJ Stroud is making the Texans look bad. You heard it right. Lopez will attempt to explain next.
King.
Fuzzy to learn more.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
John Lopez says CJ Stroud is making the Texans look bad. The hell does that mean?
Let me tell you, man. And this is a good thing, by the way. Because CJ Stroud, we know, is making other teams look bad, to say the least. And the problem is when we have a player that's on that fast a track, like he's way ahead of schedule, like by any gauge, he's way ahead of schedule. He's right now the best quarterback in the NFL. And we're not going to argue about that, but I think he is. He's certainly in the MVP race, just ask anyone. But when that happens, it kind of like, okay, you have a baby. Another baby, I'm guessing. I'm not trying to suggest anything.
Damn.
Let's say you have two kids. Your first baby walks.
Or three.
You've been talking to my wife?
Four.
Is she already in? I'm in.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Let's say your first baby walks
the Brady bunch
at 9 months, 9.5 months. When you have the next baby, you're kind of like, why isn't it walking at a year? You know?
Really?
Our first baby walked at 9.5 months.
Oh, you're comparing.
Why isn't our second baby walking at 9.5 months? It's still not walking, and it's a year old. That's just what happens. That's kind of what's happening with C.J. Stroud and other players. And let me explain it. Like, C.J. Stroud is so good, so soon, so polished, so ready. It kind of makes some other guys look bad, and I'm kind of defending some people here, even people that we have been critical of. Let me give you the example of Will Anderson. He's a rookie. He's doing what rookies do.
Now, I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to telegraph it, but can you make a case that he's actually taking pressure off of Will Anderson? Like, if they had just drafted Will Anderson number 2, what would we be saying?
Oh, for sure in Will Anderson's
case.
And
no CJ.
No, for sure in Will Anderson's case, we wouldn't even be like questioning Will Anderson not only having 2 sacks. But what I'm saying is because CJ Stroud is here, Will Anderson is almost unfairly, I don't know if criticized is the right word, but has higher expectations. People have higher. Let me give you some numbers here. And I mentioned this yesterday, and I dug in a little bit more. Mario Williams, as a rookie, had 47 tackles, 5 sacks, and 7 tackles for loss. Will Anderson, as a rookie, is on pace to have 46 tackles, 3.5 sacks, and 6 tackles for loss. Almost identical numbers to Mario Williams. And Mario Williams, no matter what anybody tells you, ended up having a pretty dang good career. In fact, over the next, I want to say 8 years, he averaged 10.5 sacks. So it's almost like C.J. Stroud's so good, he's making Will Anderson look worse. You know? Let me give you another couple of examples before, you give me your thoughts on this. We've been critical of Jalen Petrie. I think fairly.
By the way, I gave him your message.
You gave Jalen my message?
Yeah, I gave him your message yesterday.
About fishing?
Yeah, Lopez, you told me to try to get a hold of Jalen Petrie and ask if he could go fishing with you.
Yeah.
I got the message.
Okay, what happened?
He can't go fishing with you.
How come?
Doesn't have a tackle box.
That helps this point. Jalen Petrie, we've been, I think, fairly critical, but you hate this, devil's advocate here. Jalen Petrie needs to do more. He currently is on pace for 83, his first 2 seasons now. 83 tackles, 5 interceptions, and 2 sacks.
Dude gets less box score action than Andy and 40-year-old virgin the first hour 20 of the movie.
Now, I couldn't find comp like I did with Mario Williams, and I will with the next one.
Jonathan Owens, maybe.
But I went to Micah Hyde, who was kind of drafted about the same. Buffalo's Micah Hyde kind of drafted about the same a few years earlier. So he's on pace. Petrie's on pace for 83 tackles, 5 interceptions, 2 sacks his first 2 seasons. Micah Hyde, mind you, has been to the Pro Bowl after his first 2 seasons. His first 2 seasons, though, 86 tackles, 2 picks, and 2 sacks.
Okay.
So it's kind of like, is CJ Stroud so good he's making other guys look worse? And then there's this one. Dameon Pierce. We've been, I also think, fairly critical of what he is this year compared to last year. He's on pace for 1,420 yards his first 2 years, 6 TDs, and a 3.9 yards per carry average. Devon Singletary, who just got AFC Player of the Week, his first 2 seasons, 1,462 yards, 5 TDs, and a 4.8 yards per carry. So almost identical yards, almost identical touchdowns, and a better yards per carry. So maybe, and we were going to do this anyway, maybe we need to kind of take a step back and say, look, we can't grade these guys the way we're grading CJ Stroud, because CJ Stroud's in a different stratosphere.
Yeah, and I actually think people are being easier on him, Will Anderson, because of CJ. I actually think CJ is like easing the criticism.
Well, and it doesn't hurt that he's number 3, not number 1. Mario really harshly criticized because he was number 1 overall. That's a whole different world. It's just 2 picks later, and you have a quarterback that's taken a lot of attention away from you. It's a lot easier to be the number 3 pick than number 1 pick in that scenario.
CJ's doing his thing. I don't know. I don't know if we've cranked it up yet.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet. But, man, it's nice to have that QB, man. All I think about now is playoffs, man. That's all I'm thinking about is playoffs now. I'm not thinking about draft picks, playoffs.
Playoffs?
I don't even care about the draft.
Figgy was asking, are we expecting playoffs?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm quite.
Or would you be disappointed if they don't make the playoffs?
Yes.
I feel like it's all laid out perfect, though.
Give me 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Give me 2 weeks.
We know if they in the playoffs by 2 weeks.
Give me 2 weeks.
Give me around week 16, and then I'll let you know.
That is the weakest request we've ever had on this show.
Because I'm.
Let's check back in around the end of December.
I'm optimistic about the playoffs, but I don't know if I'd be disappointed at this point if they don't make the playoffs. But if they beat the Cardinals and then take over the division and they don't make the playoffs, hell yes, I'm going to be disappointed because they'll be in the division lead going into December. Not 2 weeks.
I just want to get in. I don't care if it's division. I don't care if it's playoffs. I just want to get in the playoffs. That's my goal.
Yeah.
That's my goal. Playoffs.
So you'd be disappointed today if they don't make the playoffs?
Absolutely.
Figgy, you'd be disappointed today if they don't make the playoffs.
A little disappointed
now, is
if
it
they
like,
take advantage of that.
Is it like some sort of make or break?
Now, I'm not firing anybody or anything like that.
No,
But
they still gave us like the thrill of it. But yeah, I would be disappointed 100%.
I'm not
They're
there
58% right now per ESPN. 58.
If they go into December,
and there's a lot of stuff in front of them that's going to shape up this week that could make it even more favorable, assuming that they take care of business, which could be more difficult than we're giving it credit for.
If they go into December with the division lead and don't make the playoffs, then hell yes. Hell yes, I'm going to be disappointed. Right now, it's like, well, these are a big 2 weeks now. These are big 2 weeks coming up for this squad and their playoff hopes.
I think it's a big week. You got to win this game. I think if you win this game, then you justify the Cincinnati dub. If you lose this game, you cancel out the Cincinnati dub.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if they win this week, then they're fine. If they lose to Jacksonville, then you just start to focus on wild card a little bit more, depending on what happens with Jacksonville. I think this is the week. This is the week where you've got to win because you don't want to cancel out that Cincinnati dub.
Yeah, because then they would kind of be like the Panthers game when you laid an egg. But if you win, man, next Sunday's going to be fun. Be real fun with the Jaguars coming in.
Good old Jags, Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud. Who would have thunk it? CJ Stroud by far better than Trevor Lawrence. Not even close. Like that's not even a hot take. Like would anyone even push back on that?
I'm sure some would.
Who?
Maybe some people that are really high on
he have a season like a CJ Stroud type of season.
No, hell no. No, hell no.
And he's definitely not right now.
But you'll get he won 5 games in a row.
Man, they better not use that.
Yeah,
they will. You guys know better than that.
I say they better not use that.
I think it's cooked, man. I think that's not even like a hot take.
I agree with you.
That's just who is going to argue that?
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying I think that's going to be. I think that's going to be what the argument would be.
If you're going to objectively try to lay out for me, like I'm not even going to dismiss like Bryce and CJ debate yet. I'm still going to keep a close eye on that. And tomorrow we'll hear some guys that are taking it maybe a little bit too far as Week 11 begins tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to approach this show and say Trevor Lawrence is better than CJ Stroud right now, then I need to see your ID. And if your last name is not Lawrence, then we can continue the conversation.
Or Prisco.
But there's probably a 95% chance that your last name is Lawrence. Is Pete Prisco still waving the Jags flag?
Oh, yeah.
What does he do now?
He works for
covered the Jags for a long time.
NFL.com, but concentrates on the Jaguar. He lives in Jacksonville.
Pete Prisco, okay.
Go
He's
through
still
his
doing
Twitter
it, huh?
feed. He loves him some Jacksonville.
Okay. I thought he was over that.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I thought he was over that.
Lawrence or Prisco would be the most likely candidates.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there we go. Very interesting. Did not know that. John McClain, by the way, making the rounds. I guess he was on with Steve Weich and them, and he said that the Texans would have the number one pick. Now that's kind of going. People are. How we've been saying that for a long time, right? Like, hadn't that been?
I figured everybody knew that, right?
It's literally been half a year. It's literally been half a year.
Yeah, we've been saying it, but I don't know if anybody actually knows it. I would think they would have picked Bryce.
I mean, we still don't really know it.
We don't really know that they would have.
They never admitted, like you said, but we all kind of figured that.
I hate this so much. 281. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. No disrespect here. But the 281 says Texans are 2 last-second field goals away from being 7-2. I think playoffs are attainable with this squad. Okay, they're also a drop pass by the Cincinnati Bengals. Todd Bowles not taking the 10-second runoff, and the New Orleans Saints not kicking field goals away from being 2-7.
Yeah.
So I hate that. Lincoln Riley yesterday said we're 4 plays away from being 10-1. Let me see those 4 plays. Lay those out for me.
Yeah.
Like lay them out. I really just wish someone for once would just say lay those out for me. Let me hear
That's
those.
the football equivalent of I just made 2 mistakes.
Just made 2 bad pitches.
Just made 2 bad pitches.
Yeah. So I think the Texans are right where they should be. For sure. Coming up, the balance between overachieving and underachieving when it comes to the Texans. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans. We'll also give you the latest on the 2 big events that have happened within the last 24 hours that impact the Texans most, and we'll go around the NFL next.
Let we go.
Sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got Lopez on the scene. It's the Thanksgiving potluck here at Sports Radio 610. The auction is going on. We've sent Lopez down the hall with our tickets to make sure that we don't get screwed over when it comes to the gifts. What are we auctioning off right now, Lopez?
What is the auction right now? What's this item auctioning right now? We are on the air. What is the item being auctioned right now? Enrique Pitbull and Ricky Martin.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
How about that?
This. All right, I want this.
Yeah.
If this goes to someone, from Mega, it's a fix.
What was the number?
301. We're 303, 304, and 305.
So who won?
Oh, man. $100 at Big City Wings coming up right here. $100 Big City Wings right here.
All right.
I need this
one.
Hey, who won the Pitbull tickets?
Somebody I don't know.
303, baby. 303.
All right, Big City Wings.
Oh, that sucks. 2666. One of our engineers, Colin, is going to Big City Wings.
Okay.
Good for them.
One of our engineers. Good for Colin.
Good for them. All right. Well.
Oh, 4-pack to Enrique Pitbull.
Oh, we're just another way, huh?
Okay.
Another one right here, yeah.
Okay. Another 4-pack of tickets, huh?
Here we go. Oh, we're getting close.
Pitbull's still cool, huh? What was it?
295. We missed it by about 10.
All right. I'll let you go. Just keep
Oh, no.
Real good commentary, Lopez. Goodness gracious. What was he? He wouldn't give us any play-by-play.
Yeah, that was awful.
What the hell was that? Let's go around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. This is DeMeco Ryans. Noah Brown has been a pleasant surprise. There have been very few disappointments. There have been a lot of pleasant surprises with the Texans. None or few more so than Noah Brown. Here's what DeMeco Ryans had to say about Noah Brown.
Yeah. Noah's been outstanding. He always seems to be open. Huh? But Noah's been a very reliable guy. He finds a way to make big time plays for us. Our week after week has been great having him back, right? And he's shown up big time for us and helped us to win these games over the past couple weeks. And I always talk about Noah. The thing that sticks out to me about Noah is just his consistency in OTAs and training camp. I could highlight Noah every day for running a route to the exact precision and exactly blocking in the running game. It's all of those things. Is just Noah's always been consistent from the first day that he's gotten here, even until this last game, and it shows. Right, he's been able to have career days and back-to-back weeks just because he just goes out, he puts the work in, doesn't say much, but he shows up in the crunch time and makes big plays for us.
All right, there you go. You can tell he loves Noah Brown, did in camp, and loves him even more so now. So that's one of the bigger overachievers. Jalen Petrie, underachiever? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Sean Bajani asked DeMeco about Jalen Petrie's play. Here's what he had to say.
Talk about the finishing plays. Jalen Petrie yesterday was close to making a number of impact plays. When you go back and you watch his film, like what can he do? Some correctable things that can take those almost close plays to big time stuff.
Yeah, we just keep working our technique, continue to work and get better.
All right.
How do you think he feels about him?
I mean, I don't think he's like freaking out about Jalen Petrie, and I'm not freaking out about Jalen Petrie. I just have bigger hopes. But I would say, like, if you're DeMeco Ryans and you dial up a perfect run blitz or a perfect run blitz or pass blitz, whatever it is, with Bryce, it was a perfect pass blitz. With last week and a couple times this year, it's been a perfect run blitz, and the safety who you have high hopes for whiffs on the play. You got to feel some type of way.
No, I think, DeMeco has that ability to just say things that are criticism. Good for the team. It keeps the team behind him, and he knows he's not going to throw anybody under the bus. We just need to keep working hard, he said. Keep working on our technique. That's not a great endorsement, but it's not ripping him either.
He probably got faith in him.
Yeah, I think he's like...
He probably know this year is not a good year for you right now.
Yeah, he's letting him know you got to do better, but he's not going to throw him under the bus. And I like that. But clearly, I think DeMeco realizes this is not what we want.
We got to get better, man.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, right now, I know that we've kind of talked about how we've adjusted our expectations and playoffs and all that. Like, we've talked about that. Once it actually becomes reality to where there's more clearly on the line and we're not in week 11, like if we get to week 15, 16 and Jalen Petrie's doing some of the stuff right now, it is going to there's not going to be too many people defending him.
No, and it'll be more.
And I think DeMeco will, but it's the plays that he's missed. Like if the Texans had lost that game to the Bengals, there might be a portion of people that still want to defend Bobby Slowick's decision on third down. Although, by the way, Devon Singletary, AFC Offensive Player of the Week. So good for him. Can't get the ball on 3rd and 3. It's all right, though.
Didn't need it.
But if they'd lost that game, where does Jalen Petrie fall into the list of guys that you're most mad at? Because you're not going to be too pissed off at CJ for throwing an interception.
If that
Bobby Slowick still called a good game, but if they lost that game, who are you talking about the most?
Everything is so much more amplified in the postseason because it's an elimination game.
Right.
The Texans played the Bengals in the playoffs.
Yes, we still talking about Jacoby Jones muffin kicks and stuff.
And got eliminated.
Yeah.
It's amplified so much that people would be like, dude.
But even if it's not amplified, like let's say Boyd catches that touchdown, and then CJ's unable to score late. Who are you mad at? It's got to be Petrie.
It's got to be Petrie. No, that's why
it's got to be.
That's why I feel like DeMeco Ryans in those meetings has let Petrie know in no uncertain terms that he's got to pick up his game. He's got to finish those plays.
And
he's
I think Petrie knows it. We've talked to him all the time.
Yeah.
Like he knows it.
And but DeMeco's not going to throw him under the bus. But it's clear he just talked about him differently than he does, let's say, like Noah Brown, like we had heard previously.
Yeah, he's got to get the job done. Like Jalen Petrie has to be better for this team. It has to happen.
Yeah.
It has to. You got to make those plays. Because it's the margin for error is going to be less. Deshaun Watson, he's out for the season. He's got an injured shoulder. According to Tom Pelissero, and this is the ultimate display of water carrying that you will see. Deshaun Watson wanted to be shot up to play through the injuries, but he sought medical opinions, and the doctors were clear. If he got hit again in the same spot, the shoulder would fall apart.
Disintegrate.
Now surgery awaits for Deshaun. How do you think Baker Mayfield feels about this? I played with a hurt shoulder. I played like crap, and now...
And they kept trying his ass out there, too, man. I felt so bad for him.
You know, we were talking earlier about how it makes us feel and not necessarily real proud about it. The thing about it, Browns fans are probably 10 times, feeling that. Not the pointing and laughing, but the whole contract thing and trade thing and all that. I mean, he's played 4 consecutive years that were, in essence, wasted years. I mean, in the prime of his career, 4 wasted years. And obviously at Cleveland now, and 12 games and all guaranteed. There isn't a fan base alive that is going to not.
And there's no way he's ever elite. Zero chance.
I want to agree with you.
Zero chance.
I agree. I want to agree with you.
I actually think this kind of gives him a little bit of an out. Oh, I was hurt. I wasn't playing well.
Was he 28 now?
Although he had the 14 completions in the second half the other day.
It's hard at his age, especially after the 4 seasons that we just talked about, to all of a sudden become.
Well, I mean, and also you're going through the rehab. I think he's already mentally cooked, and I actually don't blame him for that. I mean, he's been through a lot. Regardless, like what you do or don't think he is, I mean, he's getting mentally beat down.
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting talked about. He lives on social media.
He's sensitive to it.
Yeah, he's got.
He went from being the I guess the bright star, the lovable guy,
to a villain.
Yeah, more than a villain.
Yeah,
and I mean, he's got a guy around him that doesn't make it better, that he hangs out with all the time and takes some quarterback lessons from. So I mean, it's not like this rehab for him.
Yeah.
You think he's going to come back stronger than ever?
No, I don't. That's why I said I want to agree
try
with you,
but people still going to be like, "Hey, $230 million guaranteed."
Right. Yeah, it'll take years.
You need to throw for 400 yards,
It'll take more than a year for him to kind of get back into the good graces.
Back into what, though?
Whatever he may be.
And what is he?
Yeah.
What is Deshaun at this point?
Well,
not worth that contract.
Yeah.
No matter what he do.
Yeah, he's not worth
that. Tough spot for him.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray, he's back from his injury. Pat McAfee had a lot of good things to say about Kyler Murray following his first game, heading into his second game, which will be right down the road at NRG.
I got to watch Kyler Murray play football.
Yeah, we did.
It was awesome. And there was a lot of conversation on whether or not Kyler Murray would even come back. All words from that building since jump have been, this is Kyler's team. Watching him play football again, it was like, oh, yeah, I remember why he signed that massive deal. He's fucking electrifying. He can throw the ball all over the place, and he extends a play late in the fourth where it's just like he's been doing that since year one here in college at Oklahoma, in high school in Texas, where he won, I think, like 17 straight state championships in only 4 years of high school. Drafted top 10 in the MLB and obviously number 1 in the NFL. He had a little moxie, too, yesterday. He put out a video that said, my perspective has changed after I've been gone for 335 days. They took the game away from me. Maybe this is the most mature Kyler Murray. Maybe this is the best Kyler Murray. And with the way shots are going to be had with new Coach Gannon, maybe we're about to see an absolute fucking beast.
The key part there, and you alluded to this, as Pat McAfee put it, the more mature Kyler Murray. That's real. And he's 28. How old is he now? 26. Whatever he is, he's older. And he clearly sounded like it. And boy, I think he has a good perspective now on what he needs to be and how he needs to act.
Yeah, Kyler he sounds focused. He's dangerous. Yeah. He's 26 years old.
Yeah.
Turns 27 next August. So he's a young 26. The Jets. The key to a turnaround. The Jets partook in. They had a players-only meeting this week to clear the air on the team's frustrating performance. This per Rich Kamini, who covers the Jets out there. How about that?
So they're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think coaches get offended when there's like a players-only meeting? Like, do you kind of feel like...
I don't. And
how many times do you hear a players-only meeting like...
I think it's the old school
I would be offended.
Football.
I would be offended.
I mean, maybe some are, but I think our team is, determined to win and they're committed and all. I think it's the old kind of meathead mentality that kind of resonates through a lot of locker rooms. But it's a kiss of death.
So you're having this players-only meeting. Like, what are you talking about? Like, is Zach Wilson all of a sudden becoming a good quarterback?
Let's clear the air on resulting in like a playoff berth all of a sudden.
I'm sure more than we would think.
Yeah, maybe.
Astros.
Did they?
They had like 5.
They had like 5 of them.
Oh, you're talking about this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had one every other week.
I thought you were talking about back in the day.
Martin Maldonado went up there.
Well, there you go. There's your answer.
So the Jets are releasing cornerback Craig James. Not the SMU Craig James, former college football analyst, but Craig James. They're releasing him from their practice squad. I guess against the Eagles a few weeks ago when their cornerbacks were out. He didn't allow a catch in 41 defensive snaps. The Jets are also releasing Michael Carter. Wonder if the Texans would be in on either one of these guys. I don't know. The Michael Carter thing is interesting, but maybe the Texans look into one of these guys.
Oh, boy, that's a good question. They're bringing in more and more players.
They did just release a corner.
Yeah, they just released a corner.
Texans released Jason Verrett.
Yeah.
The guy who's been injured 733 times. I'm not exaggerating. I might be low there.
And they are in playoff mode. They are in division mode. They're trying to tweak the roster. They're not going to make any big move. Maybe.
It's hilarious because the Texans put up the graphic on their Texans Twitter 25 minutes ago. It says, "We have made a roster move, period." It has a picture of the helmet. You click on it, you're like, ooh. Let's see. Oh, they released Jason Verrett.
See the new uniforms they're going to wear?
Color with the red helmet?
Yeah. I don't think we've seen that.
Okay.
Unless you play Madden.
A lot of people seem pretty excited about that.
Unless you play. I'm not Mr. Uniform.
You like that uniform
guy, but it looks good.
Yeah.
I think it looks pretty.
It looks good.
Yeah, that's cool. Is it Marvel Comics Day or something like that? It looked like damn comic book characters.
You don't like that?
It's whack.
It's whack?
All blue with the red. That just looks weird, man.
I think it looks pretty good.
I don't like it.
Really?
No, put some white pants on or something.
I think it looks pretty good. And I'm not Mr. Uniform guy. Anytime anyone drops a uniform.
They're really going to look like Captain America. Red, white, and blue.
Anytime anyone drops a uniform, inevitably the vast majority are like, oh, that's sick. Oh, that. And half the time they're crap.
Yeah, I don't know about this uniform, man.
I like this one, though.
It's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. We'll see how it looks. Sometimes you just got to see it on the field.
Yeah.
But color rush and red?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they have been wearing the red. I mean, they've been planning and have been wearing the red helmet more.
Yeah, the red helmet's sick.
Yeah.
But with the blue?
Oh, wow. A little bit of a practice report here.
Okay. Give it to me.
Laremy Tunsil not practicing.
He gets Wednesdays off. He gets Wednesdays off.
He's the best.
Anything else?
It's coming in as we go. But they really just started practice. So we'll have more of that for you here in shortly. We're rocking the red helmets.
Henry Toto, we want to see him in there. Oh, they got the red helmets out there?
At practice,
They got the all blue stuff too?
Well, no, not for practice, but they are wearing the helmets they're going to wear.
How about these uniforms,
Mm-hmm.
man? Starting to worry about the new ones too.
With the H-Town blue?
Why?
Just a little concerned, man.
About what?
I'm just a little bit concerned about
H-Town blue?
I mean, if we're gonna rock this, what's next?
This is so bizarre. This is wild. I don't know about these uniforms. I think they're pretty cool. And now you're worried about
bright
H-Town
red
blue?
uniform and a bright
red helmet.
Yeah, bright red helmet and a bright blue.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Way to ruin a good thing, man.
How are they ruining a good thing?
Gosh. Those are fire.
Yeah, see, that always happens, and half the time it's not.
Put a fire emoji on that.
That's clean.
Yeah, yeah. Half the
That's
time
the one. That's clean.
Sheesh.
Yeah. It's way, way too much.
Let me see that again, man. For real.
How do you not like this?
I mean, I ain't saying it's the cleanest, but it's not bad.
I mean, okay.
It's not bad.
Maybe it's because Christian Harris just looks. Let me see. Hold on.
You can't get into it, huh?
It doesn't do it for me.
I like
man.
the contrast.
I wonder how the end zone gonna look. They gonna do something to the end zone similar?
Well, it's usually all blue, isn't it?
I don't know. How the hell am I supposed to know what the end zone
we go
looks
to
like?
games.
What
The
kind of
Liberty,
stuff is
the
that?
Liberty white was the end zone was white.
I don't know
for
what
Liberty
the end
white
zone
it was
looks
white.
like.
Yeah.
Man, are you?
We go to the games.
Good Lord, man.
Yeah.
The-
We go to the game.
I mean, we got a good football team, and you're sitting here talking about end zones.
I said the uniform was cool.
Let me see that one more time. Just one more time, that uniform.
Can't get into it. You look disgusted.
Maybe it's their background. Like, why does the background's a lot too, man?
The background has the blue as well. You're right.
Yeah, the background has the blue, so it's kind of
what's throwing you off though? Is it the helmet?
It's the combo.
I mean, they got that random stripe on the pants, and then the jersey's coming down. Christian Harris has like his undershirt like going down to.
That's how they wear the uniform.
The shirt. Not
That's
everybody.
the uniform,
Yeah,
man.
that's how they wear them.
You got the red helmet right there with the Nike.
You want the blue helmet?
Might have to bet on the Cardinals.
Just lost a listener.
Just because of that.
Internet going nuts. A strong case for you know what.
Internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. An MVP case for CJ from CJ. Chancellor Johnson, KPRC2. He laid out a case, an MVP case for CJ Stroud. I thought he did a very good job. That Chancellor Johnson, he knows how to bring it on TV, man.
He does.
He knows how to pull a turtleneck. Not everyone can pull a turtleneck and can pull a turtleneck.
Got to pick your spots.
He can also make cases. Hey, he does. He does his
Biggie,
thing.
you had a turtleneck on at the Texans dinner thing, right? The restaurant thing?
Yeah, not real. It wasn't a real turtleneck. It was just kind of a little high.
That 3/4?
Yeah, it wasn't like the real turtleneck.
Yeah, it wasn't that. Here's Chancellor Johnson talking about CJ Stroud in his case for your quarterback being MVP.
Time to have that conversation. We all know MVP stands for most valuable player, and through 10 weeks of the season, CJ Stroud has embodied every part of that acronym and then some. He has a legitimate argument through 10 weeks of the season. You can start with the stats. He's second in the league in passing yards. That's better than Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Justin Herbert. He's first in the league in touchdowns to interception ratio at 15-2, and he has the most 20-yard completions of anyone else in the league. But we all know stats ain't enough. You have to have some sort of narrative. So how about a rookie QB who rips through records seemingly every week and has a Texas team competing for the AFC South Division when a number of people thought they might be back as one of the bottom teams in the league? But the most important argument of it all, CJ Stroud also, he has the wins. How about on the road against the divisional favorites in the Jacksonville Jaguars? At home against both the Saints and the Steelers. And that's before we even get to the last 2 weeks. He only needed the amount of time it takes to warm up your food in the microwave and Bucks, and he followed that up by outplaying Joe Burrow and the Super Bowl contending Bengals, including another game-winning drive for the second time in 14 days. Now, MVPs aren't handed out in Week 10, and there's a lot of football to be played. But as for now, when you list the players of the game's most prestigious award, make sure Coleridge Bernard IV's name is near the top.
There you go.
It was good. He laid it out well. You know what? This whole MVP thing, obviously, you know, he's on the list right now. I mean, I think if he continues just anywhere close to what he's doing, I think the value part of most valuable is going to come into play with a lot of voters. There's a big bias. McClain talked about it yesterday.
Who would you vote for right now?
Well, let me say this first. Like, there's an inherent bias against rookies. I don't know why. You're either the MVP or you're not. Doesn't matter how many years you've been in the league after your rookie year, so why does it matter your rookie year?
Well, those voters are all old idiots.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's some hard-old stuff.
Yeah,
I agree. He's a rookie, so
made up rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, but McClain talked about it.
Who would you vote for?
Right now, today, CJ Stroud.
I would not.
I would vote CJ Stroud 1 and either Jalen Hurts or – and I know Lamar Jackson didn't have a good game, but he's been running like crazy.
You're a hypocrite.
He's been running like crazy.
You're a hypocrite.
Why?
Because you have a bias, too. You're calling out other people's bias. You have a bias, too.
What's my bias?
That list shows how much of a hypocrite you are.
No, it doesn't. It tells you how I'm voting.
I'm pointing to you. You are a hypocrite, sir.
It tells me how I would vote. I'm telling you that.
Why? But there's a bias against running backs that to where he's not even considered for it. Christian McCaffrey right now.
Well, if we're going to do that, I was thinking realistic. We could talk about Myles Garrett.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm voting without a bias. I think Christian McCaffrey, for what he's done with the 49ers, what he did last year. Brock Purdy was in the discussion. Brock Purdy, I think, is 5th in the odds board. Why the hell do you think that is? You think if he didn't have Christian McCaffrey, I know, but you think if he didn't have Christian McCaffrey, he would be there?
No.
See, you have a bias too.
You were wrong. Because I'm talking about the realistic MVP candidates. They should be A.J. Brown.
I think Christian McCaffrey should be the MVP.
I think A.J. Brown has a case. I think Myles Garrett has a case. Christian McCaffrey has a case. But of these candidates, which is mostly a quarterback position, quarterback award, I would say C.J. Stroud because of the valuable part in most valuable.
Yeah, because he's done it without every piece.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
but I do hate Christian McCaffrey doesn't even get considered.
Yeah,
come on,
it's a quarterback.
Come on, McClain.
Award.
Does McClain have a vote still?
I might, especially. Yeah, I think he does. especially if it's CJ Stroud and we see this.
So what do you think McClain's ballot looks like? 1 to 4. Let's say he votes 1 to 4. What do you think it looks like?
I think Jalen Hurts has got the Eagles playing football. They're the best team in the league.
Hurts? Yeah, he's going to vote Jalen Hurts. He hadn't told me, but if you had to vote today, I bet you'd be Jalen Hurts.
Who do you think he's voting for, Fig?
I agree. I think Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
And that is very...
In my other article,
yeah, and then the third article...
I just wanted somebody different.
Yeah. I think he's voting for Warren Moon.
Robert Brazil.
He can't leave Warren alone, can he?
No. Well, how about shout out to Warren? He's going to be going to be inducted into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame in January. We'll probably be there like we are every year. Good for him. Interesting though, not in Tennessee, just here. Huh? Go figure. Warren Moon being inducted into the Houston Hall of Fame, Sports Hall of Fame, but not in Nashville.
Why ain't the same franchise?
Why is that? Why is he not being inducted in Nashville?
Did McClain shout him out yesterday?
Yeah, and Warren was on with the boys in the afternoon too. I think he came on
yesterday.
Yeah.
Where the hell was I?
I don't know where the hell was I.
Listened to their show.
Music.
I listened to their show.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it was later in the afternoon.
Oh, it must have been later.
But back to my first point, and I know this is around the NFL, but this is one of the big ones.
This is not around the NFL, John.
I mean, not around the NFL.
This is internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts. I might lose my bleep.
It feels like you already have. You just called this around the NFL.
If we get the old school NFL writers penalizing him for being a rookie.
What do you mean if?
Yeah.
No, they are going to do that.
You know what? I didn't do this in confessions, but I'm just going to say the one good thing about the Texans sucking so bad the last few years, I didn't have to talk about it. Like
now they're talking about him a lot.
I enjoyed not having to I don't read Peter King's stuff anymore. He's done to me. I think he's a loon. And Breer, Breer was a BOB guy, but I did kind of enjoy like not having to read and listen to them talking about the Texans.
I get your point. I just feel if he plays 15 years in the league, CJ Stroud, and the next 14 are MVP seasons, he'll get the MVP award. So why not his rookie year?
I got the internet going nuts.
Deshaun Watson has got the internet going nuts for a number of reasons, man. First of all, the injury, he's going to need surgery. According to Tom Pelissero, he was willing to get shot up. Narrator, he wasn't. And his shoulder was going to fall apart. Narrator, it wouldn't have. And on top of that, a lot of people are reveling in kind of the schadenfreude of pleasure in someone else's pain with Deshaun Watson. I just feel the Texans are just dodging and have dodged an enormous bullet, and I don't know if there's a worse. You can talk about the worst trades in NFL history, but this is the worst contract in NFL history until further notice.
It's one of the worst trades in NFL history.
Yeah, we can talk about that. It might be. But this is right now the worst contract in NFL history.
Well, I think it was done in a dirty manner. I think it was agreed to, and I think there's a reason that the Texans got some extra comp after the fact. I think it was done behind their backs, agreed to, and there's not really much they could do because they didn't have a lot of leverage. So just the overall vibe of it was weird. And you can't tell me they agreed to that contract after.
Oh, they didn't.
No, I mean,
no, hell no, they didn't.
So I mean,
he ruled them out
here. He ruled them out.
I mean,
he ruled them out.
He ruled the Browns out.
That happened. Yeah.
So clearly they doubled back and said, we'll give you whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got the internet going nuts.
The Jags might be kind of, I don't want to say they're a dumpster fire. They've won 5 of 6, but this was some of the mic'd up audio from their game against San Francisco. Maybe this was just a really bad game, but listen to the Jags. You're going to hear Fred Warner say they don't know what they're doing, and the second voice you're going to hear is a Jags player responding to him.
Don't know what they're doing.
No, we don't.
Don't know what they're doing.
right, we don't.
You're right, we don't.
You're right, we don't.
Yep, that's true.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, a little bit here just in the last few moments with Texans in practice. There's some interesting things here that we need to discuss, who's in, who's not. Obviously, I say that because I think we should all expect it now. Laramie Tunsil's not practicing, but here's some other interesting one. Noah Brown, not present at the open portion of practice. Could be anything. Maybe not an injury, maybe just a day off that he needed, whatever. Jimmy Ward, not practicing. Dameon Pierce, not practicing. Robert Woods is at practice but doesn't look to be working today, so maybe that's just a day off. Steven Nelson is practicing. Derek Stingley is practicing, and Andrew Beck has returned to practice. Landry, those first three, Noah Brown, could be anything. Maybe whatever, family thing he needed to take care of, whatever. But Noah Brown is not at open portion of practice. Jimmy Ward not practicing. Dameon Pierce not practicing. Those are three important.
What is up with Dameon Pierce?
I don't know.
How bad was it?
I don't know. That's bizarre.
Let's try to get to the bottom of this. Let's take a closer look at this practice injury report. Let's talk about the big news that's happened in the last 24 hours. We got a lot to do. Let's just lay out what the Texans have behind them recently and what they have in front of them in the next few days. And it is a lot. We'll get to it. We got plenty of time. Don't go. So we got practice, back at practice. Laramie Tunsil, not at practice. He's chilling, doing his thing.
Yeah, that's typical stuff.
But he's back. Dameon Pierce still out. That's interesting. Maybe that was a little bit more serious than we thought. Noah Brown not present at the current portion of practice per Cody Stooge. Jimmy Ward not practicing. Might have to go without him. Andrew Beck, he back, fullback. Robert Woods is there. He's been getting Wednesdays off. He's kind of chilling. Steven Nelson practicing. Derek Stingley practicing. Already mentioned Nico. Juice Scruggs not activated. I'm starting to think he might be out for the whole year. And there we go.
Mm-hmm.
So the good news there, you got Nico back. You got Andrew Beck back. Steven Nelson's still out there. Derek Stingley's still out there. So that's the good news. Jimmy Ward, the bad news. Keep an eye on Noah Brown. We'll wait for tomorrow. And Dameon Pierce. This can be the third game maybe.
Yeah,
perhaps
this is
that Dameon Pierce misses.
It's the one I wanted to talk about. It was his ankle last year, wasn't it?
Yes, ankle or foot. Yes.
Yeah. So that's where it kind of comes in. And as much as, we keep doing it, he is an invaluable asset to this team. I've called him a finisher. I want to see Devon Singletary carrying the bulk of the carries. But
keep doing it.
He's a good finisher with the way he runs and his style. I don't even remember if it was last year, but it's an ankle again. And so that's where maybe you start kind of going, okay, if it's the same ankle, and I think they said it was a high ankle last year. That's why they shut him down. But who knows? They were going to shut him down. The season was lost anyway. But if it's another high ankle, then that's when you kind of get a little bit uneasy about things,
Yep. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Denzel Perryman, by the way, his appeal process is going to start
now.
Right now.
Yeah.
It's going on right now. So we should get some news as to how long Denzel's going to be out. It's going to get lowered at least one, maybe two games.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that goes with Denzel Perryman and Deshaun Watson out for the season. So that's all the big news going on in relation to the Houston Texans.
And big news with the Deshaun Watson thing as it relates to the Houston Texans. We've been talking about that. We've also been talking about the CJ Stroud, MVP cause, etc. I'm telling you what, man. Right now, whether Devon Singletary and CJ Stroud complement each other this past week, you still got to have another back. I mean, keep in mind, that's the other part I wanted to talk about with Dameon Pierce. I was thrilled that Devon Singletary had 30 carries. You can't go 30 carries every week with him.
No, definitely not.
You just can't.
You can't, and I don't think they will.
Yeah.
Do you give more Mike Boone action? Do you maybe put in a claim of like a guy like a Michael Carter?
I mean, Boone would be the first choice, I feel, right? He's had very limited carries, but didn't he have like a 12-yard run in one?
He had 11 and he had a 6.
Yeah, that's what it was, 11.
And then he was out there in crunch time the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Mike Boone, they're figuring it out a little bit. Yeah, you can't do the Singletary 30 though. I agree with that.
Yeah, you can't go 30 for 30 with Singletary. So that's kind of the big news right there. Stroud needs it, you need it, and then clearly the offense needs it.
Here is Tom Brady and CJ Stroud. I thought this was good. They asked CJ Stroud, Jim Gray, and Tom Brady if he had one question for Tom Brady, and here's what he said. Talking about the outlook of the season, all that type of stuff. Jim Gray. By the way, why did Jim Gray have to be there? Why couldn't they just let CJ and
it's his guy, man.
Why couldn't they just let CJ and TB12 talk a little bit?
They should have, but I don't think Jim Gray was going to allow them to.
Jim Gray has to handle it.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, Jim Gray. Do you enjoy hearing Jim Gray on there?
He was really good for a while. Really, really good for a while, but not so much anymore.
Yeah, he's still a legend. But
yeah.
Here was Tom Brady's advice for CJ Stroud.
How did you stay on the straight and narrow? Even like you have people reaching out and family and like just the world around you seems like it's spinning and you're just trying to stay focused and stay on a straight and narrow.
I think the important thing I really want you to realize, this is now your job. Everyone, when they come to the game, it's a vacation. It's fun for them. Oh my God, we're here to watch, CJ play. For you on your friends at their job. And, when they're trying to be really focused and do what they need to do. Hey, can I interrupt you? Hey, I know there's a really busy time for you, but let's go do something fun. Or, you don't need to be the source of people's entertainment over the course of the season. It's not college anymore. The earlier you get it in your mind, this is a profession and you're a professional and everyone is counting on you. And you can't have a bad day like Coach Day taught you. And you're in an organization where DeMeco is a great coach. Nick Cesario, I've got a long relationship with. All these guys are counting on you. It's fun. The process of winning is fun. The memories you're going to have from a great season are fun. The games are fun. The practice, the camaraderie is fun. Trying to create fun for everybody else outside of that isn't your responsibility. You're not camp counselor for everyone's fun activities. You're out there trying to perform, trying to dig deep for your teammates, and that requires intense focus for a long period of time. There's discipline that starts the beginning of August all the way through the end of the season. And the more you can stay disciplined through that process, the better opportunity you're going to give your team a chance, like you've been doing. Now you're just about halfway through, which I know probably feels like you've been at a long time.
Yes, sir.
But now football season doesn't start till after Thanksgiving. We're still 2 weeks away from that. All the games that matter start in really 2 weeks. And you just got to stay focused to keep everyone and all the distractions away from you as you go. And you'll do a great job. And you got my number, so you can always call me too.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
This is what he's talking about. That's when it gets down to, the separation. And
kind of forgot about that.
Nitty gritty and all that.
Forgot about that. Not going to lie.
One of my favorite parts of that whole thing, though, is like he could have asked him anything. Like, Jim Gray said, what's your one question? And you
he basically said, how do you get rid of the leeches?
Yes, and that's important.
Yeah, and they hang
right?
around.
We know quarterbacks in this town that have loved the leeches.
Yeah,
and hangers on.
Sometimes it's your quarterback coach.
Yeah.
Sought you out when you're 16.
So that was impressive.
Followed
He's
you
like,
around.
hey, man, a lot's coming at me right now. A lot of people around me, even friends and family. I think he mentioned that by, that term itself. How'd you handle that? I thought that was pretty telling about your quarterback.
And I thought Tom laid it out well. He's good at that type of stuff.
Yeah.
That type of stuff.
You're not
I'm
buying
here to
his
work.
broadcasting.
It is. No, not really, but
we hadn't done anything.
He's not buying it.
He hadn't done anything.
He doesn't seem too
Did he get
anxious
this job
to do
2
it.
years ago?
It was 2 years ago, or he got a year off. I'm not sure. I can't even keep up.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. They said maybe they'd give him a year off.
Yeah, I can't keep up with it. But
yeah.
It is interesting, though, when you are an athlete and you're trying to prepare for this game, you're trying to mentally prepare, you're trying to have your body on like a perfect schedule, and then your family comes in town and they want to hang out, and it's like, hey, we're going to the game.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing?
They're trying to show you off to all their friends and take pictures and all that stuff. Yeah.
Because it's hard to prepare for a game like this.
Mm-hmm.
Mentally, like, you don't need it. I feel like even when you're Tom Brady, I feel like someone like that's wired like Tom Brady or Peyton Manning or like Leon, I think even like a 2-hour conversation can throw you off.
Oh, I think so.
Like if a family member comes in to dinner, like I feel like even like a 2-hour conversation can just throw off your whole vibe.
Yeah. No, I like
I can.
Even just like on a very minimal, not even really relatable scale, like all of us, like I had family come into town this weekend. A couple of them spent the night at our house because of my granddaughter's birthday.
Just a couple?
Yeah. And because they were all over. And Monday, I was like, I got to get out of here because I have my routine.
Yeah.
Shoot,
my routine was thrown off today. I had to drop my car off in Baytown to get looked at, and that just threw my whole morning off.
Can you imagine at that level?
Well, yeah, and especially when it's like as mentally and physically and all that. Like Verlander and them go to sleep at like 8.
And time consuming. And I usually watch tape at, let's say, 6 o'clock every night. Well, all of a sudden you got family. I thought it was a very telling and important question.
Like, could you imagine like Deshaun, like if Deshaun's trying to get ready for a game and it's like his girl's like, hey, I got we
got to go to a birthday party.
We got an album party that's dropping, and we got to go hang out.
Well, Deshaun would say, let's go. I'll get the car. But I thought the question itself, you can ask Tom Brady anything you want. And he's like, all right, a lot's happening right here. How do you stay?
You got my number, bro.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
You got my number, bro.
Nice little flex.
How about that pronunciation of Caserio?
Caserio?
Yeah, man. I thought they were tight.
Well, maybe not.
I thought Brady and Caserio were tight.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
They were there together about 16, 17 years, I think. At least. Not so much anymore.
Oh.
Nick Caserio.
Nick Caserio, huh?
Nick Caserio.
Nick Caserio.
Okay.
We're real close.
That's
We're
our
tight.
buddies, yeah.
Yeah. Me and Landry Lacker.
It was rough, man.
It was rough.
That was real rough.
So tell me about the documentary you saw yesterday.
Stoerner doc.
Yeah.
True character, man.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I very much enjoyed it. SEC Network. Clint Stoerner, Ron the Show Hughley in here, presented by D&M Auto. Not gonna lie though, Clint. We talked about it earlier today.
It's just Ron.
Kind of thought Mama Stoerner could have just said that maybe it was your fault instead of giving a breakdown of what you should have done.
I agree.
Fumble.
She's like, it was not a good day for Mama Stoerner.
I get she wanted you to be accountable. She could have just said,
and he did it.
And he should have held on to the ball. Not he should have held on to it this way,
rolled on
followed
it
this way, and figured it out.
I was like,
you a few more excuses.
Hey man, I'm surprised that's all they got out of her. I mean, it was they spent about 2.5 hours with her, so there ain't no telling what the hell she actually said the entire time. But look, when I first saw it, I thought, well, I mean, they did a great job of capturing the one moment that showed exactly, who she is.
Well, every time she watches it, she's like, God, how come? Why did he not do anything but that?
Oh, there ain't no question.
I'm right.
I mean, I'm not sure it didn't hurt her more than it hurt me. I mean, I was a kid.
Because you could tell she got there like, why did he do anything but that?
That's pitiful.
But a window to her world, and as Clint said, that's her. Like most moms, I believe, I know my mom would have said, it was his fault, and
I think my mom might have blamed
and he should have fallen on it. But then my mom wouldn't have gotten into all the details of like, and why didn't he roll this way on it and all this other stuff.
Oh, yeah.
My mom would have said it was my fault and really would have sounded hard saying it.
Mm-hmm.
But she would have also made it clear that what the whole picture was.
Yeah.
He should have. But I mean, he also shouldn't have been stepped on. Is what like she would have she would have made the whole.
And your mom would have blamed someone.
Nah, I mean, she would have. Maybe, who knows? Who knows? Did y'all partake in the potluck down the hallway?
Yeah, I did a little smoked salmon.
I heard about it.
Yeah,
I heard about it.
Did a little smoked
salmon. The person who told me about it said, "Man, I got 3 portions, but don't tell Clint. I mean, don't tell Ron." I was like, "How come?" Because it'll go straight to his head, man.
It was good. It was good.
I didn't walk out and come out and claim it as the legendary. That's the first mistake. That's the first mistake. You just downplay it.
But apparently it's a big hit.
You downplay it.
Yeah.
You know?
And now guess what? Nobody gets any damn mac and cheese this year. Nobody gets any mac and cheese.
Figgy brought mac and cheese, and that was gone in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, he made
Figgy's mac and cheese. May be legendary.
Yes,
I got a text.
The mac and cheese.
I got a text before I got to the building from my wife that said, because she's not a big potluck.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't like her own food to touch, and so the whole kind of buffet line of 8,000 plates for whatever reason she's not a big fan of, and she told me that. She texted me and said, I saw Figgy's post of his, what was it, brisket mac and cheese?
Brisket mac and cheese.
She said, I think I'm changing my mind. I think I'm changing my mind on potluck today.
Oh, he brought it. Yeah. He definitely brought it.
Did he make it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dang.
He dabbled.
Figgy in the kitchen.
I didn't make that brisket.
Best brisket I've had in this.
He didn't make the brisket, but he made the.
Best brisket I've had by anyone made in this building.
Figgy's got the brisket trophy?
Well, he got it from someone, whoever that someone is, man.
I take that personal too myself.
Oh, Lopez, you whip that stuff up?
3 briskets over the weekend. It was awesome. And, of course, he didn't get any, so now he's downplaying it.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
I respect you too. I would not have done it. Tyler and Clint, who did not participate in the potluck, but also didn't eat, which I respect.
That bus came out of nowhere. We ain't even a minute in.
I'm glad you said that. That's the important part.
I respect it because I would have ate.
Wants to give you a raffle ticket. That's a
ticket to enter. Like I listen and listen. You all, I've said it many times. Many of you all are better people than I am. But I could see the conscious effort. Now, Tyler did ask me to go get him a roll.
Oh, I did have a roll.
He was feeling a little nauseous or something. It was just more. But Clint and Tyler did not participate, but didn't go eat. I'm telling you, there was several people in there that did not participate, and I think went up for multiple plates.
Yeah, I can't be that person.
Right.
I can't.
Did you consciously make that decision? Because you're going to march
not
down.
eat.
Yeah, tonight because you didn't bring.
I mean, hell, I brought food in that I purchased with my own money.
But it's still it's still down there, and this is going to be the death of me today.
What that meal sitting down there?
That table down there, you're going to go down there too. That table down there, they got all kinds of. Yeah, you'll be down there.
I'm good.
That's not true. That's not true. This is coming from the man that ate those blocks of cheese that were 2-3 weeks old. And you mean to tell me? Wait till you get down to that dessert area down there.
Stanky cheese.
They got them cookies in the blue tin. That's usually the Christmas cookies.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I haven't seen those in a long time.
Weakness.
Cookies are my weakness. Period.
They got it down there, Jack.
I'm a cookie monster.
They got it down there, Jack. Yeah. So I do respect that from you guys. Just I wouldn't have done it because I'd have gone down there and I got me a plate. Now I'd have waited till everybody went through. Right. Then I would go down there and get me one.
I needed that roll, though. I don't feel too bad about it.
No, you did, man. You good, man. And
how was it? Was it a good roll?
I mean, it was just a roll, but I was feeling pretty nauseous, but it calmed my tummy down.
Can I be honest with you? Situations is difficult for me at times.
Why is that?
I walk down that line sometimes, and I'm like, I don't know if I can get that. That don't look like, for instance,
when presentation.
When Vicky's wasn't the only mac and cheese up there, but that was the only one that I touched.
The other one's a little suspect in the presentation.
The other one's just didn't. You look at meals and maybe it's just not.
Is it too runny?
Ron's turning his nose up at free food down there.
I'm just saying. There are certain dishes that got to be done a certain way.
Oh, I should have brought Mad Dog for the potluck.
You should have bought it Monday.
Well, you wouldn't have been able to find it. You couldn't find it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, just every like mac and cheese is one of those. Mac and cheese.
Gotta present well.
I can't eat every mac and cheese I run into.
No.
Yeah, there was a couple of KFC looking ones out there.
So now you're accusing somebody in the building of buying KFC mac and cheese, dumping it into a glass bowl.
I'm not saying they're buying KFC. I'm just saying some of it is a bit suspect.
That's not figgy, is it?
Some of it is a bit suspect. Like is that mac and cheese? That might be the one that I ran past. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That one there, Jack.
Whose
is it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't know who it is. I'm not gonna be rude, but
You're not gonna be rude. You're talking down about their mac and cheese.
I don't know who it is. I'm just saying when our plate that I made is not representative of a normal plate that I'm gonna make when there's a spread. Like coming up next Thursday.
Yeah.
When I'm at Mom and them house, it's gonna be. It's like I'm stacking it all.
You can go back for seconds.
Oh, I will.
That too.
I got 2 stops, baby. I got 2 stops to make. But shout out to everybody. And I can understand everybody walked past that salmon dip might not have been for them.
I want to give that sausage a whirl.
There's no sausage to give a whirl. But no, man, it's good. Good time today. Good time today, man. We had fun. Always do it big right here up here at Odyssey. But Clint, the big news of the day, I'm taking the kids to school. I'm listening to Seth and Sean, and I hear the breaking news sound. I'm like, what the hell is this? You don't usually get breaking news at 7:30 in the morning on Payne and Pendergast. And they said Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson will undergo season-ending surgery on his shoulder, a broken bone in his throwing shoulder. Now, this is the shoulder he has had issues with. Now, the Browns are trying to come out quick to say he sustained this injury on Sunday because the word and what it has been is, he's been cleared to play. He's been cleared to play, and now in that same shoulder, he's going to have season-ending surgery. Just initially, Clint, as you've seen this, you've had some time to think about it. What's the thought here? Because there's a lot of things. There's a way to go with Deshaun, with the Texans, the Browns. A lot of this. There's a lot. What was the thing that jumped to you the most?
Well, look, I think first and foremost, it's what's transpired in Cleveland with Deshaun Watson since they gave him the guaranteed contract, the monster money. Does not bode well for future guaranteed contracts and future quarterbacks looking for fully guaranteed contracts in the future. I mean, this is not – you needed – the players needed the guy that signed that contract to be, regardless of what happened before, to move forward clean as a whistle and playing really good high-level football, winning football games, being healthy. And, really, if you're going to be injured, it needs to be like one, boom, he's done. Tore an ACL, tore his knee up, he's done. Then you get the benefit of the doubt. But this whole on and off again, and now you've got two different injuries, and one of them is requires season-ending surgery. I think before we get into the Deshaun aspect of this, it's just, boy, that guaranteed, huge guaranteed money to a quarterback.
That's probably done, isn't it?
Probably done. I don't know that many people were gonna jump off in that water anyway.
Yeah.
But boy, this is. I'm
not gonna let it take my joy.
This is not a good look, and so from a contract perspective, from quarterback money moving forward, it's not good for the players. And I'm gonna tell you again, from Deshaun Watson's perspective, what I've seen from Deshaun Watson in a Cleveland uniform puts me in a place I highly doubt whether he ever plays high-level NFL quarterback again.
Because what level do you think he's been playing since he's been back?
Well, I mean, it's so up and down. You don't know. It hasn't been good. It hasn't been what we saw here.
His last game was probably carbon copy of what we've seen. The first half, major mistakes, stunk.
Sure.
Second half, 14 of 14, running the ball and helps bring them back.
Well, yeah. Look, I mean, it's been a recipe for the quarterback to play subpar football. Given he was out of the game for so long. And then he's been injured multiple times since he's come back. I believe there's more layers to that in terms of before he was a team first guy. Being leading that locker room was priority number one for him. I would be willing to bet you. I don't have any sources, but I'd be willing to bet you that that's not the case in Cleveland. It doesn't. Again, he appears to be disengaged, distant, miserable, and now all of a sudden injuries start piling up. To me, I wonder, hey, is he taking care of his body? Is he doing what he needs to do to avoid, to be able to navigate a 17-game season? So a lot of questions about Deshaun Watson, and if I were a betting man right now, I would bet on Deshaun Watson never quarterback in this league ever again.
Fellas, the Browns, boy. I mean, you talk about luck. Now, season-ending injuries. Deshaun Watson, their quarterback. Nick Chubb, their best player, is out for the year. And you talked about Deshaun not knowing if he'll play back at the level of quarterback. We'll see what Nick Chubb looks like when he puts that, because that was a gruesome injury. He tore everything there. And maybe their best lineman, Jack Conklin. He's out for the year, too. All three of those guys out for the year. Deshaun reported played the last 2.5 quarters with that fractured shoulder and high ankle sprain against the Ravens, in which he helped lead them to get that win. I'm going to tell you where this can get real nasty for the Browns. Is if in any way Deshaun and his camp, because I think you got to include it all, if Deshaun and his camp believe like the diagnosis that they were given from the team has anything to do with this current injury.
Like he played hurt?
Like he played and this got worse. Like if any point, because, and also I would imagine, because we talked about it when it was happening, I'd imagine they probably weren't real thrilled with Kevin Stefanski going up and going to media making it seem like, hey, he's cleared. It's up to him. It's been his decision why he can't go. Like, if this is connected, if this is a new injury that happened Sunday, that's fine. But if it is in any way connected to what has been the issue, and now Deshaun feels a certain way with the Browns about it, that even worse if there's an issue between the Browns and Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, look, I mean,
which I wouldn't be shocked at all if that
I would be shocked if there weren't already a rift between the organization and Deshaun, given how this thing's played out. Now you've got the situation you're talking about. Was he injured before? Was he pushed to go back out there, and he went back out there and hurt it worse, and now it's season ending? The other thing with this is, how does between I watched his press conference, his comments, not the entire press conference, but his comments to the media. He appeared to be a little bit choked up about the fact that he's done for the season. But what does he do now until next season? Do we go back into travel the world mode, post everything all over social media, be everywhere but in Cleveland? How are we treating our body? Are we taking care of our rehab and keeping our body right along the way? Those are all things that, again, the old Deshaun Watson, I don't think anybody would ever even remotely question. But look, I'm a big fan of Deshaun Watson, the football player, always have been. And what I see, those kinds of things are the bigger things that I question right now. It's like, is he going to be professional about this thing? And is he going to do what he needs to do to remain the dude in Cleveland, with the exception of the contract? Beyond the contract, a lot of that stuff, Ron, right now is up in the air.
Sean out for the year. The connections with the Texans roll through a lot here. Obviously, the Texans' first-round pick is connected to the season record of the Cleveland Browns. Obviously, the Browns are 6-3. They're ahead of the Texans in the playoffs right now. Could that change now with this latest injury? One would think there's a potential of that. And the Texans play the Browns here in Houston later on this year. Will be without Deshaun Watson. They're going to start the rookie. Dorian Thompson, is it Robinson?
Yeah, DTR. That's where I was going to go with that, Ron, is like.
You like him.
I like him. I liked him when he was coming out. And I think he's got a chance to be a good pro. But as it pertains to the relation, I mean, the conversation that we're having and the comments you just made about the Cleveland Browns and the Texans, that announcement coming that DTR is going to start is big for the Texans. It's big for all of us Texans fans. Look, say what you want about P.J. Walker. He's not Deshaun Watson. He's not a starting quarterback franchise.
I'm surprised they pulled the trigger.
Hey, man, you give me a rookie quarterback over P.J. Walker, I'm going to say thank you. I mean, I like DeMeco Ryans against a rookie quarterback. Look, I mean, P.J. Walker's he's not a world beater, but you get a guy that's going to be in control. He's going to do some good things. He's proven he can win ball games in this league versus a rookie who hasn't seen half the stuff DeMeco's going to dial up and throw at him. I will take DeMeco versus really over any other situation at quarterback. So that's the other part of the good news is it looks like they're going to go with DTR. For the rookie out of UCLA
for the Texans. So yeah, that's a lot there. We'll see what this means down the stretch for the Houston Texans as the Browns will try to. The Browns 6-3 right now, and they've lost their starting quarterback. So we'll see what happens there. Speaking of injuries here with the Texans, Clint, as Sean Bajani, our guy, is out there. We'll talk to Brandon Scott as usual coming up in the 4 o'clock hour in our Texans report. But here is the latest here with the Texans, because this is a weekly thing. Let's go with the good news. Steven Nelson back at practice today, as well as Derek Stingley. Steven Nelson, who did play in the game at a limited role, but didn't practice all last week. He's back. Derek Stingley practiced, fully dressed, no problems. And Robert Woods in a big one, Nico Collins, Clint. Nico Collins, and there's video film. He looks like he was moving pretty well on that calf. Nico Collins is back for that. How big are those to you, those four guys there?
Come on, your top two cover guys, your top two cover defenders are back practicing full go, and two of your top three wide receivers, depending on how you view them, two of your top three wide receivers are back and appear to be healthy on a Wednesday practicing. That's big time at both of those positions. Yeah. We thought Steven Nelson was out last week and Derek Stingley was you were getting a little bit of a combo of the two. They were on a snap count. Apparently, they were relieving each other. It looked like.
Yeah.
So you still didn't get really one or the other. I mean, this week you should, if these guys are going to practice full, Steven Nelson, Derek Stingley, and Shaq Griffin, who had a pick last week. I mean, you get all three of those guys back. That's things are looking up for the defense.
Yeah, that's it. Now the other way, Laramie Tunsil looks like what people are thinking is this is a rest day, which he generally has on Wednesday. He didn't practice. But Jimmy Ward, who didn't play, Damian Pierce, who hasn't practiced in a couple of weeks, hasn't played in the last two games. Those two didn't practice. Noah Brown did not practice today and wasn't dressed. And then Henry To'oTo'o, who is still in concussion protocol, and Clint. Both of those are kind of big. We've seen what Noah Brown's done the last 2 weeks, but Henry To'oTo'o much more important to me because of what we learned yesterday, and that is Denzel Perryman, who is going to be suspended for at least this game. Henry To'oTo'o was the guy who replaced him in the 3 games that he missed earlier this year. That is one to really watch. If he's unable to go, that could be a real potential issue.
Well, I think you look at it, and to my knowledge, the two top communicators for this defense at the linebacker position has been Denzel Perryman and Henry To'oTo'o. Those two guys have been the main communicators at that linebacker position, which ultimately kind of runs the defense. If both of those guys are out, I'm not concerned about the linebacker. Blake Cashman, Christian Harris. I mean, that's the combination that I'd like to see more than any of them in terms of just speed, explosiveness, the ability to tackle. Like, I'd like to see those guys get run and develop and mature. But it's the communication aspect of it. Like, I got to believe right now, like with DeMeco Ryans, I mean, there's a reason why Henry To'oTo'o and Denzel Perryman have been your two middle linebackers and your main communicators. So if those two guys are both out from jump and really for 4 quarters, you're going to have somebody else out there communicating, which, again, may not be a big deal. You're just down your top 2 guys that have done it all year long.
Yeah. And Jimmy Ward, another one of your communicators at the back, at the back end as well. So that's one to watch. Henry To'oTo'o, concussion protocol, didn't play last week, hasn't practiced yet this week, and Noah Brown, the next Pro Bowler apparently for the last 2 weeks, he didn't practice either. We'll keep our eyes on those as well. All right, last night, man, Clint almost got my ass about 12:30 in the morning. Clint almost got my ass. We'll have to talk about this little documentary Clint had yesterday. About to mention I was in it, folks. But we got to talk about this because I ain't going to lie to you, man. Clint almost had me in tears. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there, like ourselves, like Clint and myself, I hope you guys are taking your health serious. And if you're
Around the league, all in the time it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are here riding through. Hey, tomorrow we're at Buffalo Wild Wings, right? Come out here and have a good time with us. Enjoy yourself. Thanks to our good friends at Buffalo Wild Wings as well as at Bud Light. You can come and hang out with us. We'll be in Tomball up
old 249, eh?
Yeah, Willowbrook Plaza. Right over there by where I work out. Right over there by Red's Gym. So
you can get you a good Thursday in and just ease on over, man. Did you plan that accordingly?
I didn't.
Get a good workout, then quench your thirst.
Yeah, it's
on a thirsty Thursday.
I checked. It's 4 minutes away from the gym.
Really?
Yeah.
You should park at the Buffalo Wild Wings and get a warm-up in by jogging to your workout. You could.
He's not working out on Thursday.
Hey, you know my schedule? Damn, appreciate that, Doug. Appreciate you knowing that schedule.
Come on, man, I listen. I know you don't think I do, but I do.
Yeah, Willowbrook Plaza, Tomball Parkway. Come out and hang out with us tomorrow. It's a little Thirsty Thursday. And you can go out there and do what I did in Panama in 2007. Come out and make a bad decision.
That was the last one, huh?
I did the same thing in 2012.
Did you? I made a few bad decisions.
Yeah.
Several.
Foam party.
Kalamazoo, Michigan. All right. A good decision I made last night was I checked out the doc, Clint. Recorded it, watched it. And then I got into it late at the Kansas game. About 12:30 in the morning. I ain't gonna lie to you, Clint. You almost got me. Really well done.
They did. I thought they did a good job with it. I almost got you. What are you talking about?
It was a combination of you and Linda. It really was. What's the clip? The clip that I know John and them were messing with you about with Linda, but this was the one that got me because see here, what gets me is if you know Linda, and I want to tell like the first time I think I physically met Linda within the first 30 minutes, she told me that she would babysit my 3 kids, and that if they got out of line, she'd lock them in the closet.
I'm gonna come over there and whoop that ass.
Got it. Straight faced, right? I think she cracked a bit of a laugh at the end, but part of me thought she might do this.
She's dead serious.
At least the oldest one, but she's hard, man. She's hard. Like she's a tough lady. You can
hate to tell you.
You could tell she's a tough lady, right? I remember when she had gotten sick and she started walking probably a lot earlier than she was supposed to be walking up and down the halls in the hospital. She's a tough lady. When really tough people start to show emotions, that gets me.
Yeah,
that got me, boy. And when this was the one where I needed a commercial break to get there. I needed a commercial break to get there to collect myself. I think I went and just started loading the dishwasher. You got to just get that's what I do. Fold laundry or load dishwashers to get my mind off of it.
At least you're productive.
This is what got to me right here.
That was a tough time for Mom.
See?
He took the whole blame. It was his fault. He put the ball on the ground. All he had to do was tuck it and roll. Hold on to the ball. It didn't happen that way. That was a tough time for Mom.
She did go in there and bring
it's
her
when that voice gets shaky.
That voice
cracks a little bit. Yeah.
That voice quivered because I think it's coming off of you. And then whenever it was, I don't know if that was before or after she said that when the game's over, you take the knee and you kind of collect yourself and you go right down, and then Houston Nutt, and he sent me over the edge with I was looking right at Clint. And I could see it. That kid was carrying. That guy, hey.
Hold on, Joe.
I said, damn, man.
I'm with you.
Whoa! Because you could see it. You could
Thrill
see it.
emotion.
Clint couldn't get to that interview when he tried to, and he turned right and Brian never felt like this. I said, I need a commercial break.
Need some Kleenex and a commercial.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I saw it, but I see the pain. There is no way Lauren Stoerner stayed completely dry there.
Nah, she's a crier.
Oh, especially what is she? 11 months pregnant?
Yeah,
that's a whole different.
I was sitting there thinking, ain't no way. I'm sitting there thinking, if I'm sitting here like this,
Lauren's sitting there.
Damn,
you weren't carrying.
Yeah, man. That's of course, mom. When it's your mom and she is tough like that. Like even regardless of it, like it's your mom, it hits different.
Because she carried it. You could tell. She hurt for her boy.
Well, she was there listening to it in the stands, and I don't know how she didn't get arrested at times. But the other one was, you mentioned Coach Nutt. Like when that's the first time I've ever seen Coach Nutt emotional about that. And it hit home, like, because he said, as a coach, I never thought about it like that, but like as really the only people that can relate is a coach that's just getting pounded, from the media constantly because they're not getting the job done. And when he got emotional on that hit home, because it's the first time I've ever seen him get emotional about it.
Well, you could tell, like, Clint is the one who carried it, but there are so many people who you could tell felt like they could have done something. Like Houston not thinking, God, if I just called a run play, if I just something handed off, like a play call.
Yep.
And Brandon obviously took a lot of it, and with that step, that was one of the deepest steps I've ever seen a guard.
Did trip you.
If I've ever seen a guard take. I wanted to continue to rewind that to see who was lined up against
Billy Ratliff.
That got that immediate push.
Billy Ratliff. Sure I've heard from him on social media a couple times. Good dude. I've heard from him on social media a couple times, and he's on record. Brandon whooped his ass for the entire game. That's the only crack that was in Brandon's game that entire day, and he took advantage of it. So But yeah, man, it was. I thought they did a good job.
It was great, dude.
It
was really, really, really enjoyable. Like seriously, beginning to end, I was watching. I was glued to the TV.
Well, it's one of those that it's heavy enough to where, boy, if it goes too long, it can get old. You know what I mean? Like it can just, if it goes, the length of the documentary was good as well, to where it moved on and kept moving on, to where you didn't just get drug into like, damn, okay, like you could get up and go wash dishes.
Yeah, I just was like, all right, guys, let's stop showing it here. Like they can't
kept going, but every time you went to a commercial, they came back to that damn
but
place.
no, but when they got to it, it was so weird, man. Like I know the story, I know what's coming.
Yeah.
Like I know it's coming, but I'm sitting there like. Like they got the suspense music they got leading up to.
The music was great.
Like I'm going up there, I'm like, yeah, I know he threw them 3 touchdown passes, but I know this is coming.
Hey, man,
I know this is coming. They slowed down, and I'm just at some point I'm like, okay,
they did
okay,
show
all right,
it.
man.
They showed it a bit too many times.
We got it. Like they showed it so much, and I'm just thinking so many.
Hell, they nicknamed it.
Now, yeah, I'm thinking so many damn things. Like, God, this is the perfect storm. Like, how the hell did that ball roll so far away from you?
Hey,
That's what I'm thinking. Like,
yes.
It's just you used it to break your fall and roll 10 yards back.
Well, if I wouldn't have been like if I wouldn't have been extending the ball with that hand, like my fake with that hand, I would have went down with the bare. Like the ball would have been in my left hand, I went down with the bare hand, but it was already in that hand, so it happened so quick. Yeah, man, what it was. The craziest thing about that, to your point, is we're watching. There's another documentary out there that's specifically about the '98 season. It's less about Brandon and more about the '98 season.
Yeah.
But guess what gets highlighted in that again? The fumble, right? So we have a premiere showing probably 2 months ago on this called Resurrection, right? I think that's what it's called. But anyway, so we go and we're in this auditorium, Ron. And there's nuts there. His entire family's there. You know, he's got twin daughters, another daughter, a son, and they were all knee high to a grasshopper when I was coming up. So there was anyway, all the coaches are back, a bunch of the players are back. Everybody's got a family now, so there's a couple hundred people in the building. And I'm sitting over there because I know I know the climax, if you will. I'm sitting over there chewing every damn nail I got off. And so we get through with the deal, and I go up there. They say, Clint, will you come over and ask you a couple questions? Like, yeah, sure. They said, well, what stood out to you? I said, minutes was biting my nails knowing what the hell was going to happen. Oh, hell.
What stood out to you?
Yeah. Oh,
what the hell do you mean what stood out to me?
How many times?
It certainly wasn't that damn touchdown pass against SMU. What the hell do you mean what stood out to me?
Oh, man. Could you imagine 108,000, number one team in the country, your boy went down there and threw for damn near 303 touchdowns.
That's one of your better games, isn't it? Especially
given all the circumstances,
yeah.
it was by far my best game. And
it was rainy, huh?
Yeah, it was raining the whole game. We had at the time, I believe it was a record for most people watching a college game. And them joints they were walking smooth out. I mean, they were walking up the aisles when your boy put that thing on the damn turf. Woo!
Yeah, uncomfortable seats at Neyland Stadium. By the way, uncomfortable seats. I have to tell you about that time I almost got in a fight at Neyland Stadium for being an a-hole.
Well, I wish you would have and whooped the hell out of somebody. I'm sure they were there laughing at me right about 10 years before you got there.
There's a gentleman by the name of Lane. Coming up, big game for the Texans on Sunday. Has the game gotten easier from the Cardinals who played earlier this year? We'll discuss that.
Rings and engagement bands. They can also custom create any ring you can dream up. It's Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. People saying, where can you find it? Go. I thought I saw it's going to be coming on again.
Yeah, it'll be on SEC Network. Like they run stuff randomly all the time, but I think it's streaming on ESPN Plus for anybody that's got ESPN Plus.
Yeah. You'll be able to catch it. I saw when I went to record it, I saw there were several upcomings, so it may be on tonight at some.
I feel like you two should probably rom-com Friday that thing.
Oh, I could.
Who's your MVP? Who's your dud?
Ooh,
I could do that.
I like that.
Yeah,
a little return to rom-com for a week. Can we do that?
I think we should.
It doesn't have to be rom-com.
Well, it's not a rom-com, but it's the concept.
Can we do that? Can we do that in the 5 o'clock hour, boys? Can we? Or the 4 o'clock hour? Can we come back to it? And you guys
circle around.
What were the force? What were the star rating? The MVP? The jock strap?
And then one thing you change.
One thing you change.
I'd change the fumble.
Yeah, me too. I'll set this one out though. I'll let you because I know too many guys. I'd be holding personal grudges against my guy who was the jockstrap.
Jockstrap. Danny Ford. There's a few in there. All right, we'll get to this game coming up. But real quick, Tyler, what did you say in my ear during that last break? What's happening with it? Listen. What did you say about the Carolina Panthers?
Well, if you remember, a couple of weeks ago, head coach of the Panthers, Frank Reich, he surrendered his play calling duties for the offense. Well,
to Thomas Brown.
Yes. Frank Reich has said now that he will resume the play calling duties for the Carolina Panthers and little Bryce Young.
Listen, there's no reason for that.
Little Bryce Young.
Right? Little Bryce. Like for me with that, you can't do that, Tyler. You want to call him an Oompa Loompa like you wanted him.
I'm glad we didn't get what I wanted.
Tyler, I thought you were talking about Frank Reich.
I'm going to get to Frank.
We all wanted him.
I know it. Boy, you coming at his little ass, his little Oompa Loompa ass.
Look, I got a little extra hatred in my heart for him right now since I went to Carolina and I had to watch.
That's right. He has caused a lot of problems for you.
That was your fault.
But you can see where I'm coming from here.
No! You got mad at him because he performed?
Whatever, he's tiny.
He's tiny as you. But listen, I don't want to take
a football player.
I don't want to take anything from you wanted him. Anyway, I don't want to take anything from CJ Stroud because CJ Stroud deserves, as he would say, all the flowers he gets. But damn, man, when they say it really is a big deal of where you go and who is there around you. Clint, I tell you, listen, we discussed. I didn't to me it was incomplete. I didn't really know what CJ was walking into. Right? We didn't know what Bobby Slowick was. We didn't know, this is a first year guy. We don't know exactly what it is. He has never run an offense. We knew where he came from, and there was potential positive thoughts from that, but you just didn't know what he was. Like Frank Reich has been successful in the NFL, right? It went bad at the end there with the Colts, and maybe his Carson Wentz love. Maybe that should have been sign, but he has been successful in the NFL as a coach. You felt at least more get from Carolina, and then with all the guys they put together over there along with him, it is a train wreck for Bryce. Right. Bryce, I'm not saying Bryce is playing well. Even in the game they won against the Texans, I mean, he made some plays. It wasn't out of control. But this, I mean, he's had 2 different play callers in 9 weeks.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's borderline dysfunction at this point in time.
Oh, I mean, we've got to be approaching it.
I'm from the outside looking in. I don't want to overstep, but I mean, it's like this can't be good for the head coach, offensive coordinator, assistant head coach relationship. It's somewhere in between your quarterback coach, who has aspirations of being a head coach, and definitely a play caller. He's in there in the mix somewhere. Your quarterback has had 2 different voices in his ear now, going back to the head coach. I mean, that whole the word on the street is that David Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers, forced their hand. I don't know how true that is. I know it's going to be a popular conversation because of how good CJ Stroud is playing here, but ultimately. It's just, I mean, I think it's safe to say, without covering them on a daily basis and a consistent basis and knowing what's going on inside the building, I do believe it's safe to assume that in Carolina you're flirting with dysfunction, and there's nothing worse. I mean, this can't be. This is awful for a rookie quarterback. It's awful for any quarterback, much less a rookie quarterback, and it's indicative of issues again that are bordering on the level of dysfunction. I don't know what's going on. I tell you this, I am shocked
that has gotten it to that point,
bro. Because it's not just. I mean, say what you want about Josh McCown, and the only reason I think there's a negative connotation when his name's brought up is because what Jack Easterby and Jack and him were trying to do, and Nick and him were trying to do here. I mean, he really is a really good offensive mind with some unbelievably valuable experience.
You had always said the position that he actually has in Carolina is one that you're like, oh, I'm good. Not a head coach immediately, but a quarterback coach you would have
no question
roll with.
Ron,
Bobby's just running circles around what they're doing over. I mean, not even.
There's no question. I mean, it's not even. They're on different planets right now, bro. Yes. But you think about it. You got Josh McCown. You've got. What's my man's name? The
Thomas
OC.
Brown, I believe.
Thomas Brown, the OC that spent time in McVay's system with the Rams.
He was their OC.
You got Frank Reich and everywhere he's been, his playing experience. You got what's my man's name? The old head coach from the Lions that
from the Colts. Oh God.
Golly, I can see his face. I think he interviewed here with the Texans one of the 2 years, the Collier-Levy year.
Yeah.
But anyway, a really good offensive mind that's been around the game forever as some kind of consultant in the building. I mean, you've got a really good offensive staff that only dysfunction, within some kind of relationship, some kind of lack of communication within could implode, and it looks like it's doing that.
Yeah, it's awful.
Caldwell.
Mike. Yeah.
Jim Caldwell.
Jim Caldwell. I was going to say Mike Caldwell. No, that's a defensive coach in the league. Yeah, unbelievable out there. Wow, just awful. Price is rolling. I mean, how in the hell could you make the decision to give up play calling? That's it. You ain't taking it back. When did they play the Texans? Because that was Thomas's first game
3 weeks ago.
That's calling plays.
Yeah, and 3 weeks ago
that was the first game,
and they won. Hell, at least he's won one game.
Yeah, they did.
That's right.
Tyler, man, are you can we? It's Wednesday. We need till Sunday. Can you at least put it on the table that you would at least think about maybe not going
to the game on Sunday?
Yes.
You want me to put it on the table?
Just think about it. Just give it some thought. Just because you seem to have penciled it in. At least just think. I
mean, our company is the second biggest suite in all of NRG. It's usually a pretty good time, but sure, yeah, I'll think about it.
Good. So it's on the table because the people are a little concerned about it. It's on the table.
The people need to calm the hell down.
You just need to not go. All right, Clint's worried about your safety after the game and before it.
I'm dead ass.
I know.
I mean, if they lose to the Arizona Cardinals, somebody has had quite a bit of alcohol in them, and you go strolling through the parking lot out there like just complete to what's around you.
Could you imagine?
Might have to test some mics with him.
Could you imagine if you
check,
if he's walking up,
check,
if he's walking up and you see him, Tyler?
Yeah.
Is that Tyler Miller?
And all it's going to take is one person.
Hold on. Turn it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look at his ass.
I can fight.
Go around. Look at his ass.
No, I'm talking about one person to notice, and then all of a sudden it's going to turn into.
And they just staring you down. What are you doing?
Somebody's going to get ballsy and.
Mob mentality is pretty frightening.
Just think about it, man. All right, coming up, the big news of the day. How does this affect your Houston Texans? Deshaun Watson out for the year, and more hardware for the Houston Texans. We'll discuss all of that coming up.
exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome in to The Drive. It is the Big 3 and a big story, Clint, that potentially involves a lot here, and that is the Browns quarterback. It's the number one story in the NFL, one of the top stories in sports. Deshaun Watson is going to be out for the season. He is going to have surgery on a fractured bone in his throwing shoulder. So he is done for the year. And the Browns, and this is significant to the Texans, because the Browns are ahead of them right now in the playoff standings. They are a game up over them, 6-3. The Browns obviously play the Texans later on in the season here. They're going to be doing so, obviously, without Deshaun Watson. And I'll stop saying obviously. But they then play I just felt I said that 3 times. And also the draft pick. The draft pick, first-round draft pick for the Texans is dependent on where the Browns finish. So all of this can be affected here. And, Clint, I'm not going to lie to you, Tyler. When I first saw this, I thought immediately from the Texans' perspective, I was like, oh, this is big. Oh, this is huge. Like, this is a big thing for the Texans. Then I looked at it closer, and I thought, well, maybe it's not as good. There's a possibility that this could be really huge, that the Texans could really gain more ground in terms of draft pick. Maybe their record drops, and maybe they pass the Browns. But then I looked at the Browns' schedule, Clint, and they've got 6 wins already. The thought is, how quick can you get to 10? And they've got, even without Deshaun Watson, because we've seen them, that they beat the 49ers. They beat the Colts without Deshaun. With some very winnable games on their schedule that could get them to 10, which would mess with the draft pick as well as the playoff. I mean, they, like this week at home, they host the Steelers. I mean, that's a winnable game even without Deshaun, with the way Kenny Pickett's playing. They then play the Broncos as well. They play the Rams, who kind of thrown up the white flag, and they're not playing Stafford anymore. They have the Bears come in town. I mean, they are dysfunctional as hell. And then they get Zach and the Jets. All right? So, I mean, you can see them getting 4 more wins, and not to mention, they play here with the Texans. They play another tough game against the Bengals. But it's not, to me, as clear-cut to say that the Browns are dead.
With that defense, it doesn't matter who's quarterback, and they are not dead. Now, they have announced, I believe, that Dorian Thompson-Robinson is –
You surprised by that announcement?
Yes, I'm very surprised, and I'm excited about it being a Texans fan. I mean, they've announced that they're going to go with a rookie quarterback over P.J. Walker. And look, I think P.J. Walker, I know he's not a starter in this league, but he is a guy that's played a lot of football. He's won games in this league, and he's played well in this league versus a guy that you have no – and I like DTR out of UCLA, a rookie out of UCLA. I like him a lot, but I don't know what the – I mean, I've been wrong before. Hell, I mean, he's a rookie that hasn't played much. And so with that defense, they're going to be a problem for a lot of teams. But
that defense against the schedule.
Yes.
Right? Like that defense against the Jets offense, that defense against the Bears offense, that defense against the Rams offense. I know the Broncos have had also used 9 turnovers, and they've only scored 24 and 22 points in their last 2 games. So I think they can play. The Steelers, their offense isn't great either. So I think in particular that defense against these offenses, to see if they can get 4 more wins, I think it's very doable.
Yeah, it's very doable, but I could also, a lot of those teams you mentioned, I could see them losing that game because you got a rookie quarterback that can't move the football. You're not going to run it as well without Chubb. The rookie quarterback potentially could make some bonehead mistakes kind of deal. So it could go either way here with the Cleveland Browns. I know for me, as a Texans fan, the game that I'm mostly focused on is the head-to-head matchup with the Cleveland Browns. And it just got significantly more winnable, if you will, all things considered, when or it looks like, and it's several weeks down the road here, but it looks like you're going to face either P.J. Walker or DTR, a rookie quarterback. I like the DeMeco Ryans versus really either one of those guys more so than Deshaun Watson. So that head-to-head is going to be big, man. So, I mean, if you can win – if you win every game versus that division, obviously you already lost to Baltimore. If you win versus the other three, which is the Steelers, the Browns, and the Bengals, you already got two of those, then, boy, that wild card spot, you hold the tiebreaker, could be big.
Yeah.
Not could be. I think it will be.
Yeah. Clint, Tyler, I'll say this too. I think, like I said, I think them to get to 10, 4 wins is doable with their schedule. Here, fellas, if they get, and I know he won't win it, but if they get to the playoffs, I think Myles Garrett should have some serious consideration than more than just Defensive Player of the Year. What was it? Somebody help me out, maybe.
When JJ
won? Where did he finish? I don't know. Should have won, but I don't know.
Second.
Did he finish second?
I believe so. He finished second to Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, he was second. It should be something like that, right? With Myles Garrett, because Myles Garrett.
No. If Watt didn't win it, Garrett doesn't get to win it.
I said second. I said it should be something like that. Second.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Okay, all right.
I'll open my ears. Sorry, bro.
You took out an Aggie. He took out an Aggie for that. That's Myles Garrett, a damn Aggie that you just took out.
I felt strongly you should have won it that year.
But no, it should be, especially the way he's playing. He is damn near, that Colts game, they scored 39 points, but he had a hand to deal with 21 of the points.
Yeah.
He is. So, I know he won't win it because it's not a defensive player. It has to be extraordinary. But he should be at least very much so in the conversation.
Well, Ronnie, we talked about it with CJ Stroud. Look, your usual suspects, if you will, the Pat Mahomes of the world, the Jalen Hurts of the world, the Josh Allens of the world, the quarterbacks that you would think would be front runners and be the main players in the MVP. Those guys just aren't all having phenomenal years. So it is a year to play, or maybe even a wide receiver creeping into the conversation. And look, if Cleveland goes on a run, especially now with no Deshaun Watson, and they win 10, 11, 12 games, then all of a sudden the person that you're looking at on that football team is Myles Garrett.
If they win 6 of the next 8,
yeah,
and he is
come on, man,
menace like he has been,
I don't think it's a stretch that he'll be in that. In that. I'm talking about conversation to win it, not just in the conversation in general.
Yeah, because the years, and I can't remember. You said Aaron won it. I'd imagine Aaron had some crazy numbers. I'd imagine Aaron had a normal MVP type year. Right now, I think Mahomes has been the leader. Like the odds have placed on Mahomes, and he's got 17 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. This ain't like Aaron's MVP season. They're 44-5 or something like that. Like he's had crazy numbers. I don't think anybody, if it continues to be a weird year like that, yeah, well, they come out and win the division or something like that, that would be crazy. So a lot happening there with the Browns, and it does affect the Texans in a major way.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
First and goal inside the 6. Stroud under center. Schultz in the backfield. And here's motion. CJ pushes the ball to Singletary. Right side running. Devon is in. Touchdown, Houston. Singletary with the rushing TD. And the Texans are up 2 scores on Cincinnati.
Bobby Slowick and his offense has the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Last week it was CJ Stroud. This week, Devon Singletary on 30 carries, 150 yards rushing, a career high, 5 yards a tote, and also a touchdown there in the game. He wins AFC Offensive Player of the Week, and I certainly didn't see that coming. I don't know how many people did, but I'm curious for you, how much. How impressed were you with Devon? Was that a lot of Devon, or do you think that was a lot of the best game we've seen from the offensive line by far that allowed Devon to get there?
Well, look, I don't want to take anything away from Devon Singletary. There are a handful of runs that he made a guy miss when he immediately touched the football. He turned the corner with some elite speed, no doubt about it. Devon deserves every bit of the credit that he's getting. But if you watch this ball game, it's hard to believe that this is the same offensive line and the same tight end group. I'm going to tell you, We at some point today or tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, we'll get to this, but Dalton Schultz looked like a different dude. I mean, there's a handful of plays in there where Dalton Schultz, I'm like, man, where did that come from?
The touchdown in particular.
Yes.
He completely pancaked the guy.
Ron, there's multiple. There's multiple where if you watch him, he is dominating linebackers and safeties if they're trying to feel kind of in that more of that fullback role than the tight end role. But still, it's just the mentality of dominating. And look, here's the deal. At this point, I think the question here is did the Texans change some things up, and are they all of a sudden a more physical, which isn't crazy because we heard Seth Payne yesterday talk about it looked like a group that knew who they were blocking, knew their assignment, and were going out there and playing football instead of thinking a lot. That is exactly what I've watched for 8 weeks before that last week was a bunch of dudes that it appears that they are thinking about what they're doing, doubting that they're doing the right things, and thinking way too damn much. Was last week more about the Bengals and how sorry they are? Yeah. Or was it the Texans cleaning some things up, the Texans knowing what their responsibilities are, the Texans being more physical in the run game? What exactly is it? We won't know until we see more football being played.
Well, whatever it is, it led to Devon Singletary being the AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yes.
In a game where Noah Brown went off and players went off this week, he was certainly really impressive. Also, to pass along, Clint, it has been reported that Denzel Perryman is appealing his suspension today. That's what sources are saying around the league. He is appealing his suspension today, and we'll see what happens there. I would think at least one game is knocked off there, maybe two. That would be the best case scenario, that he just misses this game and he is back for the Jacksonville game. But if we get any news of what happens there, we'll certainly pass that along to you immediately, and we'll tell you what happens with Denzel Perryman. So we'll see where he lands in terms of his appeal today.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Clint, as we kind of suspected, there was a bit of a change in the college football rankings. Georgia vaults to number 1 over Ohio State. The new top 4 is Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, Florida State. They are in the top 4 with Washington, Oregon, Texas, and Alabama trailing behind them. Missouri going up into the top 10. I think that probably helped Georgia as well with their win over them the last 2 weeks ago. So that is the new top 10. I agree with Georgia. I would still personally have Washington ahead of Michigan in that top 4. But I agree that it makes sense to me now. Their resume, that was the only thing I thought that separated them or Ohio State. When I watch them, I don't look and say, boy, Ohio State, that's a better team. But the resume was different. Now with Penn State falling as well, I think they are. It's clear that Georgia should have vaulted over them with their wins here. Right?
Yeah, look, I would have Florida State higher above Michigan. I would have Washington above Michigan. I would have Oregon above Michigan. I'll be honest with you, I'd have Texas and Alabama both above Michigan.
From what you've watched,
yes.
Your eyes say.
Yeah. Look, I understand one's undefeated. A couple of those teams I mentioned aren't, and they've got that one loss. Winning is important. I completely agree in a conversation about, hey, who are the best, most convincing teams in college football right now? I've got Georgia, Florida State, Washington, Oregon, Alabama's coming. I got to put Ohio State in that mix, even though I don't know that their quarterback situation is going to be able to hold on to that right there. You got some convincing now, it's all going to come out in the wash because there's a lot of football left to be played. But I would have a hard time having Michigan in my top 4 right now.
I'm with you. And I'm worried. I'm curious of this from you two as we have some time here, because it's starting to shape up here. It looks like right now Alabama and Georgia are on a collision course in Atlanta in the SEC championship.
Oh, that's booked.
Right, that looks like that's what's happening. I think this is the weekend.
It's already in stone. It is what's happening. Yep.
But I'm sorry, they look like they're headed there in terms of Alabama with one loss and Georgia undefeated, where this could have Final Four implications. And a lot of it is not just due to resume, which some people annoy, or a lot of it isn't just due to head-to-head. We've seen it before where head-to-head matchups, other teams have vaulted over them in the past, whether it was the BCS or now. Do you think, for you, right now, if Alabama were to beat Georgia in the SEC championship game, Texas wins out, they win through the Big 12 championship game, do you think that Alabama would get in over Texas?
They should.
Even though Texas beat them.
Mm-hmm.
See, I heard Landry say that. I don't. And listen, the Georgia win, if they were to beat Georgia, that's a huge win. It's just hard for me to overlook. Like, they went into your house, and it wasn't close. Like, that game against Texas beat them handily on the road. And I know it was week 2, but that's a hard one to overlook when they both got the same record. But we've seen it before.
Yeah, it would be hard to overlook. I'll be honest with you. It would be, if you told me if Alabama runs the table and beats Georgia in the SEC championship game,
it's hard to overlook.
Like, it would be very difficult for me to look you straight in the face and say Alabama's not a better football team than Texas. Now, Texas has got, if they also run the table, and who are they right now? Are they going to play Oklahoma in the Big 12 championship probably?
I don't think so.
I mean, with Kansas and Oklahoma State following?
I think Oklahoma State and Kansas are still – I think it's still the
still
exact
right
same.
In the mix. So there's a lot of work there.
Because Oklahoma lost to both Kansas and Oklahoma State.
Well, where I was going with that, if Texas runs the table and beats – right now Oklahoma's sitting at number 14. If that were to happen and they end up whoever the champion they play in the championship, they convincingly win there as well. Maybe we're looking at Texas through a different lens, but the two football teams that we're watching right now, Texas and Alabama, Alabama is ascending, and they are ascending quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, quickly.
Yeah, if they beat Georgia, that's a hard one.
Yes.
But that's also hard to have to jump over a team that beat them at their place by multiple scores. All right, coming up, the A&M job. That's a big one around here, and somebody else asked about it, and wait till you hear what he had to say. He did not turn it down like Dan Lanning did. We'll let you hear that coming up next. Hey, if you're out there looking to sell your car like I am, I'm thinking about trying to sell my car, thinking about trying to sell my Toyota. Now is the time to do it. And go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Go there right now because they are the best in the business at selling your car. And it is a very, very quick process, right? Oh, it's 60-second bid process, right? Pressure-free. They're not going to go after you and say, hey, you got it. They're not going to hunt you down. It is very, very easy. You are in control. The steps you got to take, just go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your VIN number, just add a couple of picks, and then you can be on your way seeing why GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. And another reason why they'll prove it to you. They'll give you facts. They'll tell you right now, hey, if you want to go to CarMax and GiveMeTheVin.com cannot beat their offer, they will pay you $100 cash. I'm telling you right now, selling your car, your truck, any vehicle you have has never been easier now that GiveMeTheVin.com is there for you. So go find out why, once again, they are America's best car buyer. Hit me with that jingle, baby.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com.
Live on Twitch and YouTube. Subscribe and follow. Then join the Houston sports conversation in a brand new way.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. At some point today, we will have CJ Stroud. At some point, as he speaks to the media, that's the number one of the probably him and DeMeco, the number one and two people that people really love to hear from is CJ Stroud, and we'll bring that to you as he speaks on Wednesdays, and we'll have that for you here coming up at some point. All right, the other one of the big stories, obviously, is A&M and what they're going to do for their new search. We're hearing names. Dan Lanning, he popped off and said, "No way, no how. I got unfinished business here, and I want to live in Eugene, Oregon. I want my girls. I want to raise my kids in Eugene, Oregon. That's where I want to be." And so he shot it down, right? And now, the other name we've heard is Deion. By the way, real quick, do you like the fit of Deion at College Station?
Well, I just don't know what the fit is. Like, what makes, besides the fact that they got money and I mean it's a somewhere where a good coach would want to go. Like, what's the specific fit to Deion?
To Deion. Yeah.
I mean, why is that a fit any more than it is for Dan Lanning or anybody else? But yeah, I don't know, man. The prime thing, any way you slice it, the prime thing was way overhyped and is way overhyped. He's still a coach that hasn't coached a ton of football. There's not a lot of to really sink your teeth into at the Power 5 level. I think the jury's still out on kind of where Prime falls as a head coach in college. I think that would be a ballsy hire by A&M. But I mean, he's definitely one of the hot names.
He's one of the hot names, and what he did earlier in the year, and we'll see. And he's recruiting like hell to Colorado, and we'll see what happens. I think we'll see what happens there. I don't think he'll leave. We'll see what happens there.
Well, if he leaves, he would have to leave his two kids there, and I just don't. I guess
and his third one in Travis Hunter.
Yeah, well, Travis probably gone after this year, but
maybe.
Or can he leave it this year?
I don't know. Dude, play one at Jackson, one here. He may not be able to. But yeah, I don't know if he would do that now. Now, I believe he could be lured.
Yeah, no, I think I do believe he could be lured.
I think Shedeur can go to play Colorado another year and do that. But we'll see. This was Deion. Dan Lanning answered the other day. This was Deion giving his thoughts as he knew the questions were coming on the vacancy at Texas A&M.
Stephen A. Smith, Texas A&M. He said primetime Deion Sanders in the SEC.
So it's controversial when Stephen A. talks?
No, but he says that needs to happen. Just your thoughts on the Texas A&M coaching vacancy?
I want to win. I want to win a game. So you think I really do sit down and think about that kind of stuff? Like what strikes me about that, about myself, that you guys really think I sit down and say, yeah, Stephen A., yeah. Hey, come on, I'm good. Like, we got to win. Let's focus on this week. And we play Friday, so we lose a day of practice. So we got to focus.
Well, clearly didn't shoot it down. That's
never heard a no.
That's not like Dan. I people listening 713-572-4610 about A&M. Do you think A&M is a spot where, hey, anybody's gonna get players? Like they can recruit anywhere, like, because Jimbo had the recruiting. Now, Jimbo on the field is something else. But the recruiting, this was at heights that at A&M we hadn't really been. I mean, they're right there with Georgia and Alabama. Like, they have recruited like hell in the last, half decade, especially since Jimbo has been there here recently. Do you view A&M as a school that that's just going to – it doesn't matter who the coach is. They're going to be able to recruit at this level that they'd be recruiting in? Or do you think, like, depending on who it is, they may drop off? Because to me, like, if Clemson lost Dabo, I don't think Clemson would continue to recruit at the same level that they have been recruiting at here recently. You think A&M just recruits itself?
I think it recruits itself to a certain level.
Yeah.
I don't believe it recruits itself to the level that Jimbo Fisher, the number one all-time class. Like, I think that is more about Texas A&M being ahead of everybody else in the NIL game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, that, and I'm not, I'm not saying that negatively. I'm saying that from a positive perspective. Like, I believe that at the end of the day, they were ahead of the curve. They had deeper pockets than most, and they were ready for that NIL to come down the pike. And when it happened, they knocked it out of the park. And so I think which is going to be there for the new coach, so that new coach will have those kinds of luxuries as well.
They won't be as ahead of the curve against everybody else.
I think people are going to end up catching up with them. Yeah, to some degree. I think people are going to end up. I mean, at Kirby Smart and Nick Saban and hell, the Lane Kiffins of the world, they're going to publicly ridicule their boosters until they definitely help them catch up. So, look, I know that's going to be in place. And so, do you consider that A&M recruiting itself, or do you consider that as part of the puzzle with the new coach kind of deal? I think it's going to be a big part of the puzzle for whoever's there next, and I think they'll have an advantage.
Yeah, I've been looking. I'm just like, I wonder, will they take a big step back in the recruiting part of it? I think they can hire somebody that maybe does better on the field or whatever. But because Jimbo, like I said to you, Ty, like there was a difference in the level of Kevin Sumlin recruiting and Jimbo recruiting.
Sure.
Like it took a jump. Like they were recruiting. Like there are some, you know it, Clint. There are some schools that Alabama's just for the most part going to recruit itself, right? Texas for the most part, you're going to recruit. I don't know that A&M has always been like that.
Well, I mean, with the exception of the just ridiculous class that they had, that was the best of all time.
But they've been in the top 5 here the last what?
How did that? I wonder outside of that 1 year, how did it compare to Sumlin? I mean, because Sumlin got Kyle Allen and Kyler Murray. I mean, those guys were 5-star, top-rated quarterbacks in the country. Kellen Mond came out of IMG Academy. He was top-rated. What's the kid that ended up at Arkansas and San Jose State? Big, tall, white kid that had that Justin Bieber shirt and all that crap. Talking about rubbing me wrong. What's that kid's name? Went with Chad Morris to Arkansas. Started a year at Arkansas. Anyway, he was a big recruit coming out. I don't know that, again, with the exception
your thought that Kevin also had it rolled.
I think I'm not an A&M historian, but I'd be shocked if Jimbo Fisher's classes, with the exception of that, since NIL hit, like take away the crazy class a year ago and then whatever happened last year when they had that NIL money, I think their classes were probably pretty similar. I think Kevin Sumlin did recruit at a high level. I mean, that's Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I mean at a high level, but like that,
I'd say there's a difference. I mean, Sumlin recruited his ass off for sure, and he had great classes.
But was he routinely in the top 5?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I do think Jimbo has an edge on what he brought in by a little bit because he was just top 5 every year, top 5. Sumlin was always in that top 10 with his recruiting classes, but I do think there's just a smidge of difference in what we've seen Jimbo recruit compared to Sumlin.
I just wondered if A&M had taken the step because they're A&M or if it was Jimbo. Like that part of it, that was really his calling card to recruit, and I wonder if they take a step back. I think you would trade on the field.
Yeah, and I think
a little bit to be in top 10, but more a coach that can get more out of them.
Yeah, hopefully. And I think that was a great point Clint brought up about the NIL advantage with Jimbo and his recruiting classes. The same thing can kind of be said about Sumlin because he comes in right when A&M's going into the SEC. They're going to be the only Texas school in the SEC. SEC hype was at an all-time high, and that was a huge recruiting advantage for him.
Yeah. All right, coming up. All right, the Texans, they got a lot of things happening well for them right now. And I'm curious for you. Has your expectations changed? Do you now believe that the Houston Texans should make the playoffs? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
Tractors for your piece of Texas.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. CJ Stroud, will have him coming up at some point here in the show. All right, Clint, when you look at everything that has happened, all right, the Texans, they are now 5-4. I'm laying it out to the people because I want to hear from you as well. I see some people texting in and hitting us up as I see you on 713-572-4610 to be a part of this. I see you on YouTube and Twitch. Hello. You can message in and we'll talk to you and respond that way as well. You can be a part of the show that way. They're 5-4. They have tiebreakers over the Bengals, who they beat, over the Steelers, who they beat, and then, the Jags situation, they've beaten them with one more coming at home after this Cardinals game. They've got one of the easiest schedules left in the sport right now. 5 of their last 8 games are at home. Clint, the Bills are in a tailspin, firing their coordinator, struggling and losing, and their schedule is nasty. They've got the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Cowboys on their schedule. The Bengals, who you beat, their schedule still includes the Chiefs, the Ravens coming up tomorrow, coming off of the game against the Texans. They have a difficult schedule themselves, right? The Browns, as we just heard, lost their quarterback after losing their best player in Nick Chubb and their best offensive lineman and the injuries they have, and they're moving forward with a rookie right now. I'm going to let you jump on this first, Clint. 713-572-4610. The people out there now, as you've watched this team, you see where they stand, where they are, and everything they have in front of them. Is your expectation now that this team should make the playoffs?
Ooh, man. Yeah.
Oh, it is, really?
Yeah.
Playoffs.
I mean, look, where we sit right now, and look, this thing changes weekly, right? I mean, for the Texans and for other teams, it's a very fluid situation 10 weeks into an 18-week season. But where we sit right now, with the Texans on the heels of a shootout versus Tampa Bay where their quarterback took a step that, hell, a handful of people have done in history, right? And then you look at the following week when you go on the road and you beat one of the healthier shoe-in Super Bowl contending teams, which before the season starts, year in, year out, Joe Burrow is going to be in that conversation. And your quarterback outplays that quarterback. On the heels of those 2 victories, taking the Skulldug the Jaguars, you've already beat the Jaguars once. You're 1 game behind those guys. You got them at home. Cleveland, in my opinion, the 2 games on this schedule that are worth starring right now that could be some real problems for the Texans is Cleveland and the New York Jets. And the reason I say that is because of the caliber of defense that's coming in here. And you flip on the other side and you look at Zach Wilson and now either Dorian Thompson-Robinson or P.J. Walker. I mean, it's getting better by the minute, guys. It's getting better by the minute.
Their schedule compared to everybody else that they're battling,
yes,
it's not even close.
Yes, and you look at everybody with the exception of Baltimore in that particular division. Assuming you move forward and you beat Cleveland with one of those 2 quarterbacks, P.J. Walker or Dorian Thompson-Robinson, you win that ball game. You owe the tiebreaker versus all 3 of them. So, yeah, man. I mean, whether we look at how the Texans are playing,
your expectation is should.
Yeah, I can't talk myself out of it, Ron. I'm looking at how the Texans are playing, what the rest of the AFC looks like, what the rest of this schedule looks like. You got 3 at home, back to back to back, all at home. The division is once again not good. I mean, it's just I don't know how you look at the Texans. Anybody, I'm not talking about just people here in Houston. I don't know how anybody looks at the Texans, looks at what they have left, looks at the rest of the AFC and how they're playing, to make the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, I think you use the word they should make the playoffs. Yes,
yeah.
I believe right
That's your
now,
expectation.
all things considered, my expectations are the Texans make the playoffs.
And you'll be, and you will have a real issue if we get to the end of the season from this point in these last 8 games that it's moved to a way that they haven't made the playoffs. Like you'll as you sit right now, you'd have an issue with it.
No, I mean, if they're a fringe playoff team, I would be okay. Because, I mean, there's a lot of football left, and there's ways this thing could unfold. And, look, I mean, if they go up against Cleveland with that defense and it just isn't the best game and you don't win that ball game, then you get inched out by Cleveland, or you get inched out by somebody that's playing good football. It's part of it. I think Denver's going to be a better football team by the time you face them in a couple of weeks than they were to start the season, obviously. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that can change, but I just think, yeah, they should make the playoffs.
All right, I see some people here on the text line. I want to get your thoughts, 713-572-4610. We've laid it out, everything that appears to be going the Texans' way. And I'll even say this, barring some sort of catastrophic injury, is your expectations right now that the Texans should make the playoffs? Some people from the text line, 3 seed, bet that, homie. With this remaining schedule, yes, they should make it. Our guy Ocho, should the Texans make the playoffs? No, because they're still prone to have youthful, game-costing mistakes and lack the talent defensively. However, I think they will overcome these and win 10 games to make the playoffs. Ocho said, one of our other guys who listens, Drew from Baytown, the Texans should absolutely make the playoffs and should be considered to make a deep run as well. This is I will say that I'll be disappointed if we get to the end of the season, that last game of the season, I believe it's against the Colts, and they don't make the playoffs. I'll be disappointed. But at this point right now, they are still not far enough removed from, and I think this is a little bit of what Ocho is saying, still not far enough removed from a game like a game against the Panthers, to where which was 2 games ago, a game against like the Panthers, for me to just feel confident. Because what that happened when that day, I said, they can lose to anybody. Now, I think last week the Bengals could maybe push you to the thought of they could beat anybody. I think this week will go a long way to me saying, all right, how they can respond, how they play. Because really, like, the way that the Texans are playing, probably shouldn't be playing it in a tight game with the Bucs at home like that. You know, what we've seen from the Bucs. And that, like, it's just, we're 2 weeks away from just really a rough spot. And I need to see a little bit more. So I wouldn't say I expect them to right now. It looks, as you said, it is hard to talk yourself out of. It looks like that. I'm not ready, because they're 2 weeks away from, oh my God. I don't doubt that we could get to the end of the season and then be a playoff team, and we still feel that way of like, hey man, they could lose to anybody. They can also be probably going to be their MO the rest of the season. But when you look at how they got to 5-4, they did it the hard way. Cincinnati, Tampa, New Orleans, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, right? I mean, they did it the hard way. Them L's, them fours. That's the Panthers.
Yeah, I think
Atlanta.
That's fair. Indianapolis and Baltimore. I think that's very, very fair, because Baltimore is not. It's not like we're talking about Baltimore last week or 2 weeks ago. We're talking about Baltimore week 1. So that was a different football team. So look, I just think I think we're going to see more of the same. There's probably going to be a couple more slip ups in there versus teams you shouldn't lose to, and there's probably going to be a couple of wins that you're like, damn, I didn't know they had that in them still. I didn't know they could do that again. I think that's the team the Texans are going to be long term here on both sides of the football. But I think you can. I think you still make the playoffs with that being the case.
So, the expectations, has it moved for you? Have the expectations changed that you think the Texans should? Let's hear from our guy Victor. Your thoughts on this, Victor? Do you believe they should? Are you moved to that point where they should make the playoffs?
You're doggone right. We passed this rookie deal of what y'all talking about. He's in the mid-season. His growing pains were early in the season when Bobby Sloak and them and DeMeco Ryans earlier were cautious with him. Now that they see that he has the potential to be a baller, they're taking the reins off him. And I'm looking at the team, with the exception of Cleveland, because of that defense, who's going to beat them? And who's not to say that all them other teams, Baltimore, and all of them going to lose some games? So theoretically, The Texans think they're only going to lose 2 games moving forward. They are going to win the AFC South, and they probably be in contention if they play to their strengths to probably having a seed in the playoff picture.
Yep, I appreciate the call, Victor. I think they're capable of absolutely. They're capable of winning every last one of these games. They've already beaten Jacksonville, and right now with Deshaun out, that's their toughest game. They're capable, but for me, all right, and you know, you can feel whatever you feel. Someone texted Ryan, your glass is always half empty. I just like 2 weeks ago, they lost to the worst team in football, and I'm just like, all right, Sunday will go a long way. They go take care of, like, to me, Sunday, I know Kyler's around there, but they should handle the Cardinals. Like, to me, they should handle the Cardinals. And that'll go a long way to potentially changing the thought process right there for me. But I don't want to put them in should category yet, because I'm not to that point yet. All right, what you got coming up into 4?
Well, I think they should, Ron, win this weekend. Either way it goes. But did the Texans catch a break with Josh Dobbs ending up in Minnesota and Kyler Murray ending up in Arizona? I want to see what the guys think about that. We'll discuss that next. But before we get there, we got to tell you about these cold Coors Lights, y'all. Them silver bullets, them wolf killers, brewed and made to chill. It's known as the world's most refreshing.
Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Well, this ain't football, but it happens during football every year. Thanksgiving, potluck start happening. Tyler, Ron and I were in here talking about it. Ron rags on everybody's mac and cheese down there, just starts the show with it and doesn't get caught.
Yeah, because I don't say names, man, and
I had no idea that was her cookies.
I know it, but I knew you and Tyler didn't make the mac and cheese, so I wouldn't have said it in a large group. Yo, dumbass! Now she goes, and you know what? I've had search.
What happened?
Think we're all a part of it.
What happened?
You know when somebody when somebody comes in and you're talking to them and it's kind of tongue in cheek, but you can tell like they're really hurt.
Yeah, they're hurt.
Her feelings are definitely hurt. She is somebody.
You hurt somebody's feelings.
She is
Our girl Tori in there, man.
Tori, man.
Sweetest girl in the building.
She's
man.
an Aggie too.
She's somebody.
Well, that's irrelevant. She's the sweetest girl in the building, though.
Yeah, man. She's somebody who hides her hurt through laughter.
Oh no.
She couldn't even laugh.
What'd you say to her that hurt her feelings?
God,
well, this started a couple of weeks ago. Do you know what a cowboy cookie is?
This reminds me of my homeboy Jet Black.
I've heard that, but I'm struggling to bring it up to my frontal lobes.
Cowboy cookies, basically, I don't know exactly what it is. I'd seen them on like buffets before, just titled labeled cowboy cookies.
Sure.
I believe it's like an oatmeal cookie with chocolate chips in it. It's got like several different cookies thrown together. Ultimately, is what it is. And a couple of weeks ago, she said, "Man, I make really good cowboy cookies." I'm like, oh, okay. So we had this conversation with a couple of salespeople back there. I didn't think nothing about it. Well, I go back there a while ago and I'm talking to boss lady in the back, and I look over and there's a plate of cookies sitting there. So I grabbed 3 of them that they all looked different, right? They all look different.
Mm-hmm.
And
there she goes.
I bit every one of them, and they were hard as hell. Like I thought they were going to break my teeth.
Like crack a tooth?
Yeah. So
that's not the kind of cookie you want.
So I walked in, and I threw them away. And I told Ron, I just vented a little bit. I was like, Ron, them damn cookies are hard as hell. Cookies. Right?
She did not buy them from the store, by the way.
I had no idea.
She's standing out the door.
Tori, come here.
I had no idea that was Tori's cookies, bro.
Come here.
I mean, the one person in the building the last person I want to offend is Tori.
Yeah, because she's a sweetheart, and I got Tori in here with me right now. I need you to address this head on. She probably deserves an apology, dude.
Oh my God.
Well,
are you gonna apologize?
I am apologizing. I was telling the story and setting it up first, Tori. I'm so sorry. I did not know those were your cowboy cookies. Had I known, I would not have.
You wouldn't have sugarcoated it, huh?
Well, I didn't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'd like to step in here and actually clarify the apology, so it's real. He's just really hurt that you heard it.
Yes, I am.
He still stands by his.
I mean, I can't be like, oh no, Tori, those cookies were really soft.
You know something?
No, they
too,
were hard as hell.
Last night I was folding the dough. I was folding the dough. I was like, man, Clint's gonna love these. I'm gonna make some modifications to them.
So these weren't store bought.
No, these were homemade, like homemade from scratch.
I mean, you're making it worse, Tori.
I'm just saying, and I was like, oh, I can't wait till Clint give me some feedback. You're all like, that don't taste very good.
I started out.
That's a Clint voice.
It was a very much older brother response. Like, don't taste very good.
I started out with just she was outside the window, so I just kind of sliced the neck. I was like, no, those ain't good, because she had one in her hand, I think.
Yeah.
And so I sliced the neck. I was like, no, they ain't very good.
And my heart just broke. My heart just sunk. I was like, dang, all right.
Just so you know, at that point in time, it's those were her.
Just saying, man, this ain't no punchline.
I went to Ron. I was like, man, he just sliced the neck and said, no, they weren't good.
Yeah, I just decided to listen.
Right.
I just listened to her. I mean, there's no punchline to this joke. Tori is really
man,
hurt.
look, here's what I'm gonna do. I am sorry, Tori, that you had to hear that.
I'm sorry. I want to be clear. He stands by.
I can't back off of it now.
His assessment of the cookies. He stands by his assessment.
Gosh, dude, it makes us look bad as a show here, man.
And listen, since I have not assessed it, I don't agree with your assessment.
You're lying through your teeth, because we sat here and had a conversation about it.
That's not true. I thought the cookie was. I thought it was a solid cookie.
Well, it still ain't dawned on me. Next thing you know, Tori's standing
It was a solid cookie. The mushrooms were fantastic.
You're such an ass kisser.
Just a solid.
You're such an ass kisser.
A solid cookie.
You're such an ass kisser.
I just said it's a solid cookie.
So Tori stands outside the window here and bites one of those cookies, and she's got beautiful teeth. I thought for sure she was going to break a tooth. I was like, Tori, check your tooth.
Dude, you gotta stop, man.
It's
hell, he's already. He's already in it now. Might as well just jump on.
Damn, potluck got me. I didn't even participate, and I still somehow got smoked.
I can tell Tori's hurt. I can tell.
Listen, scale of 1 to 10. She's at a strong 8.
And here's the thing, Tori's
her boyfriend's gonna get it tonight.
Tori's.
He is. I mean,
Tori
I hope
is
he's ready to get slapped. This is going to be an anger one here, but she's going to go for it all.
She's a good. Where are you going with this?
Get down, sit down, Mike. Lord. I don't know what his name is, but she's going to let this out.
We got to move on. That hard cookie's got Ron going in the wrong direction.
I got to thank you so much of my friend who put his foot in his mouth with our friend's
Heat
wife.
up a couple for me, Tori. I'll see if that heat. She's seriously.
Oh, she's hiding it with
I could tell when she walked in. I was like, damn, she really is upset.
She did your Clint voice and everything. How?
Damn, that's the second time today, guys. Y'all know what else I did?
This is great. You do this to yourself.
You hurt someone else's feelings?
I don't think I was just a real asshat, and I didn't, and I felt bad immediately.
Uh-oh.
I give the cookie a 6.
So today's my
stop
a 6. No, you don't.
5.5.
Now you're kissing ass, which it doesn't surprise me. I'm walking through. Today's my wife's birthday, and of course I'm doing a little last second shopping.
Happy birthday, Lo.
I'm doing a little. Happy birthday, baby. I'm doing a little last second shopping, if you know what I mean. And I'm in the Galleria. And I walk up.
Are you kidding me?
Always last minute.
And this couple is taking a picture from one side of the aisle to the other. And there's already 3 or 4. I can see it as I'm approaching. There's already 3 or 4 people that are stopped, like letting these people take this picture next to this tree.
You can hear the annoyance in his voice already.
I didn't know where it's going.
I walk right up. I walk right up to where I wasn't in the picture, but I was close. And I was like, "Come on, man." And she said,
playing these piddly ass games.
The lady said, "Oh, thank you," like to everybody there, and I just kind of walked right through. And as I was doing it, I was like, "What is so important in my day that I couldn't let that pretty old couple just take their picture next to the Christmas tree in the Galleria?"
A lot. You had something to get to.
I mean, that was. I mean, I'm that Tory thing backfired on me.
Let's not make it 3, okay?
I'm just saying it's gonna take a minute for you to make that up with Tory.
Dude, you can tell her.
I can't wait till this segment's over. I'm gonna go back here and heat them cookies up and hope like hell that 30 seconds in the microwave helps.
I think what we need to do is walk away from the cookie. 713-572-4610.
Hell, I
what do you
threw
think?
them away and walked away.
I know what you do.
Did you? We need some suggestions. What can Clint do to make this right with Tory? 713-572-4610. Also on YouTube and Twitch.
Get you a paper towel, get it nice and moist, kind of like wring it out, wrap it around the cookie, pop it in the microwave. It should come out pretty moist.
I can't even take him serious talking about the cookie and moist and all that. I can't even take you. I got you talking about getting slapped, and he's in there wrapping a moist paper towel around a cookie. I can't take you.
I just think she's going to physically go after her boyfriend tonight. She's going to
take
this
getting
out.
it tonight, whatever.
I mean, at what point did you think that was a good idea to go that direction?
I give the cookie a 5.
I mean, there's a few people in the building that I can see where you'd go that direction pretty quick. That's not one of them.
Oh, come on.
Like that's like immediately uncomfortable. What are we doing?
I was in there like, God.
Did you see her reaction? She was like, yeah.
He doubled down on it.
I'm just gonna say
he doubled back.
The Tory that I just met in this hallway walking back to this door was a different Tory. I did not know Tory strung together those curse words in reference to you. And that cookie.
She's got a mouth like a sailor now.
She let it go. I said, damn, Tori, I ain't never heard you talk like this.
It comes with being an Aggie most of the time.
Look, once again, we don't need the Aggie plugs here.
Ever made that macaroni and cheese, they would have been real hot at me.
Oh man, what a day for me, boy! I've been such an ass, man, and I
feel like Tori.
I don't feel good about it.
I feel like Tori should come back every week.
I don't. I hope her cookies soft with that moist towel in the microwave.
Let's move on, please. Let's not hope anything for her cookies.
All right, potluck got me. Last second shopping got me. Which, by the way, my shop. I'm on the topic. Hell with it. I got a serious problem.
You're always last minute.
I don't have a problem being a last second shopper. Because I knew exactly, well, not exactly, but I had a couple of options about 2 weeks ago, and I knew where I was going, what I was looking at, and it was just a matter of I waited till the last second, which I'm okay with that struggle that I have. I'm okay with that one. But fellas, I'm sitting there today, And while I was there, I went in 2 different stores. And I literally, Ron, I've got Lowe's birthday. I got Lauren, my wife's birthday, Lauren. I got Christmas. I've got a push present that I'm going to have to buy, which I just thought of, and she's about to pop it any second.
I was wondering if you had done anything with that.
I just thought about it today. But anyway, then I've got Valentine's Day, and then I got anniversary. I got 5 gift buying. Like I can't just go, hey, we'll just put that towards our little stash for our pool or our kitchen remodel. I got to buy I had in 2 stores today. I could have bought all 5 and been done with it.
Why didn't
I didn't buy but one?
Why? And the one that you needed to buy today?
Yes.
I mean, there's just so much here.
And while I'm doing it, I'm going, why would I not just buy all of these? I got a problem, man. I got commitment issues, and they just will not go away. I thought once I got married, my commitment issues would go away. Now it has to do with gifts.
My man said, I knew exactly what I was going to get 2 weeks ago, but then I waited to the day of to go get it.
Why? Yeah, why do you do that?
I don't know. Well,
You're hurting yourself.
I refuse to go the new age way and order things online and then return them if I don't like them, and that's hard for me to do. Clothes is one thing. Like clothes, I'll do that. I've stepped over that boundary. I'll do that. But a gift that I'm spending some good money on that I really care about, I need to know I need to see it. I need to put my hands on it.
Yeah. I hear that. You could have just put your hands on it last week. I knew what I was going to get 2 weeks ago. So my plan is let's wait till the day of, not the day before.
Then you end up getting all mad at some poor couple.
Yeah, and taking it out on Tori's cookies.
Not the day before.
Hey, that little couple, that old couple in the mall and Tori just took the brunt of my issue.
It could have been anything else. Those cookies had to be there.
Innocent bystanders.
Nonetheless. Anyway.
Never store-bought.
Well, boys, the Texans got a game this weekend, real quick. I was thinking about this a little earlier. Serious. I was listening in the loop. Yesterday, they brought up Kyler. I was listening to him. I think it was today. They were having a conversation about Kyler. I'm going to be honest with you, Ron. I would rather face the Cardinals with Kyler Murray than Josh Dobbs.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Because I just believe when it comes to doing things that you can rely on, and that guy doing it at an above-average level, I think Josh Dobbs can throw the entire route tree from the pocket on time with anticipation, all that stuff. I think he's better at those things, like significantly better at those things than Kyler Murray is. And that's the part that scares me. Now you got to deal with Kyler Murray running around, which Josh Dobbs is running around as well, doing a great job of ad-libbing with his legs and using his legs as a weapon. He's not Kyler Murray, but he's doing those things. I think I would rather catch Arizona with Josh Dobbs quarterbacking than Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I hear where your head is, but I don't want to. I'd rather face the least talented of the two, and that like Josh has had a really good season. He's a backup quarterback, right? Like he's a backup quarterback. Kyler is a guy that we've seen just has the ability to just do things that not many other people can do.
But Ron, there's a chance that Kyler's career is not. There's a chance that Dobbs is in this league longer than Kyler.
Might be. Like, but right now, who is the more talented of the? Like, Kyler is the more
athletically. Kyler.
Yeah, I think.
But
Kyler's
when it comes to throwing the football, I don't, especially in a system. I don't know. I can't answer that question.
I watched that cat last week. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I've been watching Arizona Cardinals games from start to finish. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and act like I've been watching the Minnesota Vikings from start to finish since Josh Dobbs has been there.
Fair.
But, like, Kyler, from what I saw, Kyler looked like close to the Kyler that he has been.
Yeah, I think
when he's been. So
look, I mean, he the scramble that kept the game alive. Obviously, that's what you're up against with Kyler. And then the throw that he made to the tight end was a jump ball between two defenders that a tight end comes back and somehow catches. Like, it wasn't a good throw. It was an ill-advised throw with a game on the line kind of deal. So I don't know. I guess my question is, I would rather play Kyler Murray than Josh Dobbs. But in my mind, I'm just, regardless of how strongly I feel about one or the other, in my mind, the fact that I'm sitting here going, who is it?
See, when Kyler is right, Kyler can make the easy plays. I mean, he can like he's not his layups. He doesn't. His aren't like Zach Wilson's where he struggles on the layups. And then, I mean, he can make plays like that damn throw. That throw I'll never forget that he made to DeAndre Hopkins at the back of the end zone where they go up where he's like he can just in the run last week where he picks up a first down on that drive where he looks like where he ran all around the entire field and got that move. Like I really, really respect what Josh Dobbs has done. I think Josh Dobbs has a chance to stay in the league, as you said, for a very long, as long as he wants. Like he just,
I think he's got a chance to be the dude. And like I think if he continues to just play well, it'd be great. I think if he plays well, I think they hang their hat on him moving forward. Ron,
maybe he's gotten himself 7 years with this season. Like he's gotten himself like as a point where teams will trust to bring him in and how quickly he picks up systems. So
I know I hit you. I broadsided you with this thing. Let's circle back to this later this week, maybe tomorrow or Friday or something, and because I think there's something there. Because the more I think about it, usually you have the ability to talk me off a ledge. I don't know if I can be talked off of this one. I would rather play Kyler Murray with Arizona than Josh Dobbs.
I'd rather have Josh.
Yeah.
I'd rather Josh be lined up in that sucker under center on Sunday than Kyler Murray. So Kyler scares me a bit. He's a guy that has Billy kind of take over the game. All right, coming up, some news here coming from Major League Baseball that I don't know that this will be helpful to some on the Houston Astros pitching staff, and as well the injury report, the official injury report is out. We'll give you the latest update on all of that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. I know it's a very simple concept that most of us take for granted, but look, if you're one of those individuals out there that's suffering from breathing problems day and or night, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and you might want to pay attention right now because I've got the solution for you. His name's Dr. Matoran. He takes a holistic approach to treatment procedures that'll get you back to living your best life and sleeping your best.
Leave us in YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive. Clint Stoerner has been gone the entire break. Did you, I saw you have one of those cookies in your tour.
I did.
The people are wondering, okay, you settled things up?
I did. I talked to Tori. I don't know that I did myself any good, even though I returned her phone because she left it in the studio in there. So I'm pretty sure she appreciated that. I did, and I'm just being completely transparent here. I never knew that you could heat up one of them hard ass cookies and they would get soft.
Did you heat it up in front of her?
Yeah, I heated it up in front of her right there.
Gosh.
And it was soft, and it was very good. I'm going to tell you, I've got, if a cookie is hard, like to where when you bite it and crumbs hit the floor, I don't care what's in that cookie.
Agreed.
It does. I'm not. If it's that hard, I'm not giving it a chance. Had I tried that cookie the first time and it was the same softness that I just got it out of that microwave, it would have got a much higher rating. It was a good cookie.
I think that's fair.
I think you should have let the cookies go. I don't know if it made her feel better that you heated it up.
Well, I mean, look, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, let's get here. I mean, listen, we both had the cookie. As I said, I rated it a 4.8. We both had the cookie, and you
it was 6.
You don't like the cookie, and she knows
you're just brown nosing. There's no way your picky ass. There is no way your picky eating ass bit that hard ass cookie and said, "Yep."
That's
I'm
the
not
one.
picky. I said it's a 4.8, but I'm just saying she
it's
knows.
Gone down over the break. It somehow went down, and you didn't eat one.
She knows you don't like that cookie. You've expressed it.
The rating is
like
plummeting.
you going back in there and heating that thing back up like that. I don't think that
adds insult to injury.
No, I disagree.
You gotta let the cookie go.
I disagree wholeheartedly because you know what Tori's
going to do.
I'll
heat it up. This is good.
Because you know what Tori's going to do. Tori learned something.
Oh, this is coaching.
Tori learned something.
This is coachable.
Tori learned that you can't leave your cookie on the counter without heating it up in the microwave first.
About a nickel for every time I've heard that.
If Tori has people over this weekend and she bakes the cookies on Friday, she will nuke the cookies before her guests get there on Saturday. She learned that.
You think she will?
Shame on her.
Oh, God.
Right now?
Shame on her.
Absolutely. I'm dead ass serious. I honestly didn't know. I never knew that you could heat up a cookie like that and it would soften up. That thing softened right up.
I respect this, man. You're hanging in there. You're staying in there. Now you're turning yourself into a coach now. Now, hell, while I'm at it here, let me give you some help.
I have no problem with being brutally honest.
Let's make this a teaching lesson.
I have no problem with being brutally honest and facing the music.
You didn't mean to be brutally honest there. That would.
Agreed. No, agree wholeheartedly. I would not have been that. I would not have throat slashed her cookie in the window. I would not have told her 10 times how hard they were.
Has this ever happened to you and your wife? Has your wife ever done this?
Oh, it has to.
This happened to me. Courtney,
No.
Oh my God!
I don't think
but
so.
I fought through it. Courtney made early in our relationship. She made some pancakes one time, and I mean,
how do you mess up pancakes?
They were. Hey, calm down, Charlie.
I didn't.
I know Megan had messed up something. No, but she made some pancakes.
All the time.
I don't know if she had to bake it. I don't know what she meant, but she made, and she knew them. And she just let me sit there. And this is early, so I'm gonna fight through them.
Right.
She said, "So you're just gonna eat these nasty ass pancakes?"
You're gonna stifle that down.
Thank you, man. I said these are. I said, "What happened?" That we finally got together. She said, "I think I used I'm wrong.
Yeah, someone right.
She can make pancakes fantastically now, but that first time, I said
she can make pancakes.
That first bite, I said, "Oh my God!"
She's really developed her pancake game.
Oh, what is this? Sandpaper? Okay.
I don't think
Let me double down on this syrup.
Yeah, right.
Like a real soggy.
Got any more butter? Can I get some of that spray butter and some syrup over
She
here?
finally sat down and took a bite. She said, "Oh my God, you just gonna sit there and eat these nasty ass pancakes?"
Yeah, I think I've had a couple of run-ins where something just didn't taste right. Like it wasn't bad, it just didn't taste right. And my brutal honesty was accepted pretty well.
You're brutal.
But he says and he uses it as a coaching moment. Yeah. Good for her. God, man.
If she serves her guests hard cookies this weekend,
text line
shame on her, man.
Text line just tweeted in, shame on her. I'm dead.
I mean, she will forever. She'll never serve a hard cookie again.
She'll never bring cookies back to this potluck. I'm telling you that.
Hey, I told you.
Just like nobody got mad.
I told him in the break. That's that time, man. One of my boys, man, start accidentally talking about his friend's wife right in front of his face. Didn't know that was his wife. Start talking about her teeth.
Oh, dude, that story is jacked.
Oh my God, damn, jet black.
That made me want to crawl under a table, and I wasn't even there.
It's like two sets of friend groups meeting. We're all out together. High school friends sitting there. We all know Glenn's wife. She had a little, it looked like a
schmutz on her
like a
teeth.
dead tooth or something. It's just since divorced.
My brother had one. I called it Old Yeller.
I had two dead teeth.
And so we all standing there, and E, a.k.a. Jet Black, he said, "Damn." I mean, she looked like she got a stick of butter just sitting in the middle of her mouth. He said,
that's so bad.
He said, I mean, it's dripping. I mean, God, dog, man. And she just walk around here like she don't know that.
And he was literally talking to her husband.
Oh, Glenn's standing right. Glenn is standing right in front. It's about five of us. Glenn's standing right in front of him. And Glenn say, "Man, that's my wife."
He had to have felt about 3 inches tall. That makes Clint's look like nothing.
Yeah, I was talking about a hard cookie.
Yeah, you're way better than that, dude.
That's it. I mean, I couldn't stop him. Like nobody could stop him. I'm just like
someone's in the background waving.
Yeah, you want to.
I was stuck. I couldn't move. Like
it's like watching a car crash.
Like, thank God I did not laugh because the stick of butter line would have been like. I mean, like. That's pretty good. Like you got just sitting there with I can't believe it's not butter sitting right in the middle of her teeth.
That's my wife, bro.
Oh. And then when he said that, well, I'll never Glenn said, "That's my wife, man." That's it. Okay.
All right.
We're gonna get into it.
Who needs a drink?
Who needs it?
This round's on Jet Black. Who wants to drink?
Yeah, who wants it? Oh, I'm a lie. Glenn wasn't taking that apology, dog.
The microwave ain't fixing that one.
The worst would have been if she heard him. That would have been worse.
I'm sure she got informed later that evening.
Yeah, from the text line news segment, Clint's cookie review. Let's I think it's
see how many people we can piss off.
I think it's what he said. It was store bought. That's what hurt her the most.
Oh yeah, that cuts deep.
Because she came in and talked about how she rolled the dough. Yeah, man. That's listen. Hey, man.
She worked hard.
She worked hard. She did. She
told me that after I'd already stepped off in.
I give it a 4.5. All right, coming up.
And it's down again.
Coming up, we'll give you the latest on the injury report and a new rule in baseball that could affect your Houston Astros. I promise we'll get to that. But before we do,
800-439-4252. Again, 800-439-4252.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Our guy, Brandon Scott, will be joining us soon as he is returning back from NRG. A lot happening there.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
No, we don't. We've got a couple of guys who've had a tough week.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
No. Well, Tori may feel differently. Hey, before we get to Brandon, Clint, as some news in Major League Baseball. First person I thought of was Framber Valdez. Major League Baseball Competition Committee, this according to sources, and Jeff Passan of ESPN, has proposed reducing the pitch clock with runners on base from 20 seconds to 18 seconds. Sources tell ESPN this new rule could be implemented in time for the 2024 season. No! Hey, what do we? Hey, like I was fine. Like what is the 2 seconds?
That's the worst thing that could happen.
It's two. What is like just like to mess with?
Well, there's got to be a reason. Like they've done it over. Are we just one season into the pitch clock?
Yeah, just one season.
They had to look at all the data with runners on base, and there has to be a reason why they landed at 2.
I don't know what it is. I didn't know anybody was. I don't know. I wonder what the data is. Who was yearning for? Who needed this? Like I felt like everybody was really happy with the pitch clock in the time, except for maybe pitchers who felt rushed or batters who felt rushed. But this is going to like you better get your ass. Maybe they feel like they can shave another 15 minutes off of the game with this, but y'all better get back in the box and be ready.
Yeah, it seems like runners on base in 2 seconds. Like it seems like that doesn't have much of a chance to really hit a game, like really change a game.
I don't.
They're gonna mess around. I mean, look, I'm
They're gonna
here.
Get this thing down to 15 seconds.
I like watching regular season baseball more now than I ever have because of the pitch clock. If I'm being completely honest with you. And all of the rules that have changed to speed the game up, which have obviously sped the game up, I'm here for. But it's like, to your point, like, when is enough? What are we doing?
Like, yeah, man? I think like everybody was happy because all I could see is runners on base, so that usually means that Framber Valdez is in crisis, and Framber Valdez back for catcher. Does his slow waltz back to the mound. He jumps on. He's at 6 seconds.
He's going to really push the envelope, isn't he?
He's at 6 seconds. Yeah, you're right. I just found like, who needed that 2 seconds? You're right. I would love to hear the explanation. I'm sure there's somebody out here who will give an explanation and text in something that seems very, very obvious of what it is. But I'm just like, I don't understand, like, who needed those two? Who needed those 2 seconds? So it could be done and added as early as this upcoming baseball season. That with runners on base, they go down from 20 seconds to 18 seconds because somebody needed this to be done. So that is the latest rule now affecting pitchers and hitters even more with the pitch clock. All right, before we get to Brandon. Who'll join us, who was out at the practice field today. Here is the injury report, Clint. Noah Brown, he did not practice today, and that is with a knee issue. He has been this team's leading receiver the last 2 weeks, one of the highest graded receivers this past week after his game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Devon Singletary, one player of the week. He could have probably pushed for that as well. Jake Hansen, hamstring in hand, he did not practice. Brevin Jordan, this is like we're in a month now with the foot injury. He did not practice. Damian Pierce, starting back, he didn't practice again with the ankle. Is not practiced. Now he's in his third week of not practicing. Here it is. Henry To'oTo'o, Clint, didn't practice, concussion issue. Laramie Tunsil didn't practice, knee. A lot of people believe that's rest. Jimmy Ward, hamstring, didn't practice. They have Robert Woods' foot, didn't practice. He's had some rest things. He played in the last game. Will Anderson was limited again. Nico Collins with the calf was limited but looked a lot better. Kurt Hinish with the knee was limited. Titus Howard was limited. Dalton Schultz with a hamstring. He was limited as participant. Andrew Beck and Steve Nelson were full participants. And one thing you'll love, Clint, Derek Stingley Jr. is not even on the thing.
Come on, that'll be the goal. Like that ought to be a running joke with the Texans.
Who can get
Look, you're 5-4. You're above board. You're obviously exceeding expectations. It should be a running joke around there of like, hey man, who can get off this thing the quickest? Who and Derek Stingley, you win. Look, it's good news on the cornerback front with Derek Stingley and Derek Stingley off of it. Steven Nelson at the very least practicing. When you look at the wide receiver group with Nico Collins and Robert Woods, at least being active and working and getting some work done. That's really, really good on the wide receiver front. The one that is the biggest concern for me is Henry To'oTo'o with a concussion, not practicing, followed up by Denzel Perryman, who the NFL, your two middle linebackers, your two guys that have done the majority of the communicating at the linebacker level for this football team, for this defense that has overachieved all year long. Let's not say overachieved. Let's just say exceeded expectations. I think that's more fair and more respectful. You've lost your top two communicators. Now, I think Blake Cashman and Christian Harris, you put that speed, that athletic ability on the field. I think you've got a different looking linebacker crew that can move a little bit better, cover a little bit better, which may play into, DeMeco Ryans will figure all that out. But boy, your top two communicators being down, that's a concern defensively.
Yeah, because it's interesting because you think about the game and you think about who they're playing, and you feel like, well, Kyler, it feels like there's maybe a built-in spy of some sorts. Like somebody's going to be there as he moves around. You're going to need the speed. And in your mind, you're like, all right, Christian Harris, Blake Cashman, the two most athletic linebackers, that feels right. But when you talk about communicator, I think obviously what you mean is like Denzel Perryman and Henry, they communicate not just for the linebackers, but everybody and the guys up front. And knowing exactly it's been their job. It is what they're to be doing is communicating exactly where the D line is supposed to be, where the outside is, everything, all of that stuff. And even though Blake Cashman and Christian Harris sound right, like they make that speed sounds right, those guys haven't been doing that. And they're out the quick changes on what they move and audible. Not saying they can't do that. It just will be different. It'll be something they haven't done because whenever there has been no Henry To'oTo'o, there has been Denzel Perryman. Whenever there's been no Denzel Perryman, there's been Henry To'oTo'o. The guys that is what they're studying every week.
Well, like I said, I could get real excited about the different names and different faces at the linebacker position more consistently. We've seen these guys. We've seen them all. They've rotated through. But I could get used to seeing that uptick in athletic ability and ability to cover, things of that nature. I am 100% concerned about the communication, the ability to communicate it in a timely fashion. That's not something to be taken lightly. So we'll see how they handle that. I think they got guys that are capable. As you said, we just hadn't seen them do it. We hadn't seen them do a whole hell of a lot of it. Now, they've done it. They've been at practice. They've been in training camp. All these guys have been with the team all year long, so they know what the heck's going on. But when the live bullets start flying, how are we communicating? How are we getting guys lined up? And then how do you play off of that need to communicate, Yeah. So we'll see how it hits. Hopefully To'oTo'o comes back sooner rather than later, and it's a moot point, but we'll see if neither one of those guys can go how DeMeco handles it.
Yeah, and I think the other one that this is starting to grow and wonder about, and I haven't really heard a lot of update and conversation. When is Damian? I know that's weird to say off of what Devon Singletary, Devon Singletary, a.k.a. Motor, what he did last week. But there is there is something to like, hey, this would be 3 weeks if he misses tomorrow again with the ankle issue, as he did not practice again. He has not practiced now going on his 3rd week at all. Like that, the wonder is how long is he going to be done, and when is he going to come back? Because listen, we understand he has been much maligned during the early part of the season, but you want that 1-2 punch, right? Like he had 30 carries last week. That's not sustainable.
I mean, the reality of it is in some of the tougher versus some of the tougher defenses, Devon Singletary is just not built in a way that he's gonna give you 30. Whether it's for 95 yards or it's for 150 yards, I just don't know that Devon Singletary is the body type that's going to go out there and consistently give you 30 carries versus a defense that's physical as ever. So you're going to need more than that. We don't know why we didn't see a little bit more Mike Boone last week.
Yeah,
But yeah, look, I think Dameon Pierce, either way you slice it, regardless of whether he's 1A or 1B, Dameon Pierce being healthy would be welcomed back into this lineup in a big way.
That is interesting because they were running it well. He had it 30 times, and they didn't say like, "Nah, man, we're gonna get Mike Boone in there. We're gonna get him a couple of carries." Like they was like
they rode the hot hand, baby.
They rode that thing, didn't they? Good Lord have mercy. All right, once again, the big important knee, Derek Stingley, not even on the injury report, is off. Steven Nelson with the back and the neck, full participant, as well as Andrew Beck, who didn't play last week, who I know you're looking forward to getting back on the field with that ankle, elbow, and shoulder. He is, by the way, Tyler, Andrew Beck is basically the Tory of the Houston Texans.
Oh, would you stop it? Don't be pitting me against Beck. I just wanted less 21 personnel. He happens to be part of the 2 that's in that 21.
Last week, when you couldn't get off, like without busting out laughing, all right, it looks like he won't be able to go this week. You couldn't get it out.
I mean, I feel terrible. I feel bad. I don't wish injury on anybody, but there was one way that I knew that Bobby Sloak was going to give me more 11 personnel, and that was if Andrew Beck wasn't able to play.
It is interesting. One of their best passing performances and rushing performances without.
I'm gonna tell you, man.
Without him in there.
I'm gonna tell you, brother. That I watched that film yesterday, man. Dalton Schultz looked like a different dude. This whole offensive line looked like different individuals. So all joking aside, boy, if this offense can start running the football even half as good as they ran it against the Bengals, ooh, look out now. Yeah.
All right, story of the day. Deshaun Watson. What does that mean for the Browns, and what does that mean, more importantly, for the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Genetics, stress, hormones, father time, baby, aging. They're all natural factors that lead to hair loss. So, look, if you're out there and you're struggling with hair loss, first coming in even rare patterns of balding, thinning, or receding hairline, and that is with Advanced Hair. Y'all got to check out this groundbreaking technology, man. Advanced Hair, simple one-day treatment, regrows your own natural hair. Heck, it even regrows your own natural hair in places where it's been gone for years, man. And look, I'm talking to everybody out there, men, women, across all ages. Advanced Hair may be something you want to look into if you're dealing with these issues, man. They've improved thousands of lives across the country. The good thing is you can be next. Why? Because Advanced Hair treatments are available right here in our beautiful city of Houston as we speak. Get your confidence back, get your swagger back, get to loving yourself when you're looking.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
Oh, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the DILF, and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is the big news of the day. It is leading every sports show in America, every national sports show in America. And this one has, if anybody is in playoff contention in the AFC or anybody plays the Cleveland Browns down the stretch, this is big news for you, and that is that Deshaun Watson, former Houston Texan, Cleveland Brown, they are 6-3 right now. And in the playoff, he will undergo season-ending shoulder surgery as a fractured bone in his shoulder, and will be out for the year. And listen, this goes along with the continued bad luck that the Browns have had with not just players but top players, as Deshaun, Nick Chubb, and Jack Conklin, their running back and linemen, have all three of them now are out for the season with season-ending injuries. Deshaun, according to Andrew Berry, the GM, played the final 2.5 quarters against the Ravens with that fracture in his shoulder and a high ankle sprain. So he will be out for the year. Before we kind of get to the Texans part of this, Clint, when you first saw this story and you first heard this and you saw Deshaun's out, what's the initial reaction you had?
I mean, look, there's multiple, man, but the first thing, as I always do when I hear something around the league, particularly with a team that's on the Texans schedule, I immediately go, okay, how does that impact the Texans? And the fact that we're going to catch the Cleveland Browns with the best defense in the league, without Chubb and now without their starting quarterback, to me that is a huge plus for us. Now, I hate to see anybody go down with any kind of injury, but that's on the Texans front. That's where my mind always goes. Whenever the Cleveland Browns and the Texans meet up, there's going to be either a rookie in Dorian Thompson-Robinson or a backup that was in the XFL with the Roughnecks here not too long ago, versus Deshaun Watson. So it bodes well for Texans fans. As it pertains to Deshaun Watson, look, I am a big fan of Deshaun Watson, the football player, and I knew the layoff was going to hurt Deshaun Watson. He wasn't just going to jump back in and be the same dude that he was. I thought it'd take him 4, 5, 6 weeks to get rolling, and let's just say that, let's call it the first half of that season that he was, or this back half of the season when he got back active, and then I thought we would see him rocking and rolling. And ever since, man, all we've seen out of Deshaun Watson is injury after injury. When I watch him play, he appears to be, there's a disconnect between him, the game, him and his team. This is 100% based on what I see, not anything I've heard. But it appears that Deshaun Watson has lost that joy for the game. It appears that he's disconnected from the team. It appears that he's having a hard time staying healthy. And you put all that together, and you've got a guy that has found it very difficult to just get back to middle-of-the-road NFL quarterback play, much less the greatness that we saw once here in Houston from Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I think one point that you made there, which I think it was probably a slim chance of it. If there was ever going to be a trend of, hey man, we're going to give these guys guaranteed contracts, right? You know, Kirk Cousins did it first. But his wasn't not nearly as long and nearly as much as Deshaun's. I think his was in the $80 million range, maybe $90 million, but his was guaranteed over 3 years. Not $230. That's the most we've seen guaranteed. This couldn't have gone any worse. Right now, up to this point, with the injuries, with the amount of time he wasn't going to play, hasn't played, that he's not going to play, with his play, and it probably really sucks for NFL players because he was probably the worst potential person to be the guinea pig for that. When you think about he missed 2 years, he was going to miss more time. There was probably going to be some rust there.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
But I think
the players, quarterbacks around the NFL needed the first guy to sign a fully guaranteed contract
to that magnitude.
$240 million, whatever it was, with Deshaun Watson. The league, the players needed that guy to go out there and and play lights out. They needed him to be absolutely pristine off the field, say all the right things. They needed him to stay healthy. They needed that guy right there to pan out.
That was going to be an uphill climb from the jump because he wasn't going to have time.
Yeah, because of the way he went in. But with that said, if Deshaun Watson jumps back in with a great defense and a good run game, and he just slowly, if he becomes that leader, takes over that locker room the way that we saw him take over this locker room, if he fights through injury and continues to play well, if all of those things, he just would have kept doing what he was already doing here in Houston and trending towards getting back to that caliber player, I think everything would be gravy on the player's side. But it has been a mess since Deshaun Watson got there. Whether it's, and look, a lot of it's injuries, I suppose. There's some confusion with the head coach and whether somebody's been cleared medically or not. I mean, there's just, it's been a mess since Deshaun Watson became active and started playing again in Cleveland. It's not been what I think everybody around the league expected Deshaun Watson to at least be working his way back to.
Yeah, and his second half against the Ravens, I think people were really excited in Cleveland, thinking, all right, now maybe these are steps to him getting back. He's 14 for 14 in that second half and helped lead them and led a last-second drive to score to give them the win on the road against the Ravens. But that thing is over. Someone texted in, no joke, my first reaction was getting a higher draft pick. And I think that's a natural thing for a lot of Texans fans. I'd be weary to think that they're just going to fall off the map.
Defense is too good, man.
Their defense is too good, and their schedule comes together. Because if you look at who they play, who they have left with that defense, and think to yourself, okay, they went through and beat the 49ers, who lead the NFC road. P.J. Walker's their quarterback. And they played Seattle, and they were in the game on the road in Seattle. Those are 3 starts that P.J. Walker had in those games. Those are all teams that are either in the playoffs or vying for a playoff spot in the hunt. And they won 2 of them and played another one on the road in Seattle tight. Yep. When you look at what they have, they got the Jets on that schedule. That defense can absolutely suffocate that offense. And if they can make some plays, we'll see. They got the Steelers at home first. Kenny Pickett. The Steelers have literally been outgained in every single one of their games. They're 6-3, but every one of their games, all 9 of their games, they've been outgained. Right? They've got the Broncos on there. The Broncos have won 2 in a row, but that was with the help of 9 turnovers in the last 2 weeks, and they've still been tight ball games. They got the Bears at home in that schedule. They've got the Rams, who look a lot worse right now and kind of throwing in the towel with Matt Stafford. They got winnable games to me where I still think there's a realistic chance that they can get to 10 wins. They go in 4 more games to get to 10. Now, they've got tough ones here against Houston, and they've got a tough one there with Jacksonville and Cincy. But I don't necessarily think that they're going to fall off the map, and then the Texans potentially their draft pick is going to skyrocket with that. I just would be worried of that.
Yeah, look, I think the way it all stacks up, with or without Deshaun Watson, you're looking at a middle of the first draft pick from them. I think they're going to get to 9, 10, may even get to 11. Young quarterback, this rookie quarterback plays for them because, like you said, that schedule lays out in a way of which, boy, you play great defense and just don't turn it over on offense, you're going to win at least half them games you got left. That's for damn sure.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the injury report just came out. We will talk to our guy. Hey, it's Wednesday. We're going to get the Texans report in. A lot of things were happening there. CJ was running late. They were running late there at NRG. We'll talk to our guy, Brandon Scott, who was on the ground there. We'll get our Texans report from him coming up next. The injury report is in there, Clint, and I think the big names are the ones who did not practice, and that is led by Robert Woods and Laramie Tunsil. Both those feel like rest days. Jimmy Ward, the hamstring, and Damian Pierce. Those feel very real. Henry To'oTo'o has a concussion. He didn't practice. He didn't play last week. That's big due to the injury or due to the suspension of Denzel Perryman. And then Noah Brown, who has been this team's leading receiver the last 2 weeks. He shows up on the injury report. Although the positive thing there with that, especially at that position, Nico Collins practiced at a limited role after missing last week. Clint, I mean, this guy has had 320-plus yards the last 2 weeks. How big is this a big deal now, Noah Brown, him potentially being out? I mean, I would have never thought this was something that I would pose,
right.
But the last 2 weeks he's been one of the most productive receivers in football.
Well, as long as you got one or two guys, Nico Collins and Noah Brown, as long as you got one of those two guys on the outside to go along with Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz, I think you got your pieces. Obviously, Robert Woods is going to work his way in there as well. But I think the big money guys here are Nico, Noah, and Tank. As long as you got two of those three, and I would say that Noah and Nico are somewhat interchangeable in terms of body type, the way they play the game, what they're asked to do. I think those two are somewhat interchangeable. We've seen them both have big games this year. Nico's obviously been more impressive, but the last 2 weeks by Noah Brown have been pretty convincing. So as long as one of those two is healthy, Ron, I feel really good. One of the two, Tank Dell, and one of the two of Nico Collins and Noah Brown, and the other pieces, obviously in Dalton Schultz because he's the tight end that you're leaning on. As long as those three are healthy, then you want to plug in Robert Woods, good. Yeah. If the other one, Noah or Nico, whichever one is healthy, boom, you get them in a rotation as well. We can roll with it. But obviously, we'd like to be full go at the wide receiver position and have Noah Brown back.
As long as one of them are there, Nico or Noah.
I think they're very interchangeable, and they're whoever's in that position is going to produce in this offense.
Yeah, Bobby appears to be able to make whoever work.
Ain't that damn true?
At this point now, so we'll see. But we'll keep the thought on that. Noah Brown, that was one that was kind of a surprise that he showed up in the injury report.
5 o'clock fire.
That won't fall. For 5.
This is what I'm saying.
Oh, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous. Draymond Green should be done.
Well, and he was ejected as well as Klay Thompson, who had his jersey ripped off. Klay went over there, I believe, changed into a new jersey, only to find himself going to the showers as he thought he may remain. And I can't remember the gentleman's name, McDaniels. He was ejected as well for the Timberwolves. Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN says the NBA is looking further into the Warriors-Timberwolves scuffle, including Draymond Green's headlock on Rudy Gobert. Warriors play OKC on Thursday, so a review on Green's part, including video and interviews, expected to be completed for a ruling before that game. This is the second consecutive game that Draymond has been ejected out of. This one, I know. Listen, Draymond is going to be Draymond.
He's insane.
Is that what? I was going to say, what did you feel about this actual situation? You've watched it. What did you?
He's nuts.
You thought he was overboard with his
reaction?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was obviously overboard, but it was just an interesting. It was an interesting approach. Have you guys ever been drug out of a bar, like a concert, where it's really loud and the security guard knows folks are probably going to be drunk, and then it's like they're not going to fight you, they're not going to talk to you,
I've seen that pull and drag.
I got Red River one night in Dallas, Texas. Buddy of mine, Joe Nichols, a country singer. He's playing. I've known Joe for a long time, and he's playing, and it's before the concert ever starts. Joe's on stage, and he's like, "Hey, come here, man." So I go up there, and I'm talking to him about something. Literally, there's not 30 people in the place yet. And I'm talking to Joe, and the security guard comes, "Hey, man, you got to back up." I said, "Man, Joe, look, it's my buddy. He told me to come up here, like I know him well." And Like, I guess Joe didn't realize what was going on. Well, the dude didn't even give me, like, he didn't even try to talk to me.
Oh, he just got you.
He grabbed me in the headlock like Draymond did that old boy. And you know, it's happened enough times, unfortunately, that I know, like, there's no fighting back because then there's going to be more security guards. Then they're going to start swinging, and then it's just a mess. So I just noodle. You just limp noodle this thing and try to let the dude know I ain't fighting back, right? My man drags me about 10 steps and starts screaming, "Bull doors, bull doors."
What?
Well, I mean, I guess in the ranching world, inside, like, I mean, he's opening the damn doors. We're fixing to let something out, right? They swing these big ass doors open, and this guy throws me out in the damn. And the sun's still up. The sun ain't even down yet. All boards are other side. The minute I saw Draymond grab old boy like that last night, I said, it took me back to that damn concert. I said, "Damn, Joe, why didn't you tell that old boy to let me go?" He said, "I didn't even realize what was going on."
You should have hit him up. Listen, I
got free drinks for the rest of the year. They called me that next day. He said, "Hey, it was laid on." They called me there and said, "Hey, man, I'm so sorry." I said, "Don't worry about it." He said, "You'll never pay for a drink in here again." I said, "Cool."
I know.
That's exactly.
I will admit, like the headlock was it did.
Yeah, the chokehold.
But it wasn't to choke him out. It wasn't to put him to sleep chokehold.
Like, this is where maybe I'm a little nuts because I can kind of understand how Draymond arrived to where he did. I don't think I'm going choke. I don't think I'm going headlock.
The chokehold and the back pedal. Bull doors.
But like when you're Rudy Gobert and there's a fight, and this is like teams or your boys, if there's something going on, like if somebody is getting into it with Tyler, and I'm coming in to be a peacemaker, I'm grabbing Tyler. I'm grabbing Tyler and getting him out of there.
You're correct. Yes.
If I'm coming in, which I have walked into these scenes, if I'm coming in trying to, let's go ahead and get this done.
You're right, trying to fire it up.
I'm going to grab the guy that Tyler has. And naturally, when you grab the person that's not yours,
sure,
this person is like, "Oh, what is going on?" And so, like, when Rudy goes and grabs Clay, and he kind of has him, and, you know, Draymond's triggered anyway. He's ready to roll.
Right.
He didn't grab his dude. He grabbed Clay. And I see Draymond going over and getting him. Now, I think he probably was excessive with the maneuver he did.
Yes, he
Maybe
was.
He could have grabbed him, but he didn't have to go around the neck. He is broken in half! Draymond had a look in his eyes like he's been a security guard before.
Yeah.
He had a look in his eye like he's done this before.
He looked like he was a security guard at Cowboy Red River.
Like, I think is you can't go grab somebody else. All right, Brandon Scott, he's going to join us. Texans Report. We'll get to that coming up next. But before we do that, ladies, gentlemen out there as well, listen, if you are a man,
moments and biggest performances around the league. All in the time it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your pod. Sport Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. Let's do a little Texans report here. Busy day up at NRG. Brandon Scott is with us, and we went through the injury report. The one that jumped out to us the most was the Noah Brown one, and then Henry To'oTo'o as well with the suspension of Denzel Perryman. What was it you saw on the field today? As it looks like more guys are practicing. It looks like they're becoming a bit more healthier in some respect.
Yeah, this is to me one of those weeks where I come in here and talk about the injury report, and it's not like a complete disaster. I mean, y'all remember last week where it was like,
the font was so small I couldn't even read it.
And you read it off, and then you have to add. By the time you get through with it, you got to ask yourself, well, who is practicing?
Yeah.
Who is playing? Who is going to be available for this game? And you saw how they went out there and won the game anyway, despite all of those guys being on the injury report. Now, I know they didn't end up losing as many guys as it seemed like they were going to earlier on in the week, but y'all nailed it in terms of the ones that stand out the most. On the offensive side, you got Noah Brown, and I think there was a time in the season, we could even go back to when he landed on IR. It would have been somewhat of a shoulder shrug to miss Noah Brown.
I thought nothing about it.
Now,
you do what he's done the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, after these last 2 weeks, now that's a very much a noteworthy. Like we feel about Noah Brown showing up on this injury report, probably the way we like when Robert Woods first showed up on it. So that's a big one, especially when you consider what Noah Brown has been, mainly as a pass catcher and what he's done with the ball in his hand. But when you watch him in the run game, and Clint, I know you break down the film, but you can look around and see Noah Brown, when he's not involved as a pass catcher, he is very much involved as a run blocker. So if he's not able to go, and we'll see, like that's one of the things I'll be monitoring throughout the week is, okay, is this knee injury that bad, or is it that, hey, he's played well enough over these last couple of weeks to where if he's got a little bit of a knee, he's earned a vet day. You know what I mean? I wonder if that could be the case. So that's why that's why it'll be worth monitoring throughout the week. And then with Henry To'oTo'o, I'll just mention, and I'm sure you guys have as well. I mean, that's the obvious progression of Denzel Perryman, not just him being suspended, but even the long-term view of that position, I think, is Henry To'oTo'o. So you want to see him get back as soon as possible, but especially now with Denzel Perryman being suspended, you actually need him. So those two are concerning.
What about the cornerback position, man? It's last week I thought Nelson was going to be a little bit of an emergency role. Thought Stingley was going to be full go. It looked like those guys were on some kind of snap count, maybe splitting the time, if you will.
Yeah.
Hopefully, sooner rather than later, we get back to full go with Stingley, Nelson, and Shaq Griffin, and the cover defenders on his team are going to be really, really good once they get back to full go. What'd you see from that position?
Yeah. So figure that. So with Derek Stingley, we already knew he had a pitch count.
Yep.
We knew that going in. You have to feel like in this next game they'll loosen up the reins a little bit. That's what you like to think, and I sense that is going to be the case. And then the good news from the injury report is Steven Nelson as a full participant despite having the back and the neck. So like you mentioned, Clint, they're alternating those guys because one of them's got a back and a neck. Remember, Steven Nelson had the back and the neck last week, and then Derek Stingley hadn't played in God knows how long. And so he had to be on the pitch count for those reasons, and then a fresher injury for Steven Nelson. And then Shaq Griffin was the constant. He ended up getting that interception. He's healthy. I was able to talk to him a little bit before or after practice, I should say. So there's one that you know is healthy. You feel like Steven Nelson is healthier based off of this injury report, being able to be a full participant. That's a vet who's highly paid, or well paid at least, who was a full participant on a Wednesday. And then Derek Stingley is just somebody that, the second week back should naturally have the reins pulled from him.
Yeah, Brandon Scott with us, giving us his Texans report as he was out there at practice and in the press room. What did you hear from DeMeco? Because this is DeMeco spoke today, and I'm always intrigued. We talked to him last week and talked about, not believing in the rat poison. It's growing. is growing even more. What jumped out to you about DeMeco today?
Yeah, so I was there for DeMeco when he spoke, and the big thing that he said, and he was asked about this, not eating the cheese and all of that. And I think the reason why he volunteered this not too long ago, like at some point before the Carolina loss, like after they had beaten either the Saints or maybe it was even the Steelers. But after we'd kind of gotten the sense that they might have a team here, he volunteered this himself. So that's why he gets asked about it every time they win. And a quote from him, I don't know if y'all played this already or not, but he said, "Headlines don't win you games." And I don't think they ever thought that or were under some kind of illusion that they do. But you did get the sense from both DeMeco and from CJ Stroud that neither one of them wants to buy too much into the good things that people say about them. Because like for them, it's just about maintaining this level of focus that's allowed them to get here. So if they believe too much into the good stuff or believe too much into the bad, like after the Ravens game or after they blow it against the Panthers or after they blow it against the Falcons, and we come in here and talking about, oh man, we got to look at this team differently. It come in waves. Y'all know this. And so they were both very much deliberate about saying, hey, we're going to be consistent. They asked CJ Stroud, like, hey man, what's the effect that you feel like you're having on your team? And he's like, hey, wait a minute, man. I don't want to be talking about myself like that. That's a question to ask them. Hopefully I'm trustworthy and consistent and all of these things, but they don't want to eat the cheese too much, even though you can tell that they are enjoying this moment as they should be.
How do you feel about CJ Stroud? I heard him talking to Tom Brady on a podcast the other day or yesterday. They were really emphasizing the fact that it's a long season and really the games that matter haven't even happened yet. How do you sense, you're around those guys a lot over there, how do you sense DeMeco and CJ Stroud are handling the load of a full season? I mean, look, we're what are we, 10 weeks in? This is week 11.
Yeah. And they had the bye week early.
Yeah. So I mean, how do you sense those guys are dealing with the workload of an entire season?
Yeah, it seems fine from where I sit or from where I stand, but I do feel like it's the open question, Clint. Like we're gonna see like what the actual answer is to your question. I think is one of those wait and see. How do they respond? We hear all of this talk now about CJ Stroud and the MVP conversation, DeMeco Ryans in the Coach of the Year conversation. John McClain's got a column up on SportsRadio610.com that's putting Nick Caserio in the Executive of the Year conversation. Well, the only reason how any of this stuff can happen and these conversations can continue is if they keep winning ball games. Like it's a sweet and cool story to see them on the rise and all of that, and see CJ Stroud performing the way he is as a rookie. But the reason why they're getting this national attention is because they're sealing the deal and actually winning the games. And so let's see how that plays out. Like if they can continue winning, then obviously the answer to your question is going to be pretty damn good. But does CJ Stroud, if and when does he hit a rookie wall? Tank. Is there a coach play caller like you have in DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick? These are the questions that I don't necessarily have the answers to, that I think I'm very much interested to see as we go along in the season.
All right, that's Brandon Scott as he catches us every Wednesday with his Texans report. That is the latest, and we'll talk to him next week as we always do, as I'm sure he is, as everyone, looking forward to hopefully a W, and they continue winning as he talked about. And we have a lot more to talk about in terms of the postseason.
Got to keep Tyler out of that stadium, though, man. I don't know.
I'm working on him.
I don't know what the
I'm going to work.
Damn, B.
I'm worried about Skeezy. I'm worried about his health, man.
I just
damn, Skeezy.
It's the greater. You know I love you, man, but it's the greater good.
I mean, you just have to, man.
The greater good.
You can't fight it, man.
You can't put your wife in that position, man.
You just can't, man. Last time you were there, they lost to the worst team in football. It's still their only win.
Yes, I remember.
You're gonna learn, Tyler. As you get older, man, you just got to avoid those kind of situations.
And after that, as Brandon just talked about, we talking about Coach of the Year, MVP, and
you got to be a team player, man.
And
you got to be a team player.
Executive of the year. Executive of the year.
They throwing it all out there.
You got to be there. All right, coming up, just more to the lines of that, and we'll lay it out, because you look at where the Texans are; they are sitting as well as anybody there in the AFC in terms of the wild card position to get in. When you look at everything, Have you turned the corner to the thought that you have expectations that the Texans should make the playoffs with what they have in front of them? We'll discuss that coming up next. Before we do that, out there, Mike, Crown Royal is giving back to the generous hosts that make game day royal, to the fans that love to open up their homes. Tell everybody, hey, come over to my house for a little watch party. Have their little dips, have their drinks, have the barbecue, all of that out there. We want to salute you and raise a glass for all of those hosts who love to kick off their watch parties with Crown. Because Crown Royal believes if you live generously, life will treat you royally. Visit crownroyal.com to find out how Crown is living generously all.
loss.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we have enjoyed the show today. Shout out to Tori. Shout out to Brandon Scott, who's joined us as well as he always does on Wednesdays. Give us a Texans report. Tori joined us earlier. That was fun.
Appreciate you coming on, Tori.
As I walked past her earlier, she said, "I'm never making those damn cookies again."
She's lying.
I can't
She'll
blame
just
her.
make sure she pops them in that old microwave.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's it. Soften them up, man.
Hey, man, you live and learn, man.
That's right, man, and I know it. He's coachable, I think. But no, man, good times. Hey, remember joining us tomorrow as it's a Thirsty Thursday. We'll be out and about Buffalo Wild Wings. We're at a different Buffalo Wild Wing. We're at a different Buffalo Wild Wings each and every Thursday. Willowbrook Plaza is where we'll be. Willowbrook Plaza. Come hang out with us tomorrow at that Buffalo Wild Wings location. Tom Ball, there it is. Hang out with us. It'll be a good time. Hopefully my trainer doesn't come up there as he is right by the spot. And if he does,
I think you ought to come on by there, man.
And if he does, I will shove anything on that table towards your way.
Come on, I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
But yeah, come hang out with us as a little Thirsty Thursday. Get you ready. Hey, and there's a big game, man, and there's no other spots to watch. There's a big game coming up with playoff implications for the Texans. The Bengals, they travel to Baltimore Thursday Night Football tomorrow, so that'll be one to watch and hang out at Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, this was a former alum of Sports Radio 610, now on FS1. First things first, Nick Wright. This was his expectations, his feelings about your Houston Texans.
I'm ready to have all those conversations. I'm also ready to have this conversation. I think Houston's going to make the playoffs. Yeah. I think that if you look at their schedule the rest of the way, their two toughest games are home against the Jags and Browns. I think they're going to make the playoffs, and I think having that tiebreaker with Cincy will matter.
All right, that was him. He thinks they're going to make the playoffs. And I said this, and I want this from everybody listening, 713-572-4610. You can text in and let us know your thoughts on this as well as on YouTube and Twitch. Have we reached the point where you expect the Texans should make the playoffs? That they should make the playoffs, not just like, oh boy, I hope, man. I think they can. No, have you reached the point where they should? Because I think there is, if you lay it out, which I can completely understand why a person would say that. As Nick just talked about, their schedule. I mean, hell, he said their two toughest games. Deshaun Watson being out for the season, it obviously makes that game a lot more easier, in my opinion. And Clint, you said it as well. I'll take a rookie quarterback over Deshaun in that game. You look at what they have left. They've got one of the easier schedules when you look at it comparative to the other teams in the AFC vying for playoff spots. And they've got tiebreakers over Pittsburgh, Cincy. Obviously, with Jacksonville, the Bills are firing OCs and struggling and have clear drama with one of their best players in Stephon Diggs. There is a lot that's going right for the Texans. They got 8 games left, 5 of them at home, including their tough ones. There is a lot to look at where you're like, man, I don't know. The Texans are the 7th seed, and you should feel really good for their chances. But is it just chances, or you've reached a point where you expect that they should make the playoffs?
Yeah, look, I think this is a fluid situation, and the expectations and the shoulds and shouldn'ts are going to change. Are going to change week to week, and I know where I sit right now. This schedule, we've known this schedule all year long was going to be on the weaker side. When you look at this schedule between Deshaun Watson going down for the Browns, Aaron Rodgers going down for the Jets. You even look at Tennessee and Ryan Tannehill Hill has been looking at the Indianapolis Colts, and they don't have Anthony Richardson in Week 17 after playing for 16 weeks and getting that experience and him being an absolute animal. You know, it's a different story there. So you look at this, at the way the schedule unfolds, and the schedule says they should make the playoffs. You look at the first part of the schedule, the first 9 ball games, and you look at the product that the Texans have put out there more times than not, and you look at the direction that they're trending, and you say, yes, this is a team that should make the playoffs. Again, you look at the biggest threat, if you will, in the division, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Assuming you don't get the doors blown off of you here when Jacksonville comes to town, you're at the very least going to own the tiebreaker against them. You mentioned all the tiebreakers in the AFC with the Cincinnati Bengals, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and hopefully the Cleveland Browns, who is no Deshaun Watson when you do play them. You look at the rest of the AFC, the teams that have been absolute staples: Buffalo Bills, Cincinnati Bengals.
Their schedules are tough.
They're tough schedules, and they're sitting with records that they don't typically sit with 9 or 10 ball games into the season. The AFC's not near as strong as we once thought it was going to be, and so I don't know. I look at this thing right now, coming on the heels of that Tampa Bay Buccaneers game, coming on the heels of last week's game, beating Cincinnati, and again that game that was a convert. Yes, I look at the Texans right now, and I say that
you've elevated it.
This team should make the playoffs.
Because you weren't thinking this going into Sunday's game, were you? Like your thought process.
No. We talked about it. Yeah, no, we talked about it. This win, if they could beat Cincinnati, which they did, to me that was an organizational defining type of win. Like it takes you from being that rebuilding team, from being that team that could very easily slip into the lower third of the AFC to, hey, now you've arrived, you've beaten one of the big boys, you did it convincingly, you won a game on your schedule that nobody expected you to win, that was on the road, and now you come home for 3. Your division is weaker than we thought it was. I look at it I can't find any angle in which I go, this team shouldn't make the playoffs. I think they're going to be inconsistent. I think they're going to lose a couple of games, maybe not as bad as Carolina, but a couple of games that we don't expect them to lose along the way. But I think they're also going to continue to have moments that are sky high and beat teams that they probably weren't slated to win at the beginning of the year. Right now, they're going to be favored the rest of the way, damn near. But so I think we're going to look at this thing when the season's over. You're going to have a fringe playoff team at worst, if not a playoff team, and you're going to be sitting there going, man, what if the Carolina game? What if this game or that game? And those games are going to have held you back. I think this is going to be a team we look at the end of the year, and they're going to be a 9-10 win team, and the inconsistency is going to be the issue.
Have you moved to the point where the Texans should? They should. Someone texted, not only should make the playoffs, I'll be disappointed if they don't. Tyler, where are you at? Have you moved that expectation? Because you do it. Have you moved it to the point where you think they should? In that?
In my heart, yes. In my head, no. I want to believe that should be the case right now with what we've been seeing the last 2 weeks from CJ Stroud, DeMeco, and company. I want to, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm still that phrase I said before, cautious optimism. I'm still kind of in that boat. I love what we've been seeing, especially on offense from the Texans, but it's been a long time, man. So I'm trying to guard my heart a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't know that I've reached that expectation of should yet. I think Sunday will go a long way. Sunday will go a long way. The Cardinals are a team that they should win. They should handle. And they should win in a way, especially the product they put forth last week, the way they ran the ball, the way they were physical up front on both sides of the line of scrimmage, the way they played. Like if they bring that every week, and you talked about them being inconsistent, they bring that, they should handle the Cardinals. I just need them to get a little further away from that damn Carolina loss. Like that. That's fair. That was just like that was 2 weeks ago. That was 2 weeks ago where they put up and here they have gone off here offensively the last 2 weeks. That was 2 weeks ago where it's just like they proved like, hey man, we're body, and they just don't. Like it is hard for me yet to just throw away that kind of game because they don't have a history yet that says, all right, man, hey, they're going to lose some games.
I think
like the Eagles lose to the Jets. I'm like, okay.
I think those games though, Ron, are the ones that we're going to look back and go, that's why this team's not a Super Bowl contender. That's why this team's not a real threat in the AFC. Fringe playoff team. I think they should make the playoffs given all things considered. But there's a reason why they're not a legit Super Bowl caliber team. There's a reason why they're not really a threat. They're not in that conversation with the Chiefs and the Ravens and whoever else ends up in that top 2 or 3. And that reason's going to be those inconsistencies. Whether it's Arizona, whether it's one of those Tennessee teams that look Will Levis. I think that preseason hype is. I mean that preseason that first couple of starts hype has worn off a little bit, and they came back to earth last week. Indianapolis, I think Denver's going to be better than what we expected Denver to be. I mean, there's going to be a game or two in there where the Texans slip up, and I think that's ultimately going to be what we look back and say, man, they got to be more consistent. Which that's the difference to me. That's the difference between being a 500 ball club or slightly above 500, whatever you want to. You win 9 games or 10 games, and being a legit Super Bowl contender, playoff lock. These dudes are going to be a problem. Is being more consistent.
Yeah. All right, coming up behind the general manager, you'll be able to hear from him. You can hear from him coming up right after us as we hand things off for Texas All Access. They'll do things. Somebody on YouTube, y'all right. Somebody just said, man, I'm just starting to think Juice Scruggs is just going to be done for the year. They've reached a point I forgot about him.
Yep.
This is a hell of a hamstring injury.
It's a Justin Brick case.
To the center. How do we get like Derek Stingley seemed long, but at least he's a corner where you're like, all right, man, there's a lot of he's got to do the center boy. He has not played a down this year, right?
I don't believe so.
I don't even think he played against the Saints in the last preseason game. So
no bueno.
Forgot all about my man's over there. All right, great show today, guys. As always, again, Brandon Scott, appreciate you joining us.